All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie. I want to thank everybody for being here for tonight's important debate on is evolution a reasonable scientific theory? This is our 10th debate in the 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. We have been having a ton of fun with this series, and tonight we've got James W., who will be defending the position of evolution's on trial tonight. So we're looking forward to it. We've also got Dr. Ken Hovind, of course. And gentlemen, thank you so much for giving us your time for tonight's important debate.
Thank you, Donnie. Good to be here.
My privilege. As we always do, though, let's kind of break the ice, get to know the debaters a little bit before we get the party started. James, it's your first time debating on this platform, so I appreciate you doing this. And why don't we start with you? A little bit about yourself. Go ahead, James.
So I co-host a show on the Amy Newman channel. We do at least 3 to 4 open mics every week. We do shows. We invite believers to come on, tell us why they believe, and we let them come on and make their case. And I was born and raised as a Christian, but in 2014 I gave my life over to reason and evidence, and I became an atheist.
All right, I appreciate that introduction there, James W. I've got your channel linked in the description box. So for anybody who likes what they're hearing from James and wants to see more, please check the description box for that. Dr. Dino, good to see you. How you been, and a little bit about yourself.
Been great. I'm excited. James he changed because of reason and evidence for evolution.
Reason and
I
evidence.
want to see that. I've been looking for that for a long time. I think there's none. Anyway, I've been fine, brother. Lenox, Alabama, we're building our Dinosaur Adventureland. Visitors coming all the time from all over the place. And we just give tours and stuff on teaching science in the Bible. We believe the Bible is literally true. God made everything in 6 days. I take the position, it's true. In the 10 Commandments, God wrote on a rock with his finger. He said, remember the Sabbath to keep it holy. He said, in 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth. The Bible clearly teaches a 6-day creation. And when you add up the dates, you get about 6,000 years ago. And you can do that easily going through Genesis 5 and Genesis 11. We've got plenty of historical evidence from Joseph on. So the Bible says God made everything in 6 days. We produce a lot of videos on the topic. We do a whole series, 18 hours if you want to get that for $50. And watch it, recopy it, return it, get your money back. Can't beat that. Got a lot of materials to help strengthen your faith in the Word of God. Jesus said the creation of Adam was the beginning. I believe he was right. Anybody who believes otherwise is calling Jesus a liar or claiming the Bible is lying, one or the other. I don't think you can get out of that. So anyway, excited to be here. I just want to defend the Bible. You can come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. It's free. Come on down. So go ahead. I want to see this evidence James has. I've been waiting for this.
I appreciate that introduction, Dr. Dino. This is definitely going to be a lot of fun. Probably another one to remember. One that we had a week ago was Dr. Dino and T-Jump. That one's been getting a lot of great feedback. That one was a wild debate. So if you haven't yet seen that in the audience, to everyone in the audience, please check that out. So anyways, for the audience sake, I'm going to go over the format for tonight. As always, we're keeping it professional and formal. James is going to be kicking us off with his opening statement. So whatever he takes, roughly 10 to 12 minutes, we're going to give Dr. Dino equal time. Then we're going to have a roughly 6-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. Then we're going to have a discussion. We're going to keep it free-flowing, equally timed, while we discuss one topic or one point at a time. Then, of course, we're going to have 5-minute concluding statements. And then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A. So please make sure you are tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, let's get right into the fun. James, we're going to hand it over to you. Whatever you take, we'll give Kent equal time. So whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Donnie. Thank you, Kent. So I just want to ask the people watching first, if evolution were true, would you want to know? And that is a question you have to ask, because I think a lot of people out there, they don't want to know if it's true. They don't want it to be true. But things are going to be true regardless of whether you want them to be true, regardless of what it does to your theology. The truth is just going to keep on being the truth. So evolution is a fact. It's a theory, and a theory is a framework of facts that explain a phenomenon in nature, the highest order of thought in science. And the theory of evolution is based on reproduction with variation. That is, each generation has a certain number of mutations that it's born with, and they can accumulate more as they grow. And these mutations can be passed on to offspring, and that may or may not give that offspring an advantage or disadvantage in terms of reproduction. If it gives it an advantage, that mechanism that it works by. So we have to first stress the fact that evolution, atheism, they're not religions because they're falsifiable. You could falsify evolution by showing that things that could not exist in a layer of strata where they cannot exist. We've never seen that. We see uniformitarian strata all over the earth. And evolution is not all about death, as a lot of people like to straw man it. Evolution is a celebration of life. You know right now that each and every single one of your ancestors was a survivor, and many of them lived on the earth when conditions were much more hostile than they are today. We have it comparatively easy going back even to our early hominid ancestors, where the next meal was not guaranteed. And even that early shrew-like ancestor who emerged at the edge of the dinosaurs when they went extinct and bravely conquered a new world. What we do know is that organisms change over time. Reproduction with variation happens, and that's the driving mechanism of evolution, coupled with natural selection. So on the other side of that, we have God of the gaps. We have always had gaps in our knowledge, and humanity has always came up with explanations to fill those gaps. We have a diversity of life. We have organisms that don't look real, they look nothing like each other. And it's no surprise that ancient man thought that these were not related. Of course they did. They didn't know any better. And it's really only been in the past 200 to 250 years that you have been able to question religious dogma without being threatened with ostracization or outright imprisonment or death. And when we began to have that freedom to look at the natural world, we saw things were very different than what people had previously believed. When we started looking in the ground, we started seeing creatures that nobody had ever seen before that don't match any descriptions. Even in antiquity, people were dumbfounded by this. What's going on here? Originally, a lot of people thought the devil was planting bones in the dirt to test their faith in God. But as time progressed and as we learned more and more, we found and we discovered that 99% of the animals, over 99% of the animals in the fossil record, and it is a record, 99% of them are not existent today, which is the opposite of what you would expect with a recent creation. With a recent creation, you would expect, we know animals go extinct occasionally, it does happen, but you would expect almost every species we find to not be alive today. And that is what we find in the fossil record. Moving forward, we discovered DNA and RNA. We found that all life on Earth uses these same genetic materials. Now, I know Kent is going to say, well, that's evidence of a common designer. But that's a claim made without evidence, and it can be dismissed without it. We don't have any evidence of this designer. We never have. The only evidence we have is to point to something we say is designed and infer a designer from that. But we don't know that it was designed. We do know that painters make paintings, watchmakers make watches, Ford and Chevy make cars. We do not know anything about a disembodied genie, universe-creating, life-creating genie who proofs animals out of nothing. We've never seen one of those. We have no reason to think that that exists. In absence of that, we have to assume that a natural process prevails because that's all we have ever seen. We've never seen anything else. We've never came up with any answer in human history that required magic or anything of the sort. Every discovery we've made has been totally in line with naturalism. Let's see. And a lot of these creationists, they like to say that there's no new information, nothing new comes about. You are new information. We could go 1 trillion years of humanity, and there would never be another person with your exact genetic makeup. You are a unique individual that has never lived before, and you never will live again. That's new information, regardless of what anybody wants to believe. And it's important to consider for the discussion here what Kent does find reasonable, because he doesn't think evolution is reasonable, but he does think it's reasonable that a book that talks about putting striped sticks in front of goats where they breed will produce striped offspring. I would say any book that mentions anything of the sort should be disqualified from speaking on matters of genetics or biology. Take it for what it is, but it's not meant to be a science text. And that's not what we see in nature. People may find this hard to believe, but the goat herders of the Bronze Age did not know more about biology than modern science. And to consider evolution, you have to realize that the biggest strength of the theory is that it's supported by not just one or two lines of evidence, but multiple lines. Many lines of evidence all converge to point to the fact that species change over time, and that the life that exists on Earth today has not always been this way. It was very different in the past, and I think Ken Hovind will agree with that, but he's going to say it's for very different reasons than what the evidence actually shows. And some people don't want to connect the dots. They are happy in ignorance because it's what they want to believe, and I would never try to force anybody to change their beliefs. I'm just going to tell you what I believe. You keep on doing what you want to do. I'm just going to tell you what I think. And the limits to our knowledge are not a license to engage in fantasy and delusions of grandeur about getting to live forever, pretending that death somehow does not apply to us, because we have no evidence of that. And just because we can't tell you exactly how abiogenesis happened does not mean we have to consider Bronze Age fables as on par with modern science. Take it for what it is. They didn't know anything about the natural world. We know better today. We don't have the excuse that they had. So in terms of evidence for evolution, one of the first things I want to point out, and I know Kent will be happy about this, is evidence from homology. We have here Haeckel's drawings of embryos, and we see the similarities between all the different embryos of various species. And there are differences, okay, but there are more similarities than differences. And there's no rational reason this should be if these were separate, distinct, created kinds, but it makes all the sense in the world if they evolved over millions of years. And you can even see in these embryos, as Kent is well acquainted with, the gill slits. And they are gill slits, by the way. Of course, they don't turn into gills in humans, but that's how evolution works. Evolution takes a base material and it can do different things with it. Evolution takes the same basic material and it could create a male reproductive system or a female reproductive system or something in between, as does sometimes happen. Nice of God to design it that way, right? There's no reason to think that actually also dolphins, if you look on their embryos, their blowhole is actually at the front of their nose, but it migrates to the top of their head as time goes on. And Haeckel did not fake his drawings. That is a charge made without evidence. These are works of art. Haeckel was an artist. And of course, in any art, there is some level of artistic license. But I would caution Kent about breaching the 9th commandment in claiming that this man, Ernest Haeckel, was convicted of fraud, unless he has evidence that he was convicted of fraud. Because the evidence we have is that he was a distinguished professor of biology or zoology and anatomy for 30 years after he made his drawings. Now, he didn't know as much as we know today about evolution, so he got some of the details wrong. But then they came in and they tried to take photographs of these embryos and make them look much different than they actually are, because if you knew how similar they are, you might just conclude that maybe they're related to each other. Or maybe God designed it that way and intentionally made it look like they were related to deceive people. Because God does say in the Bible that he's going to send people delusion. He is going to mislead people so that he can then punish them for falling for his delusion. And Kent is of course, he's going to say that how complex life is, and that the single cell is more complicated than a space shuttle. But complexity on its own is not evidence of design. Design would be more indicated by simplistic efficiency. And that's what we see. Compare the metric system to the American system of weights and measures. The metric system is a top-down design system designed to be easy and designed to work in the laboratory. The American system of weights and measures evolved over time, and you've got various overlapping units, and it's very hard for scientists to work with that in the laboratory, but it works in everyday use because it evolved that way. It fit people's needs. And so moving into the fossil record, we see a story. And no, we don't have to prove which individual ancestors procreated. That is a fallacy, because we know if we find an animal in the ground, we find their fossilized remains. We know one thing. We know that it definitely had parents. So we know it was not cut far off from a breeding population of its species. And we get to take a look, a snapshot at where that species was on its evolutionary journey. And it tells us a lot. And we see things that we would not maybe expect, like lungfish, fish that can walk on land and have lungs. They're still alive today. We look in the fossil record and we see animals like Tiktaalik, a transitionary species between fish and land-walking mammals, lived about 390 million years ago. Moving on to Ichthyostegus, that lived 360 million years ago, that had more sturdy legs and a rib cage to protect so that it could breathe better on land. It was more adapted to live on land. And that's all evolution is. It's not about death. It's about making the next generation just a little bit better off, a little bit better able to survive. Everything dies. Nothing is going to live forever. Everything would die regardless of whether evolution is true or creation is true. Moving on, we see basilosaurid whales 40 million years ago. They actually have a blowhole not at the front of their snout like land animals and not at the top like modern whales. That blowhole is in the center of their snout. And we see animals like Myocetus that had legs capable of walking, is with fossils found only among ocean life. It had webbed feet, head, and actually had teeth. We also have Protocetus, Durodon, whales that had legs that were actually capable of probably walking on land, but that were more inclined to live in the water. These animals share a lot of characteristics. In fact, genetics tell us they're most closely related to the hippopotamus. They have multi-chamber stomachs, internal testicles, and they have bones in their head that are unique to whales. These are transitional species between modern whales and land-walking creatures. Horse evolution has also been very well documented. We have lots of evidence for that. We see people will say that evolution has no evidence of new traits coming. Well, we have the evolution of feathers. There was a point in the fossil record where there were no feathers, and then after that there were feathers. Reasonable to assume at that time feathers must have arisen. And by the way, they arose on dinosaurs first, not on birds. God got the order wrong in creation because God said birds were created first when reptiles were clearly evolved first, as Kent is well acquainted with the farm, fish, amphibians, reptiles, mammals.
James, that's time.
All right.
I appreciate that. That went about 13 minutes. And I just thought at 13 minutes, we'll kind of wrap it up. That's there fine. Just so we have enough time. And I appreciate that opening statement, just so we have enough time to discuss all the points. Also, James, 99% of your opening came in good. There was only one issue that lasted about 10 seconds, and it seemed to be when you were moving around with the cat. So maybe you bumped into your phone or. So other than that, it's good.
He's our producer for the show, so he likes to kind of watch the show, sentient, non-human animal. So.
Well, I appreciate it, James. Thank you for the opening statement. And we're going to hand it over to Kent now, equal time. So James took 13 minutes, and therefore, Kent, you get 13 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, thank you so much for doing this, James. It sounds like you're a Aaron Rod disciple, and you're reading script straight from his website. I don't know if that's true or not, but it's all sounded awful familiar. I've seen it before. And I appreciate the analogy you gave. That's classic. The metric system versus the American English standard system. Our system's confusing. Weights, measures, lengths, they don't, you got to convert everything. Metric system is much easier. You said the metric system was designed top down. I agree. You said the English system evolved randomly, and it's chaos. Good observation. James, think about it, okay? I think all of nature is designed and all fits together pretty good. The animals breathe in the oxygen, give off CO2. The plants breathe in CO2 and give off oxygen. You'd almost think it was designed top down if you didn't know better. But anyway, thank you. I'll use that example. I like that. Okay, you brought up quite a few points from Mr. Nelson's site that I would like to answer. You claim Haeckel's drawings are accurate. You are mistaken, okay? Or somebody lied to you. The textbooks, and I've got a whole rack of them here, show that the baby growing in the mother has gills like a fish. They're not gill slits. They're not even slits. They're folds of skin. I got the same in my elbow, okay? I can't breathe through them. I got some under my neck. Fat folks got a lot of them in their neck, okay? This is a lie I cover in my video number 4. They are not gill slits, and it's not evidence for evolution. But the purpose of this debate tonight is for you to provide evidence for evolution. Is that a reasonable theory to see that the embryos of these different animals have folds under their skin, under their chin? Therefore, they're related. That's the evidence that you presented. I'm gonna counter that, okay? Evidence from development, the textbook says. What do they mean? The similarity between early stages in development of many different animals helped convince Darwin that all forms of life shared common ancestor. Ernst Haeckel drew the drawings, and they are fake, and he admitted it on trial with his other professors, okay? Darwin considered this embryology thing you brought up, by far the strongest single class of facts in favor of his theory. Haeckel, who faked that he was a good artist and a good liar, he faked it. Tell him I said so, okay? Haeckel called it the biogenetic law. Haeckel made up the phrase ontogeny, that's the way the baby grows inside the mother, recapitulates or reenacts or goes through again, phylogeny, the way things evolved. Fancy phrase, meaningless, okay? The presence of fish-like structures in these embryos. Wow. As if an embryo retains a memory of its origins and starts to copy them during its development. This is what is taught, and this is absolutely a lie. This idea that sick mind Freud came up with was ontogeny recapitulates phylogeny, that the individual recapitulates the evolution of the entire species. That's why this big debate's going on now. Were they having the debate about abortion up till the baby's 28 days old? The law they almost voted on it today. Give the mother the option to kill the baby until it's 28 days old. Well, if it's just going through fish, amphibian, reptile, mammal stage, it's not a human yet. It's just a fish. It's okay to kill it. That's the logic behind abortion, okay? They're lying. Those are not gills like a fish. That's lie number 12. 4 branchial arches, supposedly gill slits. They develop into bones in the ear, glands in the throat. They have nothing to do with breathing ever. They are lying to you. Those are not gill slits. This fellow's got 5 or 6 folds under his chin. Hillary had a bunch. She couldn't breathe through any of them. Couldn't think with anything either, okay? Haeckel said the turning point in his thinking was when he read Charles Darwin's book. So these two guys influenced each other. Darwin said, boy, I wish we had evidence for my theory. Haeckel said, I'll make you some. I teach embryology. So he faked some drawings for him. By 1868, many evolutionists were worried about the lack of evidence for Darwin's theory. Haeckel, one of the worried evolutionists, decided to manufacture some. The fraud began with his family tree. And James, you and Aaron all believe in this family tree, that everything is related and goes back to an amoeba. It's an orchard. There's a tree of frogs, and there's a tree of bananas, and there's a tree of camels. And they don't go back to a common ancestor. Yes, there are family trees, thousands of them, but they're not connected. The fact that we see 1,100 varieties of apples now does not prove apples are related to whales. You guys are completely insane to believe such a thing. Haeckel became worried about the large gap between non-living and living. Yeah, you ought to be. So he invented one. It's called the Monera. You can look it up. He lied, okay? To have a complete chart, Haeckel decided to create a series of organisms. He called them Monera. 1869, he claimed to have discovered these organisms in ocean mud samples. He named them Bathybius haeckeli in honor of Haeckel. 1875, John Buchanan revealed Huxley, I've been saying Haeckel, Huxley, His discovery was simply calcium sulfate from seawater. Haeckel refused to admit his fraud and reprinted the Monera in the drawing of his book, The History of Creation. I think I've got that one in here. Judy, have you seen that one? Organizing the Library. History of Creation, okay? His fraud continued with his attempt to prove the only difference between man and ape is that man can speak. That's the only difference. He could see. Go to a zoo. He fraudulently created a missing link called Pithecanthropus alalis, the speechless ape man. He went so far as to have artist Gabriel Marx draw the made-up creature. He lied, okay? Haeckel reached an all-time low when he began presenting his biogenetic law known as the law of recapitulation. He taught that each animal retraces the stages of evolution in its embryonic development. He drew a dog embryo at 4 weeks. This is his drawing that you said he was a great artist. This is the human embryo at 4 weeks. I'm sorry, there's the actual, what they really look like. Here's his drawings. He's either a lousy artist or he's a liar. Those are not even similar to what they actually, he faked them to make them look alike. Here's the charts that you said is evidence for evolution. I'm sorry, you are mistaken. Are we still recording? Okay, okay. On top are Haeckel's drawings. Underneath are actual photographs. He is a lousy artist or he's a really convincing liar. But to have you present that as evidence 60 years after it's proven wrong, it proves how convincing it was. And Mr. Nelson still thinks it's evidence for evolution. The gill slits. He was tried at the Jena University court. He was convicted and he confessed. A small percentage of my drawings are forgeries. Those, namely, for which the observed material is so incomplete or insufficient as to fill in and reconstruct the missing links by hypothesis and comparative synthesis. Hovind translation. I didn't have any evidence, so I made up what I wanted it to say. I made it what I wanted it to look like. That's what that means in English. He said, I should feel utterly condemned were it not that hundreds of the best observers and biologists lie under the same charge. So in 1875, he admitted it was a fraud. 145 years later, you are still believing it. James, get up to speed, okay? Despite its status as a fake, Darwin continued to use this biogenetic law as the most important evidence of common descent. They would ask Darwin, what's the best evidence you've got? Oh, look at the embryos, look at these drawings, look at this chart. And people go, oh, wow, it must be true. You use the same thing tonight, James. I want the listeners to this channel to understand you either don't know what you're talking about or you're lying because you're presenting evidence that is false. It's not true. Stop using that. The whole purpose of this debate series, where's the evidence for evolution? That's not evidence. Human embryo at the very early period can hardly be distinguished from that of other members of the vertebrate kingdom, Darwin said. All these frauds brought to public in a 1911 book called Haeckel's Frauds and Forgeries. So for over 110 years, it's been known he lied and published about it. Few people know the pictures were fakes. The deceit was exposed by Haeckel's Frauds and Forgeries, a book by Asmuth and Hull. They quoted 19 leading authorities. Anatomist Keeble of Freiburg University said, it clearly appears that Haeckel has in many cases freely invented embryos or reproduced from illustrations given by others in a substantially changed form. Zoologist at Basel University said, it's a sin against scientific truthfulness. I agree. Now listen, I love science. Science is what we know. Knowledge gained by observation, experimentation, testing, demonstration. I love science. Evolution is not part of science. It's a religious worldview. You guys believe it on faith completely. Nobody's ever seen a cow produce a non-cow or a dog produce a non-dog or an amoeba produce a non-amoeba. It's not science. It's a religious belief you have, these stupid family trees. During early exposure, Western educators continue to use Haeckel's pictures for decades as proof of the theory of evolution. The matter's been settled with finality. Dr. Michael Richardson, an embryologist at St. George Medical School, London, he found there was no record that anyone actually ever checked Haeckel's claims by systematically comparing human and other fetuses during development. Let's check it out. Isn't that what science is supposed to do? Anybody can make a claim. Okay, check it. That's what peer review is all about. Okay, here's one of his peers, who's an embryologist, reviewing it. He assembled a scientific team that did that, photographing the growing embryos of 39 different species. In 1997, interview London's The Times, Richardson said, this is one of the worst cases of scientific fraud. It's shocking to find that somebody one thought was a great scientist was deliberately misleading. It makes me angry. What Haeckel did was take a human embryo and copy it. pretending that the salamander and the pig and all the others look the same at the same stage. They don't. They are fakes. Check it out. London, the Times from London, what's that, 30 years ago, 25 years ago. When we see at a certain stage the embryos of a man and the ape and the dog and the rabbit, the pig, the sheep, though recognizable as higher vertebrates, you can tell it's got a backbone, cannot be distinguished from each other. The fact can only be elucidated by assuming a common parentage. Haeckel's still teaching it himself 30 years after he was proven to be a liar. There's Haeckel's drawings. There's the actual photographs by Richardson, who teaches embryology. He lied. Stop using that as evidence for evolution. Tear it out of all the textbooks. You teachers, go to your school board and say, folks, we got a textbook on page 87 here. It says this information, and this has been proven wrong for 100 years. Could we tear this page out, please? Come on, don't you want the textbooks to be accurate? Is that all you've got? I'm wound up tonight, man. Thank you, Matt. The biogenetic law as a proof for evolution is valueless. That's 60, 70 years ago they knew that, okay? Biogenetic law has become so deeply rooted in biological thought, it cannot be weeded out, in spite of having been demonstrated to be wrong by numerous scholars. Science Magazine, 1969, a peer-reviewed journal. Surely the biogenetic law is as dead as a doornail, American scientist, 35 years ago. Set of 19th century drawings still appear in reference books, are badly misdrawn, said the embryologist in Britain. Haeckel confessed to drawing from memory, was convicted of fraud at the University of Jena, and the drawings persist. St. George Medical School in London, 1997. Here's Haeckel's fake drawings used at universities all over the place, still using them. University of North Dakota, when I was there preaching, they still use Haeckel's drawings. There's an excellent book about the gill slits. Haeckel he faked Darwin's book came out 1859. He said we should find evidence for my theory. Haeckel faked the drawings 10 years later. 6 years after that, 6 professors proved he was wrong. He lied. Okay, it should have been over. Stop. Go look for more. If you want to believe in evolution, that's fine. But don't use false evidence to tell other people it's true. Where's the evidence? Those are not gill pouches. Holt biology teaches it. Glencoe biology teaches it. These are lying. Tim Barra still teaching it 115 years after it's proven wrong. Kenneth Miller, the Catholic biology teacher in Rhode Island, still teaching it, wrote it in his book. Kenneth Miller says evolution's as much a fact as gravity. Kenneth, I'll debate you anytime. Bring it on, Catholic and all. Wear your rosary thing. Doesn't matter. I'll take you on. You're wrong. These are not gill slits.
1 minute.
1 minute. Presence of gill slits and tails is the early stage of vertebrate embryos, supports evidence from the fossil record. Those are not gill slits. They're lying. This is in books all over the place. All I've ever said is I'm not trying to get creation in the schools. I want the schools to be accurate. I'm going for honesty. Stop using this lie as evidence for evolution. It's all over the place. I got hundreds of textbooks here. I believe science class should teach science. It is not science that the embryos are related. That was only 1 point, James. I got a whole list here. This debate's going to go all night. Bring it on. Your turn.
And that is time. Gentlemen, we are only through the opening statements, and it's already an epic debate. I can already tell this is going to be one to remember. We've got a fantastic chat already. We've got over 325 people, and therefore I see a lot of questions coming in, guys. Just make sure you are tagging me. I've already got a lot of great questions for the Q&A, so I appreciate it. All right, James W., we are going to hand it over to you now that we move into the rebuttal portion of the debate. We have 6 minutes for the rebuttal. So whenever you're ready, James, go ahead.
Well, Kent, I don't know where you would ever get the idea that I had watched Aaron Ra's stuff, because, here we have Aaron Ra looking for fossils, and he says they definitely count as evidence for evolution. And I would go with him any day over someone hand-waving away an entire field of evidence. And, I see that you decided to disregard my warning and, breach that 9th commandment in terms of Haeckel, but that's fine. How's that going to work for you on Judgment Day? I guess you might not be too happy with that. But, they took Nebraska Man out of the textbook. It's funny that why would they leave in Haeckel's drawings if they were proven to be fraudulent? They have no problem taking out things that are later proven not to be true. And you mentioned that CO2 and oxygen exist, and there's a relationship between plants and animals. And that is life utilizing resources available to it. That's exactly what you would expect from evolution. And what you said about abortion and 28 days old. I don't know of anybody who's seriously considering that. There are a couple people on the fringes, but I don't think anybody has ever used evolution as a reason to support abortion one way or the other. It's just never comes up in that sphere. And yeah, the biogenetic law is not even relevant anymore. What we're talking about, we're not talking about the biogenetic law being fact. We're talking about the fact that the embryos look similar. I see you have those distorted photographs, and that's fine. That's that they tried to make look similar because, hey, you guys don't have any evidence for God. So when we present evidence of common ancestry, that kind of gets people makes them a little nervous. Maybe they're not going to live forever. Maybe death does apply to them. So they'll do anything to escape that reality. But I guess it helps for a time being. But like I was saying before, we have evidence of feathers emerging in the fossil record on birds. God got the days wrong, the creation order wrong, because reptiles came first. Birds lay eggs like reptiles, and they also have reptilian scales on their feet. And chickens have been found to express teeth, not serrated beaks like we see with some birds, actual teeth. Now, why would an intelligent designer put teeth in the genetics of a chicken or other birds when they don't have teeth? Why is that there? And moving forward, we have human evolution. We have the Australopithecines, Australopithecus afarensis, 2.9 million years ago, Australopithecus africanus, 2 million years ago, Homo habilis, 2.8 million years ago. You'll notice that's an overlap. They both existed at the same time. We have Homo erectus, 2 million years ago, Homo ergaster, about 1.3 to 1.8 million years ago, the first hominid to use fire and to construct tools. Homo heidelbergensis, 700,000 years ago, arose Homo florensis, only found in Indonesia in the South Pacific, leading up to Homo neanderthalis and, of course, us Homo sapiens. Now, there are people who have devoted years, decades of scientific study to examining the remnants we have. And I've seen people on YouTube go bone by bone over these human ancestors with creationists and demonstrate that these are clearly not apes, they're not modern apes, and they are also not humans. They are transitional species. And of course, the response to that is no, hand wave that away. They're not. And I get that's a little hard on the religion that we find all these animals in the fossil record that do not exist today. Why would that be? And I think what's going on here is that we're missing a lack of scale. So, like I said before, Lucy Australopithecus afarensis lived about 2.9 million years ago, and that is, being a pre-human ancestor, all of human history accounts for about 250 generations. You go back 250 generations, you're at the dawn of history. That would have been about 128,000 generations ago. So I know that's way longer than you think the Earth has been here, but these people did live and they did exist, and the fossil record bears proof of that. You can disregard them if you want, but they are your ancestors. Their blood runs through your veins. And the fact that they fought and lived and reproduced and were able to have kids that live is the only reason you're able to live today, and you have kids that live. And you can dismiss them if you want, but it's not reality. I'm sorry, these animals do exist, and if you just want to pretend they don't, that's fine. But 128,000 generations, at no point during that time did any animal ever change into a different kind. That would be a lateral jump on the evolutionary tree. All we ever see is further diversification. That's all we've ever seen. And at no point did one animal give birth to another kind. You can't draw the line at species at one particular generation. That's just not how it works. And you could go 100 generations before, 100, even 1,000, and you're never going to notice any major changes. But if you look at the grand scheme of things, you are going to see major changes. And that's the power of time. I know you like to say that we think time, it's reality. Time does, tiny changes accumulating in the short term add up to very big changes in the long term. And you take animals that are the most distantly related, like apples and whales, and use that as an example after 1 billion years of diversification in each way, but they are related. Thank you.
If you want to wrap up your thoughts, James W., no worries.
No, go ahead. We can move on.
Well, thank you for that 6-minute uninterrupted rebuttal. We are now going to hand it over to Kent for equal time. Kent, whenever you're ready, you also have 6 minutes.
Well, thank you, sir. Here's the Miami Standard. Is this today? 7 days ago, March 9th. There you go. Can you zoom in on over this way? Okay, right in front of my face. Got it. Miami Standard. It says, can't focus on it here. There we go. I'll just read it to you. Okay. Miami Standard, published March 9, 2022. The Miami Standard. Proposed law in Maryland would allow mothers to kill their babies up to 28 days after birth. There are several states considering laws like that. Now, James, you rattled off a bunch of R and Ra's evidence again. I'll debate you and him both same time. Okay, bring him down and I'll take you on. But this time, James, you moderate it and no interrupting. I didn't interrupt you at all. And one topic at a time. Okay, you brought up about 5 topics. You brought up Homo erectus and Homo habilis and all the homos. Never mind. So you said they're not apes and they're not humans. They're intermediate. Look, if you find a homo that is halfway, that looks like halfway ape and halfway human, that doesn't prove anything. And there is no fossil record, James. There's a lot of fossils. We got a whole museum full of them here. There's a lot of fossils. They're evidence of rapid burial. You say they're evidence they had parents. Well, duh. It's not evidence they had children. That's what I've been saying all along. You find a fossil in the dirt, you can't prove it had any kids at all. Sure, you can prove it had parents. Duh. I didn't say that. I've never said that. This clam, petrified in the closed position, these are found by the thousands, maybe even the tens of thousands on top of mountain ranges all over the world, like Mount Everest, covered in petrified closed clams. Had to be buried alive, had to be buried quickly. Clams open when they die. So I think this is a fossil. I think it had parents. I would agree with that. I bet they were clams. But I cannot prove it had any children, and I certainly cannot prove it had children that were different. Neither can you. You can't prove any fossil that in any museum in the world had children that lived. You cannot prove they had children that lived that were different. No animal today produces children that are different enough to be considered part of evolution. Where is it happening today? It doesn't happen. There is no fossil record. You mentioned a bunch of things here. I'd love to get them all, but we need to go for 6 years on this debate. Let's see. 1646, enter. You mentioned the whale as evidence for evolution. That's why, James and Donnie, I like to do one topic at a time. What's your evidence? Give me just one instead of rattling off 6 or 8. I don't have time to answer them all, okay? I got them all in my seminar series, Lies in the Textbooks, video number 4 on here. I'll send you one, James, if you really want to know the truth, if you can handle the truth. Whales, for example, have bones located in the muscles of their body walls that are vestigial bones of hips and hind limbs. Really. Many organisms retain traces of their evolutionary history. For example, the whale retains pelvic and leg bones as useless vestiges. Biology textbook on the shelf. Jeannie Scott, the National Center for Science Misdirection, says, working to defend the teaching of evolution against sectarian attack. I debated Jeannie once. Jeannie, anytime, bring it on, okay? I'll take you on again. You and all your whole staff. Bring Skip. I want to see Skip again, okay? This is their evidence for evolution. A whale, bossy to blowhole. The cow changed to a whale. You realize the nose has to go from the front to the back of the head. Is it going to go right through the optic nerve, which goes to the eyes? Is it going to rearrange the whole breathing apparatus to put the nose on top of the head? Stop and think. We don't see it happening, but they say their evidence is a whale used to have legs. This is proof it used to walk on land. True, there's some fish today that are able to crawl out on land and crawl back in. I agree. Maybe they're designed to do that. You know, there are some cars that are designed to take off and fly. You ever seen those little bitty cars? You drive it or you can fly it. Not many of them, but somebody designed it. Somebody might have designed Tiktaalik and all these other ones to do exactly what they do. Many modern whales have hind limb bones that are no function. This is an absolute lie. Just imagine whales walking around. It's true. Here's the bones they're talking about right here. Los Angeles Museum of Natural History said this is a whale's pelvis. This is either the guy who did this is a liar or he's stupid about whale anatomy. Tell him I said so, and I'll debate him too. The whole university staff or the museum staff. Killer whale located Cambridge University says the whale has a vestigial pelvis. Here's Milwaukee, humpback whale hanging up there. Yep. Well, I agree. They've got these bones there, but that's not vestigial hind legs. And you know that, James, if you studied my stuff at all. Get evidence for evolution. National Pornographic for Kids said millions of years ago, dolphins had legs. No, they did not, okay? The whale's pelvis, located far from the vertebrate, has no apparent function. Tell the Hope biology teacher, I don't know who wrote this one, I forgot the author's name. You tell them I said they're stupid or they're lying, okay? Those bones, we got one in our museum. These little bones are anchor points for whales to reproduce. Male whale has a penis 15 feet long. He's got to have special muscles. They have to mate in the dark underwater with no arms, and he can't talk and say, scoot over, honey. They have muscles to maneuver their penis into position. It has nothing to do with walking on land, okay? It has to do with making baby whales. What do you mean they serve no function? Study your anatomy. Male and female whales are vastly different. They have to be. Duh. Male and female humans are different too. Vive la différence, okay? Yay. The erotic endurance of whale. They have known forever these are not vestigial leg bones. They are bones used in mating. They serve no function. Tell that to Daddy Whale. He'll slap you upside the head, okay?
1 minute.
Fish have strong muscles on their sides that allow them to swim tail side to side. I agree. Many have side-to-side movement. Some have up and down movement like the whale. So these whales there's no vestigial hip bones in a whale or a snake. Snakes can't talk either, except one was given the miraculous ability to talk in the Bible, but I'm not demanding that be taught in the schools. I believe that by faith. But snakes have little claws. The same thing. They're for mating. They're not for proof for walking on land. Guys, back to the topic of the debate. James, where's the evidence for evolution? Don't give me a homo, and don't give me a whale, and don't tell me about gill slits. Where's the evidence for evolution? Start over. Go ahead. Your turn.
Okay, just on time. That concludes the uninterrupted 6-minute rebuttals. Again, fantastic debate so far. We got a ton of great points to discuss. And so now that we're in the discussion, let's do this, James. We're going to allow you to start. Pick one of your lines of evidence that you brought up in the opening statement and rebuttals. We'll allow you to start, and we'll kind of engage each one by one. Oh, apologies, James. Let me unmute you.
So I can ask Kent a question. I think question and answer period.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
All right. Sounds good. So Kent, the first thing I want to, did the greyhound come from a non-greyhound? We did Kent. You can't come from a non-Kent, but did the greyhound come from a non-greyhound?
Well, I don't know. They've developed quite a few varieties of dogs over the years, mostly by selective breeding to get a particular purpose, like a fast dog or a small dog or a hairy dog. They're all still dog, though. I'd be willing to bet $1 million the greyhound came from a dog.
So somewhere along the line, there were dogs that were not greyhounds that stopped having non-greyhound babies, and then they decided to start having greyhound babies that are greyhounds? No?
There were dogs that had babies that turned out to be dogs. Some were bigger, and we chose to give it a name, greyhound. I don't think the greyhound cares what we call it, or even knows what we call it, okay? But I think the greyhound is still a dog, and I think it came from parents that were dogs, and probably even grandparents that were dogs. I'd even go back 5 or 6 generations, if you'd like. They were dogs all the way back. And I'd be willing to bet $50 if the greyhound has puppies, they'll be dogs too.
Right. They'll be greyhounds forever. But at some point, they were not greyhounds.
No. Greyhounds might change enough to where we decide to call it a new name, but it'll still be a dog.
So if we isolated a population for, say, 20,000 years, they probably wouldn't be able to interbreed, would they?
Oh, could be. Man might decide that's the criteria to call it a new species. Again, I don't think the dogs care. I think the greyhound and the chihuahua would have a tough time producing babies, but they'd still be dog. So the varieties of dog kind have been created by man, most of them. Nature would select some to survive. Turn all the dogs in the world loose in Alaska, only the hairy ones survive. Turn them loose in Australia outback, only the greyhound type survive. Nature does select, but it doesn't create anything. It's still a dog. Go ahead.
You can can't ask a question, Don.
Okay. Would you answer my question about the gill slits? I think I showed you plenty of evidence that has been proven wrong. Why are you still thinking Haeckel's drawings are evidence for evolution? Why would you present that tonight in 2022?
I don't think they've been proven wrong, Kent. I do think that it's very unusual that why would the human embryo have these arches in their neck if we weren't related to them? And I get it that they don't turn into gills in humans, but that's how biology works. It takes similar base structures and does different things with them because evolution can only work with what it has. It can't invent something out of nothing. It takes existing structures and it can do different things with them. It can make glands in the throat, bones in the ears, but in fish it can make gills.
As the baby develops inside the mother, it starts off really, really tiny. 2 cells, okay? The only cell you can actually see without a microscope maybe is the egg cell. The sperm you can't see without a good microscope. They get together and make a baby start to develop an embryo. And when it starts off, it's round. The whole thing is round, no slits anywhere. But we know part of those are going to turn into lungs. Part of it's going to turn into a mouth, which are necessary for breathing. So later, as it grows and develops, these little wrinkles will develop in the skin under the chin, and they grow into bones in the ear and glands in the throat. My point is, they are not gill slits. They're not gills. The fact that they have these little wrinkles under their chin, and some other animals seem to have them. Well, I showed you the drawing, the actual photographs by the guy who's an embryologist at a professional university, and that's his job. On top are his Haeckel's fake drawings, which you used tonight. Underneath are actual photographs from 1998. So what? They've got little folds of skin. I got some in my elbow right here. I've seen fat folks got 20 or 30 of them on their belly. They can't breathe through them, okay? You're mistaken. I'm sorry, James. Correct yourself. Tell Aaron, quit feeding you false information. Where's the evidence for evolution? Not the gill slits. You used fake drawings tonight, proven wrong 150 years ago.
Well, Kent, I don't know what to tell you. I guess when you get to the judgment day, you'll find out.
I'll tell you what to say, James. Simple. Say, I'm sorry. I'll stop using that. Want me to say it for you and you can sign it?
If you want to stop breaching the 9th commandment and slandering Haeckel, then, I mean, that's up to you. But you believe in a God. I don't.
Okay. Well, you will one day. But, okay. So my question to you was, why do you use these fake drawings? I think I give plenty of evidence. Check it out. University of, let's see. I showed you the evidence right here. Richardson, let's see. American Scientist, 1998, said they're fake. Okay. New Scientist magazine, 1997, said they're fake. They said he was convicted of fraud. You're still using them. Stop. It's real simple, James. Say, I'm sorry, I won't use those anymore.
I don't think he was convicted of fraud, but...
You don't think he was convicted of a fraud?
I haven't seen any evidence of that other than what people say. I haven't seen any documents. I haven't seen any transcripts, any trial records.
Okay, Google New Scientist right there, September 6, 1997. Or you can Google this one, American Scientist, 1988, where they say it's dead as a doornail. It's not true.
The biogenetic law.
Science Magazine, 1969.
Not the similarities in the embryos.
Instead. Okay, go ahead.
Well, if Aaron Ra's right, he's right. Why would that be an issue? If he's right, he's right.
I agree. And if he ever turns out to be right on something, I'll agree with him.
So, Ken, I have to ask you, so a lot of these whale pelvises, now you've done extensive studies on the whale reproductive system, and you commented on that tonight, and they're 15-foot penises, and that these are muscle point attachments. But some of these pelvises have ball and socket joints. So why would it need a ball and socket joint just for muscle attachments?
Maybe it has to swivel around.
But
are you married?
They're locked in position. I'm not. I'm divorced, Kent.
Okay.
We're in the same boat.
Okay.
It's yeah.
Anyway, so I don't know. I haven't watched. Nobody has ever actually watched whales reproduce. They do it way down deep when they close the curtains, I guess. Nobody knows. But we know they have babies because they come up pregnant. And so maybe there's special reasons why they have a ball and socket joint, but it doesn't prove it was a leg.
Well, in terms of science, we're not talking about proof. We're talking about what's reasonable to assume. Is it reasonable to assume that a god would make it look like it was used at one point for walking on land? And the fact that it's there is no problem for evolution. If it retains a residual function, we would expect that, right? Because if they could make more babies, that trait would be disappeared from the gene pool. So, of course, if it's necessary, which I'm not saying it is, but if it was, evolution is totally fine with that.
Would it also be reasonable to assume, like, wow, this is a really good design, makes these monster creatures able to make babies underwater in the dark and can't talk? Wow, that's a good design. Would that be a reasonable conclusion from the fact that they look like they're designed?
Well, that's an interpretation. They don't look like they're designed. They look like they're just there so that the whales can be whales. And it looks like And the fossil evidence record proves that, as I said before. Aaron Ra's gone on fossil digs and digs bones out of the dirt, and we find animals that we've never seen before, don't exist today. They're not like anything that exists today. And what's the explanation for that? Why are these layers, why are these fossils so beautifully sorted in this order all over the world? When your explanation is this global flood that would have mixed everything up, everything would be in a jumbled mess. That's not what we find anywhere. We find the same layers all over the world, and no, you can't see them all, but at one spot, there are some spots where you can see a lot of them. But if you take a map, geological map, you can find out which layers are exposed in any one place, and you can go there and you can look at it. It'll be the same all over the world.
I have done that. I've gone fossil hunting. We have a giant fossil collection here. I've been to, 37 countries in my traveling and speaking, and I always look for fossils from that area. I've seen the Grand Canyon up and down. They told me when we were down in the Grand Canyon in a helicopter, they said, you go back 200 million years. I looked at my watch. It was the same date when I was at the bottom than it was when I was at the top. I didn't go back at all. Actually, I went forward about a half hour for the helicopter trip. They're lying to you. There's no geologic column. It's a bunch of layers that formed in the flood. And the fact that animals are found in certain layers is hydrologic sorting. Of course, it's going to sort them by body density. This thing will automatically make 10 or 15 layers if we watch it for a few minutes. The Noah's flood formed nearly all of the fossils. Fossils aren't forming today. Show me where fossils are forming in any significant number today. There are trillions of fossils in the ground. Nobody is seeing them form. A lot of animals died today. There's probably 30 deer got hit on the roads out here in the last 6 months. None of them are going to fossilize. None. We have fossils by the trillions. They had to be buried like Noah's. Would that be evidence of Noah's flood for you, James? Is that enough evidence?
No, it wouldn't, Kent. It would be evidence of a long period of time where we know that the odds of fossilization are probably well under 1%, probably a hundredth or 1,000th of a percent. So the fact that we have billions or maybe even trillions of fossils is a testament to how long this process has been going on. It's a long time. And you could go through and you could go down to the bottom of Grand Canyon and you are hand waving away creatures that lived and existed on this earth millions of years before you did. And you're doing that so you can cling to this Bronze Age fable about, I hate to break this, you're not going to live forever. I'm not. We're all going to die one day, and that is terrible. But it doesn't mean it's good to engage in delusion and fantasy, pretending that doesn't apply to us.
Well, we got 13 topics going at the same time here, one at a time. The vestigial structures. The fossils, okay? There is no fossil record. Somebody's putting their information, their date on them. When you find any fossil, you will notice two things immediately. It doesn't talk, and there's no date on it. None. Not a single fossil. None of the homos they found have a date on them, and none of them can talk, okay? So they put their interpretation on them. I can assign and say, wow, this is intermediate between a baseball and a soccer ball. Look at that. It's forming the round shape. I can make any story up I want. Evolution is a fairy tale for grown-ups. Nobody's ever seen any clam produce a non-clam. Nobody's ever seen a greyhound produce anything other than a dog, and nobody's ever produced a greyhound from anything other than a dog. Tell you what, selectively breed your pine trees till you get a dog. Let's try that, okay? Or selectively breed your amoeba until you get a dog. That's what you guys claim happened. You got these family trees of the amoeba turning into the dog and the human and the whale and the clam and everything else. It's a bunch of lines on paper. It's not science. Mr. Aaron goes fossil hunting. Yay. Tell him he can send some to our museum if you find some cool ones. We got hundreds, probably thousands of them here. I like fossils. They're evidence of rapid burial. And you said the fact that we have so many fossils is evidence of long period of time. The other obvious way to look at it is it's evidence of a flood. Why can't you? The Bible says, I'm going to put your name, James, in 2 Peter chapter 3. It says there would be scoffers who would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. The fact that we find all these fossils, what about trees that are found petrified, standing up, running through all these layers? You're claiming the layers are different ages. You got petrified trees connecting them all. Those layers formed within 6, 10, 12 months of each other in a big flood. See the tide going up and down during the flood? uninterrupted would cause thousands of layers to be settled out in 1 year. You need to come take the tour of Dinosaur Adventureland, James. Okay, go ahead.
Well, like we've dealt with these polystrate fossils before. The way they form is well understood. It's not in any way a threat to evolution. We know what they are. And the fossil record is a record because you can't really honestly expect a global flood to sort all the animals all over the world in the same way. You can't find one example of where there's a fossil where it couldn't be on the evolutionary perspective. And yeah, we understand how polystrate fossils form. It's usually due to local floods, not worldwide floods. And we also have this iridium layer all over the world. And how does that form in a flood? I know you think that maybe the dome fell, that the ice canopy, the Hovind theory, maybe that happened. But how's that getting a layer of iridium all over the world if it all hit the ocean? And we know that iridium is found mostly off the planet in meteorites. And yet we have this layer all over the world, radiocarbon dated, or I'm sorry, not radiocarbon dated, but using potassium argon or rubidium strontium dating that dates to when the dinosaurs went extinct. And you will not find, Kent, not even one example, Kent, of a dinosaur fossil above that layer. Not even one that the flood misplaced and maybe a Jackson chameleon got thrown up there, but after it had lived in the garden for 1,000 years and became a dinosaur. But that doesn't happen anywhere, which you would expect. If this global flood had happened, everything would be chaotic. Floods do not happen in a nice, neat, linear, organized way.
Well, Donnie, we need to follow the rules here, one topic at a time. I'm not sure which one he wants me to answer. He just brought up 6, okay? But the polystrata trees, okay? Poly meaning many, strata meaning layers, okay? The Mary Lee and the Blue Creek Formation of coal, a friend of mine worked there, said, Brother Hovind, we find petrified trees standing up all the time, sticking up out of the coal or down into the coal. They found fossil letter H here, went from the Mary Lee down several layers. The Blue Creek Formation had fossil B coming out of the Blue Creek, going up several layers. These petrified trees, both layers of coal had to form at the similar times before the tree would rot, certainly within a couple of years of each other. It's much more logical and rational to deduce, wow, the Blue Creek Formation of coal and the Mary Lee Formation of coal formed quickly. I think an honest court of law would quickly say, wow, you're right, there's the evidence. We got fossils going through the same layer coming out of different seams of coal. There are petrified trees, the Specimen Ridge in Yellowstone, Wyoming, I've been there a couple times. Broken roots extend through so many layers. They didn't grow there. 30-foot petrified tree in Tennessee, Cookeville, Tennessee. I preached up there. They got one going through a seam of coal here and a different seam of coal at the top. You guys would claim each seam of coal is a different age. I would say no. Each seam of coal is maybe a different tide. As the tide's going up and down, washing the stuff back and forth, it's going to lay out layers of vegetation that are going to turn to coal. But there are 30 consecutive layers of coal in some places. One place in Wyoming, they're 300 feet thick. Pure coal. That's a lot of coal. Coal seams nearly always found on layers of clay and rock. This would be poor soil to support a forest. How do you get this tree growing out of clay or rock, growing through a seam of coal? Joggins, Nova Scotia is famous for its petrified fossils of trees standing up. Hundreds of them all up and down the coast. Joggins, Nova Scotia, Google it. I think you guys are mistaken to claim the layers are different ages, and I think it's probably criminal to force kids to learn that in school, that these layers are different ages. If you guys claim the top layer is younger, I've never had an evolutionist answer this question. If the top layer is younger, where did it come from? Is it coming from outer space? Moving it from here to here is not changing the age of it. You guys claim the lower layers are older, the top layer's younger. Stop and think about that. If I shuffle my deck of cards here, is the top card younger? All the layers are the same age, James. They were shuffled around in a flood. That's it. Wow, look at that. 2 of hearts is younger than the ace of hearts. Wow, I bet I could change that, Harry. Let's see. Oh, now the ace of diamonds is the youngest. It's on top. It is so dumb to see grown men believe such a dumb thing, that the layers are different ages when there's evidence showing clearly they can't be. There's a whale found fossilized. I think I got a picture of it here. Standing on its nose. The nose is in a totally different layer. It is right there. The nose is in a layer of rock dated 1 million years older than the rest of the body. It balanced there for 1 million years on its nose, a whale no less, till the layers formed around it. This is insane. You should stop believing that stuff, James. Give your heart back. You said you studied and turned away from Christianity. Well, you went the wrong direction. Turn around, come back. Okay, go ahead.
Well, like I said, Ken, we understand how polystrate fossils form. We understand. That's well understood.
Well, explain it to me. Explain it to me. I don't understand.
Local floods that disrupt sediment that allow for something like that to happen. What you can't explain is something like Specimen Ridge. I'm surprised you brought that up, Kent, because they have 27 layers of forest with a layer of volcanic ash in between. You would almost think, Kent, that there were 27 volcanic eruptions and then a forest grew on top of it. And yeah, the roots go down and they can penetrate multiple layers. Nobody's disagreeing with that. Doesn't mean the layers aren't there. And this is not a court of law. And in courts of law, at times, as you know, evidence can be excluded. Valid evidence can be excluded. But we get feedback. Okay. Valid evidence can be excluded because people's rights were violated. But we don't have that in the scientific community. We consider all available evidence. We consider the fact that there's 27 layers and that the dendrochronology of these layers show that the oldest trees in these layers were 500 years old. And we know that it takes at least a couple hundred years after these layers form for any growth to be able to happen. So you're talking at least 30,000 years. It's obviously on a much larger scale, but being the most generous possible to you and your 6,000 year theory, you need like 4 or 5 times more of that length to account for that. And we just don't see that. We have no evidence of this global flood. You didn't answer how this iridium layer formed all over the planet, Kent, from a global flood. How is it in the same exact spot when this water would be assuaging and back and forth? This iridium would be scattered throughout this tumultuous event, but yet we see it nice and neatly in the same layer. And if you found a dinosaur above that, you could win a Nobel Prize, Ken. If you found a dinosaur above that iridium layer, which we have never, ever seen, not even one example of a dinosaur above this iridium layer. And that's very hard on your 6,000 year theory. But yeah.
Okay, I'm going to jump in here real quick, and Dr. Hovind, we're going to give you the chance to respond. We're doing a great job at keeping it equally timed. We do have about 3 or 4 different topics going right now, so we'll allow Kent to respond to. And it's the nature. I understand. No worries.
I'm trying to give him equal time. So if
it's been great. It's been great in terms of equally timed. So
I'm not trying to overtalk him.
No worries, you guys are doing great. Dr. Dino, if you want to address his last couple points there, and then maybe we should shift our focus back to specifically evidence for evolution. Although the fossil, a lot of overlap, I understand. So Kent, go ahead. We'll hand it to you.
Kent.
Yeah. One of the rules is equal time, and thank you, Donnie. The other one was one topic at a time. He keeps asking, why didn't you answer my iridium? Well, you asked 8 questions. I chose a different one to answer. Okay. Now, you guys claim that you guys try to portray that the Noah's flood was turbulent. Let's see, what were the words you used? It was tumultuous, raging back and forth. You know, there are storms going on in the world right now, and we don't feel a thing here in Lenox, Alabama. There's hurricanes that hit Gulf Coast of Florida, and they don't feel it in China. It's a big world, James, okay? So Noah might have been in a part of the flood that was peaceful the whole time. The tide going up and down, pulled by the moon, is going to automatically create lots of turbulence underneath, down deep. Ocean-going ships today sail smoothly across the ocean while the tide raises them up and down, and they don't feel what's going on underneath, but it's happening. Underwater turbidity currents, it's happening all the time. So I think that the only way we can get so many fossils is to rapidly kill everything like Noah's flood would do and bury them quickly. We don't see fossils forming anywhere in any great, now I'm not aware of any fossils forming in Alabama in the last 50 years. If so, show me some. Hey, Steve, you buried that big pig out there, right, that died? We got to see if he fossilized. He's been buried, what, 2 years now? The big pig's been out there buried for 2 or 3 years? Let's dig him up, see if he fossilized. Okay, yeah. I don't think you can find it. So if you want to talk about fossilization, as far as iridium layers, there's lots of stuff. But Answers in Genesis has a great answer about that on their website, aig.org. You can check that out. Or ICR has another one, Institute for Creation Research. But that's a whole debate on itself. You want to talk about iridium and meteorites, we can do that. But one topic at a time. So I'm standing by my position. Fossils are found by the trillions. You cannot prove any of them had children. You cannot prove any of them had children that lived. You twisted it and changed it to say, well, we know they had parents. That wasn't the point. James, did the fossils have children? How would you prove any fossil had children that lived? How would you prove that?
We can't prove that, Kent, but like I said, we know that they were close to a breeding population of that species, right? Because like I said, we know that they had parents, Kent, and we know that their parents were very similar to them, but we know that they possessed a few select mutations that their parents did not have. And we see that today. You've got 3 kids, Kent. I have a son. They are not exact copies of you, as we heard last debate with Tom Jump. Kents do not produce Kents produce non-Kents. And while those are small changes, Kent, over the long term, when you extrapolate that out, when you make the reasonable, logical inferences that are, and I realize you think the Earth's only 6,000 years old, 99.9% of the scientists would say that's ludicrous, but you know, you're welcome to hold that position. We have freedom of thought. Well, I support freedom of thought. I don't think religion has always thought that way, but no, they're not large-scale fossils forming today because the conditions required for fossilization are incredibly rare. Incredibly rare. They less than probably 100% of animals that ever lived are fossilized. That means there are probably millions of species that lived on Earth that will never be found in the fossil record because it's so rare. And you know, you're talking about things. You claim that you've got fossilized pickles and acorns in your creation museum, and we know that those are not really fossilized. Those are mineral accretions that accumulate on the out. They're not real fossils. Nobody would agree with that, but you've been promoting them to rely on this hypothesis of rapid fossilization, that we could have all these fossils in 6,000 years, and it's just not, unfortunately, concordant with reality. That's not what we see. And like I said, we know that your ancestors, my ancestors, they all lived long enough to breed. We know that they had children that lived. If they were able to take care of those children, you have kids, Kent, you know how hard it is to take care of a child, and your ancestors, every single one of them, did that, and otherwise you wouldn't be here. And I think you owe them a little bit of gratitude. Go ahead.
Okay, let me jump in here, gentlemen. We're going to hand it to Kent for a final thought, I guess. Of course, Dr. Dino, you want to respond to these points, but that is the end of the discussion. So we're going to let Kent respond. James, since you started the discussion, we'll give Kent the final word on the discussion. But then, James, if there's anything you want to respond to,
sure.
Of course, you still have your 5-minute closing. So we'll save that for the closings, just to stay to format.
Okay, well, you have studied Mr. Nelson carefully, no question. You followed somebody who is confused or lying about this. You throw out these numbers like, wow, 99.9% of scientists would disagree. That sounds like something Mr. Nelson would say. You don't know that. When they do studies and surveys, they found a large percentage of scientists, by who gets to decide who's a scientist. In your mind, if you don't believe evolution, you're not a scientist. Therefore, all scientists believe in evolution. Oh. How about if I say, if you don't live in Alabama, you're not an American? Come on. Who's deciding this, okay? So it's not true that 99.9% of scientists believe in evolution. That is not true, okay? Secondly, you said 1/100th of 1% have fossilized. Where'd you make up that number from? Draw it out of the air. No fossils are forming today, but we find trillions of fossils. There's a clam bed in Tennessee, 10 feet thick. Millions of petrified clams in the closed position. It goes for several miles. You can go dig out all you want. Petrified clams in the closed position are found on top of Mount Everest. Several 1,000-foot layer of petrified sea life on top of Mount Everest. When they climbed the mountains in Peru, South America, 2 miles above sea level, they found 500 fossilized oysters, closed, all of them bigger than the world's record living oyster today. They found one 11 feet. They find fossils of beavers 8 feet long. Biggest beaver in the world today is 2.5 feet. They find fossil dragonflies over 2-foot wingspan. There's nothing like that today. Fossils are usually much larger than their counterparts today. I think that's indication of what the Bible says as being exactly true, that before the flood came, everything lived longer. Before the flood came, people lived to be 900, according to the Bible. I think that's evidence, it's indication at least, hey, maybe that book is true. It's not a sheep herder's Bible. It's a book written by God through different men. He chose to write it. You're going to believe that one day. But there's petrified firewood in Arizona, World Explorer magazine, a mummified dog stuck in a tree. Some would call it fossilized. This is actually a petrified cowboy boot with a cowboy's leg still in it. Fossilized fish giving birth. How long does it take to fossilize? Well, how long does it take to give birth? Not long. Petrified cowboy hat found, or bowler's hat found in New Zealand. There's my pickle in the jar. We got it in the museum over here. It is fossilized. Don't say it's just the outside coating mineralized. No, the whole thing is solid through and through. Anyway, we can get on fossilization. Again, we got 20 topics going. You said the odds of fossilization are very low. Not if it's buried in mud quickly. If the odds of it happening are very low, which is true, but yet we find trillions of them, some event, like Noah's flood, must have done them all at one time. You think so? Yeah. I think that's the logical conclusion from the fact that there are trillions of fossils and some giving birth to a baby. This had to take place rapidly. I don't see how you guys can't see it. Go ahead. We got it's okay. Q&A section, right, Donnie?
That's right. That's right. So I appreciate it, gentlemen. We do have up to 5-minute concluding statements. If you gentlemen want to wrap up your thoughts as I organize the questions here. So James, that does conclude the open discussion. Fantastic job, Kent and James W. Great job keeping it equally timed. A lot of people enjoying this debate. We got 442 people live watching this epic showdown. So James, we're going to hand it to you. You got a 5-minute concluding statement. To be fair, if there's anything you want to respond to there, you got 5 minutes. Kent, you'll get 5 minutes, then we'll get through a couple audience questions. So go ahead.
So I would just like to ask Kent, since he obviously has a lot of beef against Aaron Ra, if he would like to take Aaron Ra's phylogeny challenge, where you look at the evolutionary tree of life and you tell us where it breaks down. You tell us, you point out things that you think that evolution says are related, but you think are separate created kinds. And that's the issue, is that they can't produce a model, because anytime they would, it would be shot down immediately, because kind is so vague and nebulous that it can mean whatever it has to mean for them at any given time. And yeah, we don't know that there's no fossils being formed today. We don't know that. And lots of fossils being found is evidence of deep time, especially considering we have absolutely no evidence for this flood other than the fact that a book says a thing, the same book that talks about talking snakes, talking donkeys, and deities instructing people to cook their food with human feces. If you think that's a reliable text and you want to, and that's what you want to hang your reality on, you're, like I said, you're welcome to do that, but don't expect us to think that's rational. And yeah, the fact that we find strange fossils that are not alive today, that are distinct from animals, any animals that we have today, is evidence that life changes over time. And I think you admit to that, but you think there's some type of arbitrary limit like God. You know, how does that work, Kent? Is God coming inside the cell like Gandalf when it mutates enough to the limit and says, "You shall not mutate"? And the cells, of course, obey God. They stop mutating. Where are these arbitrary limits that you see? And how do we classify species? As we've said before, you talk about whether they're able to bring forth, but you've even said, well, you know, if that's not the case, we could bring in a bunch of 5-year-olds and see what they think. And maybe a group of 5-year-olds knows more than modern biologists who have studied this topic for decades in the laboratory, in the field. But you want to tell us that no, everything they do is they're dumb. They don't know what they're talking about. But you know who does know what they're talking about? The Bronze Age goat herders from the past. They got it right. Modern biology, wrong. They got it right, and we know that because they wrote it down in their heavily edited compilation of the inane babblings of a particular tribe of Bronze Age nomadic goat herders in the Levant. And if you think that trumps modern science, I mean, I've got some land to sell you. Send me a message and we'll work out that deal, Kent.
Okay, thank you, James W., for your concluding statement. And now we're going to hand it to Dr. Dino. You have up to 5 minutes for your concluding statement. Go ahead, Kent.
Oh, hang on. I started it wrong. Give me just 1 second here. All right. Well, thank you, James, for being brave enough to do this and for counseling with Mr. Nelson to try to get advice. I'll do him his phylogeny challenge. Show me where these charts are wrong. Okay. This chart shows an amoeba or protozoa in this case, but a single-celled creature turning to a human. I'd be willing to challenge Mr. Nelson or you or anybody else who believes in evolution. Show me any examples in the laboratory today where a protozoa produces something other than a protozoa. The textbook says the protozoa turned to a human. I think that's lying. I think that's nonsense. I think it's non-science for sure. This one shows animals and fungi and plants having a common ancestor. How about this one? The bats and the horses and the cats and the dolphins and the rats all have a common ancestor. I'll tell you exactly where it breaks down. Nobody's ever seen, let's start at the first one. Let's call it a bacteria to make it simple. Nobody's ever seen a bacteria produce a non-bacteria. Nobody's ever seen that. You guys believe it. You put the lines on paper and say, oh, this is proof. We evolved from a primitive unicellular organism. Well, I would agree that probably all the humans in the world had a common ancestor. His name was Adam. And they've diversified to brown ones and black ones, or dark brown ones and light brown ones, and blonde hair and blue eyes and green eyes and red hair. There's a lot of varieties of humans out there. A lot of varieties of intelligence. Some even dumb enough to believe they came from a rock. Yeah, but that's okay. They're still human. We still accept them, okay? They can still drive on the highway, but watch out for them, okay? So the fact there's a lot of humans, I agree. But they draw this chart saying humans and, let's see, birds have a common ancestor. Nobody's seen that. Nobody's ever seen any evidence for this. You interpret it that way because you want to not have that goat herder's manual be true. I know that because it says thou shalt not do some things apparently some of the people like to do. So of course they don't like that book. But it's pure religious speculation to believe anything inside the circle. We got humans, birds, crocodiles coming from an ancestor that's common. This is not science. They draw these lines on paper. Look at this. The turtle and the bird had a common ancestor. This is baloney. You can believe that if you want. This is America, the land of the free and the home of the slave, and you can believe anything you want, but that's not science. Science deals with what we can observe, study, test, and demonstrate. Look it up. It comes from the Latin word "seer," which means to know. What do we know? Well, we know turtles make baby turtles. We know turtles have parents that are turtles. That we know. We know that, okay? We do not know turtles and birds have a common ancestor. You don't know that. You can believe that if you want, but it's not science. So I'll take Orange Nelson's phylogeny challenge. Where is the evidence of any amoeba or bacteria producing a non-bacteria? Because they have a short generation time, so one human can observe the equivalent of a whole lot of time. For they grow up, get married, have babies in 20, 30 minutes. You get a whole bunch of generations in one day with bacteria. So where's the evidence of a bacteria ever producing a non-bacteria in the laboratory? I would like to see that, please, Mr. Nelson or James. Where is it? There's none. But you guys expect all the kids in the world to be taught this and learn it on a test and fail if they don't get it, showing that tomatoes and moss have a common ancestor. Wow, look at that, boys and girls. They drew a bunch of lines on paper. The elephant and the pig and the hippo and the horse have a common ancestor. I resent that being taught at taxpayer expense. It is baloney. It's a lie. I think it's criminal to teach such nonsense to kids and force everybody to learn it. Go start a private school. All you evolutionists, go to every town. We're going to have a private school to teach kids evolution. Send your kids, pay tuition. Nobody would come. You got to force everybody to pay for that stupid religion to be taught. Anyway, so again, we got 30 topics on the table. Donnie, we're going to have to, I guess, figure out a way to say, stop. You change it to a new topic now, one topic at a time. That's what I do when I do my Whack an Atheist Wednesday night. I go, stop, let's look at, here's what he said. Let's analyze that. I talked about your gill slits. It's not true. Stop using it. Look up the magazines I referenced. Science Magazine, New Scientist, London embryology professor. It's not true. Stop using it. But you guys can't stop using it because all the evidence you have for evolution has been proven wrong. All of it. There's nothing. Watch my video, Lies in the Textbooks, where I cover, document everything. There is no evidence for evolution. The purpose of this debate tonight is for you to provide evidence for evolution. I think you lost. There's none. Go ahead.
Okay, just on time. Much appreciated. Let me restart this. And gentlemen, thank you for the engaging debate. Tons of fun. And also, let me see here. Got a couple super chats. Looks like there's 2 after shows. So it looks like the creationist side is having an after show and then the evolutionist side as well. So this is a super chat from Logical, Plausible, Probable. He says, in the after show, I'll be reading from a paper apparently debunking Haeckel. Okay, so he's got a link in the chat as well. And James W., I believe you're also having an after show if you wanted to announce it.
Yeah, it's on the Atheist Junior channel. I sent you that link, Donnie, if you wouldn't mind posting it in the chat. I know Kent is well acquainted with Atheist Junior, so it'll be fun. Why don't you come on, Kent?
I'll debate him anytime. Bring it on, Atheist Junior.
All right. Thanks for keeping it fun, gentlemen. Okay, so what we've been trying to do as well with this Evolution Debate Challenge series, since we've been doing so many of them, we're trying to limit them to around an hour and a half. So I'm going to start the questions now, and we're going to get through as many as we can. I'm going to put a timer so we don't go for too long. And I want to thank everybody ahead of time who sent in just comments and super chats, not really with any questions, but just showing their appreciation for the debate. So I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And first question comes in from God and Gun Klinger. James W., this question is for you. So I'll put it up on screen and we'll read it out. So he says, how many mutations are allowed before humanity becomes extinct with an overabundance of mutations? Go ahead, James.
All right, so this is that genetic entropy fallacy that I'm sorry to say is so promoted, especially on this channel, and that is kind of the creationist new go-to thing after irreducible complexity was shown not to be true. They've kind of clung to this genetic entropy thing, and no, mutations are just variations within species, and over time that produces evolution. But these mutations can be beneficial, neutral, or harmful. Overwhelmingly, most of them are neutral, and so they don't impact the survival of the organism. The few that are beneficial have a good effect. The few that are deleterious have a bad effect. But there's no limit because the bad ones will be filtered out by natural selection. Thank you.
Thank you, James W., for that response. Over to you, Dr. Dino, for your response.
Well, he demonstrated great faith that mutations will do it. He said, and he's right, mutations are harmful, fatal, or neutral. Where are the beneficial ones? Show me some. You would need trillions of them to change an amoeba to a whale. Trillions and trillions and trillions. Mutations happen. I agree. It's a mistake. Something goes wrong in the genetic code copying. It's a really complicated code. Here's a 5-legged bull. Built a leg in the wrong spot. There's no new information added. There's no scientific evidence to support the evolution theory except lies. Here's a mutated sheep called the short-legged sheep. Somebody capitalized on it and said, hey, I'm going to raise a whole bunch of these because they can, have smaller pastures or something, or whatever the reason. They decided to capitalize on it. Somebody took dogs and took a mutation, ended up with a Chihuahua, and now they breed the dumb things and sell them. People are dumb enough to buy those. We wouldn't use them for shark bait. It's a dumb dog, but they got them, okay? Chihuahuas. It's still a dog. Mutations happen. There's a mutated turtle, not ninja, but it's mutant. And nobody makes a double-neck turtleneck sweater. Mutations only change around existing genetic information. I can rearrange the letters of Christmas and get all kinds of words. You're never going to get Xerox, zebra, or queen out of there. Here's a mutated fly. This textbook says normal flies have 2 wings. Good observation. This mutant has 4. But guess what? It can't fly. What is it, a crawl now? Sure, mutations happen. Why don't you give an example, James, of the best you know of for a beneficial mutation? By the way, keep in mind, you got to get 2, male and female, at the same time in history. That's a problem for your billions of years. And in the same location, and they got to find each other. Anyway, where is the science of a mutation that is beneficial taking over a population? Where is it?
Okay, thank you, Kent, for that response. James W., to be fair, the question was for you, so we'll give you the final word. Go ahead.
Beneficial mutations become traits. So if we look, Kent, in the fossil record, you will see a point where there were no feathers before this point. You will see after that there are feathers. Like I said, it's only reasonable to assume they evolved during that period. And by the way, we've shown that feathers can evolve from reptilian scales. They are modified scales. We've shown alligators, Kent, that show that they can mutate, get proto feathers. And no, they weren't originally used for flight, but evolution will use what it has, and it has developed many diverse organisms on the earth, and mutation is the engine. Natural selection is what propels everything forward. And it happens. You know that evolution, you are okay with microevolution. You just disagree about the time scale. I'm saying, well, what you're saying is you could drive a car down the road, but you could never, ever, ever drive that same car through the same mechanism to another county or another state. But you can, Kent. It's the exact same mechanism. I'm glad I'm entertaining you. I'm glad we're keeping this fun. So go ahead, Kent.
Question, right, James, or should I respond to that?
I believe we move on to the next question. Okay. But if Kent wants to respond, that's fine.
Well, I'm very curious about these alligators growing feathers. I want to see some of that. Yeah, I'd like one of them for the museum. Here, bring it on. I'll pay money for that. An alligator with feathers. I want to see that. Any of you folks in Louisiana, my friends over there,
article.
I need some alligator skulls for a museum. And if you find one with feathers, I'll give you $1,000. Bring it over. Okay.
It's down from the $250,000 challenge, but yeah, we'll take it.
I'm broke. Okay, I got a bunch of people living here eating food, and I got to pay for everything. So, down from $250. Yeah.
Okay.
And the $250,000 offer I had for years. Some millionaire was backing me up on that. I didn't have the money, but he said, "I'll back you up. Offer him $250,000." Because I started off with a $10,000 offer, and I started off at $1,000. Somebody said, "Let's make it 10. I'll back you up." Another guy said, "I'll make it $250,000." I said, "Okay, if it's your money." Nobody ever offered any evidence for evolution either. You haven't either yet, James, tonight.
I mean, to be fair, Kent, that challenge, you did have a lot of criteria that made it virtually impossible to meet the challenge. So his money was always pretty safe, I would say. But
yeah. Well, okay, for you, I want to see a feathered alligator. You, James, I'll give you the $1,000, but I get to keep the alligator.
I'll send you the article, Kent.
No, okay, not an article. I want to see the alligator.
Well, I'm not a scientist, obviously, but there you go. Neither are you, but we're just discussing science. So thank you, Kent.
If I could have a pet alligator with feathers on it, that would be pretty cool. So, okay,
cool. Would you admit evolution was true, though?
Or if I had a pet alligator
with feathers, a feathered alligator.
Okay,
you have more questions there, Donnie? Or
yeah, let's do it. Hey, if you guys are good, let's move on. So this is Steven. I appreciate the super chat there, Steven. So he $10 super chat. Steve, brother, I got it up on screen here again. This is for you, Jay. So that would be you, James. So he asks, if there are millions of humans and millions of monkeys, why aren't there millions of in-between animal / mammal / humanoid beings?
Well, like I said before, between us and Lucy, which lived about 2.8 million years ago, you would expect there to be 128,000 generations. And at no point during that was there a large change from one generation to the next. Never happened. That's you're straw manning evolution when you think that you're going to have a large scale change in the short term. We're saying is a very small changes over a long period of time can accumulate and add up to big changes. It's very similar to how language evolved. If you went back 1,000 or 1,500 years ago and you read something in English, you wouldn't be able to make heads or tails of it. It's still English. It just evolved over time. And at no point was it different day to day, year to year. It was always very similar. But these small changes added up over time. And that's what we see in the fossil record. We see lots of animals that don't exist today They obviously existed before, and not just one or two of them. We find multiple examples of the same animal. Again, doesn't live today and is not the same as any modern animal.
Okay, thank you for that response there, James W. We'll hand it over to Kent if you had a response.
I think you'd find nearly every fossil found has a counterpart today that is the same or very similar. There are living clams today, bunches of them. They look just like this, only they're not turned to rock. There are beavers today. We got some in our lake up here. You can come see them. And there are fossil beavers. I think you're wrong, James. I think nearly all animals today have been found as fossils, and nearly all fossils that have been found have a counterpart alive today. The question was, there are millions of humans, I agree, billions of them, and millions of monkeys, maybe billions of those too, I don't know. Why aren't there any millions of in between? Because it didn't happen. Stephen, send me the $10. It didn't happen. It didn't happen. They're dreaming. Lucy is dead. Lucy, you can't prove Lucy had any kids at all. None. You can't prove that, but you guys are going to change it. Well, she had parents. They deliberately divert because they can't answer the question. Where are Lucy's children and where's the scientific evidence? Don't say, well, we're here, so we must be. No, that's not science. That's a belief system. So all the homos that they gave tonight are dead. And somebody chose to put a label on them. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. And James, a quick final word since it was your question. Go ahead.
So I would just say that we know that these animals exist. We have evidence of them, not just Lucy. We have many examples of Australopithecines. We have examples of other pre-human, pre-Homo sapien humans. And no, they are not the same as modern humans. And no, they are not the same as apes. They are, the only logical conclusion is that they are transitional species. And I know that's hard to cope with, and you'll try to make it so they're not, but they still are what they are. And they're transitional. They are evidence for evolution. And yeah.
Okay, thank you for that final word, and we'll give you a chance to have a really quick response to this, James. George Bond in the chat, he is coming at you. But he gave a super chat, so we'll, to be fair, we will put it up on screen. $10 super chat from Australia. I appreciate it, George Bond. So he says, elongated scales are not feathers. What are your thoughts on that, James?
It's funny that, if you had an intelligent designer, he could just design things from scratch. Why would the designer only use what's available to him, which is exactly what you would expect if evolution were true? And we do know that feathers are highly modified scales, and they apparently provided an advantage to the dinosaurs where they first manifested before birds had ever even evolved. Again, reversing the order of creation, because the Bible says birds were created first, but we know that's not the case. We know that reptiles emerged first and birds came from them. So when you eat chicken nuggets at McDonald's, you are eating dinosaurs, and you're eating dinosaur.
Okay, thank you, James. Dr. Dino, anything you want to add to that?
Okay. Oh, I could tell years onto that one. Okay. He claims we know the Bible's wrong because the Bible says birds were made first and then reptiles, and he knows reptiles came first and then birds because of the layer that they're buried in. James, let me explain to you. If there was a flood that destroyed all life at one time, birds would be found on top because they're lighter and they're the last ones to die. They can fly around till they run out of gas, till the reptile can't. He can't fly. So they might be sorted in that order, and they're not always sorted in that order. But even if they were, it still wouldn't prove evolution. It would prove reptiles have a different body density than birds. Bird feathers are hollow. Their bones are hollow. They float. Of course, they're buried in a different layer. Duh, that's the flood. The textbooks teach that the feathers came from scales. This is baloney. Bird feathers are phenomenal. Study one under the microscope. They're amazing. They are designed to be feathers, okay? They're both made of the same protein. That's it. I bet my nails we use out here on the building project are built of the same metal that the car is made out of, iron. Doesn't prove any relationship. Morphological level, feathers are traditionally considered homologous with reptilian scales. However, this is Journal of Evolutionary Biology, 25 years ago. In development, morphogenesis, gene structure, protein shape and sequence, filament formation and structure, feathers are different. Clearly, feathers provide a unique and outstanding example of an evolutionary novelty. He still believes in evolution. You got to, say that or it won't get published. But he said it's unique.
Are you showing slides, Kent? I don't see the slides up.
Steve, please don't do anything else except focus on this, okay? Shut that off, okay? All right. Feathers and scales are not related. They're both designed, okay? They're designed to do exactly what they do. Feathers are designed so it can fly. Scales are designed to keep the water off or so it can swim and have armor if somebody wants to eat it. So if you want to believe this is a relationship because they're both made of keratin, that's true. That's your religion. But as I said, birds are found on top of reptiles because of the different body density and the different order of, they would die at a different time. Birds can survive longer in a flood than reptiles can. So you're simply wrong, James, okay? Next question.
Okay, thank you, Kent, for that response.
I would just respond quickly that you would expect to find one example, though, of a bird who was buried below where a bird can't be, and we've never seen that, Kent. We've never seen that. If you could show that, you would probably win a Nobel Prize in biology, Kent, because you would overthrow evolution. But you haven't been able to produce that evidence, so.
Okay, okay, so I got 2 more super chats I got to get through, and then we're gonna call it here. So we got about 500 questions that came in, guys. So in the chat, I appreciate you guys being so engaging and involved in this epic debate. So this one is for you, Dr. Hovind. Christopher Silvius sends in a $5 super chat. He asks, Hovind, why do people that convert from YEC to atheism think their conversion is evidence for atheism?
Well, as James pointed out in the beginning, he thought, I forget exactly what he said, was he began to study the evidence. He gave over to reason and evidence. They really think they're smart. They think they have studied and wow, they are smart now because they gave up on this goat herder's manual and turned to believing they came from a rock. That's a real advancement in your intelligence. So some people convert from young earth creation, YEC, to atheism. Many more convert from atheism to young YEC. I think everybody's going to convert to YEC when they stand before God. They're going to say, wow, there is a God, okay? So yes, I think, I don't know that we could prove that the question is even legitimate or true, but if some people convert one way or the other, I think some people like atheism a whole lot better. There's no rules. That does sound pretty nice. Do what you want. I would like to ask James sometime, maybe a whole debate on this, Donnie. How do evolutionists tell right from wrong? Where's the standard? How do you tell right from wrong? Anyway, that wasn't the question, though. So why do people that convert think their conversion is evidence of atheism? Because they're stupid. Go ahead.
Well,
James, anything you want to add?
Kent, I wouldn't say I was stupid when I was a Christian. I wouldn't say you're stupid now because you still are a Christian. I would just say that for me, I was not unhappy as a Christian. I actually liked the idea that I would get to live forever and be with God and be happy. I actually liked the idea that my father, who passed away when I was 6, he died suddenly. I never had a chance to say goodbye. I always liked holding on to the hope that he would be in heaven and I would get to see him one day. I just came to the realization that there's no rational reason to believe that's true. And no matter how good it sounds, no matter how wonderful it would be if it were true, that does not make it actually true. And you come up to a point where you have to be honest with yourself and you have to be honest with what you believe. And it was a process. It wasn't overnight. It wasn't like I became smarter and became an atheist. No, I'm the same person. I just had a different understanding of the reality that we live in. And I chose, or my mind accepted the reality of that as much as I might not have liked it.
Okay, question was for you, Kent. You get the final word.
Well, it doesn't make it not true either. You said it doesn't make it true. It also doesn't make it not true. It's not evidence either way. We have to choose to believe in God by faith. If I found this laying out in the parking lot, I think it'd be logical for me to say, I bet this didn't happen by chance. I bet somebody designed this. I think that's logical to believe an ink pen had a designer. I think it's logical to think a feather had a designer. They're mind-boggling in their complexity. I think it's designed. Pretty cool. Usually the rachis is off-center, so as they flap their wings down, the feathers close like Venetian blinds. When they pull their wings up, they open, let the air go through. Otherwise, they'd fly like this every time, pushing air up, pushing air down. No. I think they're designed for flight. They're amazing. Those that don't have it off-center, have it down the middle of the shaft goes down the middle of the feather, they're designed for warmth, body temperature, keep them warm. They can fluff them up and stay warm. I think there's evidence for design everywhere we look. I'm sorry to hear about your father. That's not evidence either way, though.
No.
You could have chosen to say, I'll accept it. I have 3 children here and 3 in heaven. I understand tragedy. But it's okay, God, I love you anyway. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. And here we go. Final question for the night. Thank you so much to the debaters for the time that you have given to us for this important debate. So this one comes in from Brandon McGavin, and this one is for you, James. So Brandon asks, why did Darwin, the ship captain comforter, why did Darwin, the ship captain comforter, is a more trustworthy, so I guess why is he to you a more trustworthy person than a goat herder, as you atheists always say? And do you feel there is faith involved in evolution?
No, I would not say that there's faith, because as I said, you could disprove evolution. It is falsifiable. Religion is what's not falsifiable, because they will twist it and mold it and conform it to reality just to make it not, you can never prove it, but their real goal is to make it not falsifiable. And I would say that what Darwin produced is demonstrable. We can actually see it. We see organisms change over time. We look back in the fossil record and we see very different animals than were alive today. And I know Kent has some very fanciful explanations for that, some very ad hoc reasons why he thinks that is, but we don't have any evidence for that. Outside of evidence for the supernatural, the reasonable conclusion is that there is a natural process at work, which is all we've ever seen. We've never seen anything else. You look inside life, you look inside the cell. What do you see? What's going on inside the cell? The same thing that goes on outside the cell. The same thing. It's the only thing we've ever observed in history. Matter and energy obeying the laws of physics. Nothing else has ever happened. The only place where we hypothesize something else happens is inside a black hole, because our physics go to hell once we go to that level of gravity. But outside that, no, there's no magic inside the cell. It operates through chemistry and physics. And if something doesn't require magic to run, why would we then assume it must have taken magic to get it started? That's an erroneous assumption. Even though we don't know exactly how it started, the logical conclusion is that it started naturally, just like everything else we observe in reality.
Okay, thank you for the question, Brandon. Thanks for the response, James. And over to you, Dr. Dino, for your response.
Well, the question is a good one. I appreciate that, Brandon. Why was Darwin the ship captain comforter? Darwin was hired for zero money to sail around to be the captain of the ship's comforter, because in those days in the British Navy, the captain and officers were not allowed to fellowship with the sailors. They had to keep very distinct, don't talk to them about anything about, just to give them orders. Okay, they had very strict. So they would hire somebody like Darwin or somebody. Would you go along on this voyage to be somebody the captain can talk to? That was Darwin's job. His dad was a medical doctor. Charlie couldn't find a job, so he said he'd sail around for 5 years, take care of the captain, be his friend. You guys trust him, who had very little training in science, if any, and a goat herder. You guys keep saying that. Show me a problem with the Bible. Show me a contradiction. The Bible's made thousands of prophecies that have all come true. The Bible made a prophecy 2,000 years ago that there's going to come a time when you have to receive a mark to buy or sell. No longer cash. There's going to be a mark to buy. That's what's prophesied 2,000 years ago. Thousands of prophecies have already come true. The rest of them are going to. So you guys can call it a goat herder manual if you want. I believe it's a message from God Almighty written through 40 different men with no contradictions. And I've been covering supposed contradictions in the Bible on my YouTube channel, Kent Hovind Official, for the last few months. I'll cover any more. If you know there's some, tell Mr. Nelson, send the best contradiction he knows of in the Bible, and I'll answer it. He doesn't want an answer, but I'll give it anyway, because some people have a brain and want to know the truth. So why do you trust Darwin over these men who often sacrificed their life to write and spread around what they did? I trust the Bible way beyond Charlie Darwin. And you mentioned about matter and energy obey the laws of physics. I agree. Where did matter and energy come from? You guys came from a big bang of nothing exploding. That's not science. Matter obeys the laws of energy. Things wind down, they don't wind up. All the heat of the universe, all the stars, all the heat from the stars, all the energy ever expended in humanity, in human history, had to be in that dot. That's a hot dot. Not only crowded, but hot. I think the whole idea is stupid. And you don't accept evolution, you believe in evolution. Stop using the word accept. We accept what the scientific evidence shows. Scientific evidence shows dogs produce dogs, cows produce cows, no exceptions. That's what the evidence shows. You want to believe something other than that, then that you're way outside the evidence. You're into religion, which is what I've been saying all along. Evolution is the dumbest and most dangerous religion in the history of the world. Okay, let's see, slide 3, 736, LDV. Go ahead, I'm done.
Thank you, Kent. And this being the last question, James W., we're going to hand it over to you for a final word.
Well, then I would say, Ken, if you've got proof that it's wrong, falsify it. Nobody's ever been able to do that. No scientific studies ever produced a result that was inconcordant with evolution or that was indicative of magical special creation. We have no evidence to believe that. And as far as dots of nothing, that is it's a completely separate theory. It's a completely separate area of science, but there is ample evidence to suggest the Big Bang. I know I've seen you debate that topic with other scientists before, and I got to say, I don't think you did very well in those debates, Kent, even though you are a skilled debater. You got lots of experience, and you've been doing this, Kent, for 30 years. Kent, you've got your doctorate degree in education. You've got multiple other degrees. You taught high school science for 15 years. Why can't you propose a model? Why can't you explain what the biblical kinds are? If it's not going to be you, Kent, who's going to do that? Because that'd be a great field of study for real biology once evolution is over. Why don't you do it, Kent? I mean, put forward a model, put forward some evidence. You don't do that because as soon as you did that, real science would blow that out of the water. So all you can do is sit there and take pot shots and blow holes in evolution. But yeah, thank you, Kent.
Okay, I have done that for the last 30 years. Put up a model. I got it all in my video series. You can watch the whole thing. I believe God created everything in 6 days. That's the only way to explain the billions of symbiotic relationships. I believe there was a big flood that destroyed the world 4,400 years ago. That's the only way to explain the fossils, the polystrata trees. That's all I do all day, every day, is explain the model. The Bible is true. The Bible said it right. I just try to teach it and explain it where people can get it. Watch my YouTube channel. That's all I've done. What do you mean I don't put forth a model?
We do.
Okay, James, last question. The Bible says 20 times in the first 7 chapters, the animals will bring forth after their kind.
Sure.
What would you consider evidence of any animal producing babies that we can watch it happen, that is, anybody would consider a different kind? Are the amoebas producing different kind of life form, or are they still amoebas? Is the Great Dane still a dog? Is that a different kind of animal than it came from? Where's the evidence? Falsified. The model has been given a long time ago. They're going to bring forth after their kind. That was given a long time ago. Do you have any evidence to counter that?
But you can still tell us, Kent, what a kind is. You need to keep that definition vague and nebulous so that you can contort it and twist it to mean whatever you need it to mean at that time. And no, nothing ever produces a different kind of animal. That's exactly what evolution says. Evolution only diversifies. Producing another kind of animal, Kent, would be like making a lateral jump on the tree of evolution. That's never going to happen. You're straw manning evolution. You're almost trying hard, Kent, not to understand it, because I know you really don't want people to understand it, because, Kent, if they understood it, they might see how much sense it makes, and they might see how much more concordant with reality it is than the fables that you so fervently cling to in the Book of Genesis. Yeah, thank you.
Is that it, Donnie?
I'm not sure if you guys are doing a round 2 here,
well, it's been 2 hours, 20 minutes.
Fine, but,
Donnie, on your channel, I covered a few weeks ago, I think, what is a kind? They don't have a good definition of species. Let's see, there are 27 different definitions of species, I believe. This is difficult. Here's 7 definitions, 27 variations and mixtures of species. How do you explain species? What are the 3 types, 4 types, 7 types?
Do you want to know?
Define species. So that's another
you
debate
know
we did
that
that a
answer,
few weeks ago. The point is, a Great Dane is still a dog, James. Dog. Go look at him.
Do you want to know, Kent, why it's hard to draw the line at species? And that's because all species are transitional. So when you have accumulated change over time, it can be challenging to draw that exact line where, just like it would be hard to draw the line between Latin and Italian, we know that Italian evolved from Latin, but no Latin speaker ever gave birth to an Italian-speaking child. That never happened. It would be hard to draw that line, but yet we know over time change happened.
So,
well, we got nowhere. Thank you, Donnie. I'm ready to go to bed. Had a long day.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
All right, guys, I appreciate that. Mini round 2. We'll consider those the final words, gentlemen, since we just hit the 2-hour mark, and we're going to let you guys get to bed. Much deserved rest. So again, Kent, James W., thank you so much for doing this debate. Clearly, it was a much anticipated debate because we had 450 people in the live chat. So you guys made for a fun debate. Thank you so much, Kent and James W. Standing for Truth is signing out now. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host, Donnie. The Evolution Debate Challenge series continues, and I want to thank everybody for being here for tonight's much anticipated round 2 debate between Dr. Dino and James W. Evolution is on trial tonight. James, Kent, thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here for tonight's debate.
Amen.
Thank you, Kent.
Okay, well, let's do what we typically do before we get into the fun, before the battle begins. Let's kind of break the ice, get to know each other a little bit. James, let's start with you. Been a little while since you've been here. Last time you were here actually was your first debate with Kent, which did set a live chat record. We had almost 600 people live watching that epic debate. So James, how you been? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about your channel.
I'm good, and thanks, Donnie. It was a lot of fun last time. So I'm a glutton for punishment. So I came back for round 2, but I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. So about me, I co-host on the channel with my co-host Amy Newman, and we do podcasts several times a week, covering the tough issues of the day, dealing with religion, science, skepticism, creation, evolution, things like that. And you can check that out. We do a few podcasts a week. We actually do a atheist Bible study where we go through the Bible page by page and just try to absorb the wisdom of it all and just try to take all that wisdom in. A little bit about me. So I was born and raised in the Christian church. I was baptized in the Baptist church, and I was a Christian for about the first 30 years of my life until, as I said before, 2014, when I turned my life over to evidence and reason, and I became an atheist. And it's been great ever since. Thank you, guys.
Well, James, I appreciate the introduction. Your link to the channel that you and Amy Newman run is in the description box. So, Kent, good to have you back, brother. How you been? A little bit about yourself and a little bit about Dal.
Well, thank you, sir. It's good to be back here. I enjoy this, discussing the topic of creation evolution. I believe the Bible is literally true, scientifically accurate. God made everything in 6 literal 24-hour days about 6,000 years ago. And I'm excited to hear James say that he turned because of the evidence and reason. Praise God. We'll be able to get you to turn back because there is zero evidence for evolution. None. I've been used to offer $250,000 for anybody with any scientific evidence for evolution. A millionaire friend of mine was backing me up. I don't know where he is right now, so we'll find another one. But there is no evidence whatsoever that any animal has ever produced offspring other than its kind. God said they'd bring forth after their kind. That's all any farmer has ever seen. So I'm always looking for evidence, and I'm excited to see what James got tonight. Why would you believe you came from an amoeba, which came from a rock, which came from a dot of nothing? I don't understand why anybody could believe that and claim it's from evidence and reasons. I want to hear these evidences tonight. I'm in Lenox, Alabama, population 35. A dinosaur adventure land, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. Come on down, it's all free. Come visit us. We got a boot camp coming up July 1st through the 4th. Speakers coming in to speak on creation and get people fired up to get involved in this war against the dumb religion of evolution.
All right. I appreciate that, Ken. I appreciate the introduction. All right. Before we get right into it, though, for the audience sake, let's cover the format for tonight. So we are going to be doing up to 10 minutes, opening statements, kind of introductions in terms of laying down the foundation of what's going to be discussed tonight. James W., of course, Evolution on Trial. He will be starting us off there. Then we're going to get right into kind of a free-flowing open discussion where we are going to focus on one point or one topic at a time that was brought up in the opening here. And, I'll do my best to make sure that we're keeping to maybe 10 minutes or so per topic. As we're doing that, guys, we are going to be having an audience Q&A. So just make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, let's get right into it. James W., I am going to hand it over to you for the floor. And if you need to share screen, anything like that, please let me know.
Set that up, Donnie.
Absolutely.
You know if you got that, Donnie?
Looks good. Evolution on Trial looks good. I can see it.
All right, we'll get that going. Oh. Actually, we'll back out of that, and then I'll cue it up one more time. Not let me do it. One moment, guys. I apologize.
No worries. No worries. Take your time.
Get
real
that
quick,
up again.
Yeah, take your time. To the audience, anybody who's not yet subscribed, anybody just joining us, we do have a ton of events, debates, interviews, lectures, presentations planned for the summer. So make sure to hit that subscribe button and also share around this content as critical thinking, which is why we do so many of these important and awesome debates, and also just the truth. The truth in general is important. So with that said, we've got James. We do have your screen shared now, so it looks like I think we're good.
So Evolution on Trial, that's the debate. I don't mind being put in the hot seat because I've got the backing of science behind me. So is science only what we can directly observe? Well, I don't think so. Observant scientists were able to determine that the Earth was round long before anyone had ever actually observed any Earth curvature. They were able to take information that was available to them and make logical and reasonable inferences to conclude that the world was round. And when we were able to do that observation, we found out that, guess what? The Earth is round. It proved it beyond any reasonable doubt that the Earth is round. Now, what do we know that's beyond dispute that Kent's not even going to argue with? We know that mutations happen. Genes mutate. He's going to agree with that. Natural selection on these mutations. So he'll agree with that. And mutations and natural selections produce changes to populations. I think he's on board with that. Populations do change. Well, we actually, evolution happens, it's real. They all know what they're talking about. Not exactly, so simple. But what's the major malfunction? Well, Kent says these changes in the organisms do not accumulate over time to produce large changes. He admits that mutations keep occurring, but he thinks that organisms reach an arbitrary limit where no further changes will occur. So the mutations are going to keep happening, but the species will not keep changing. It's like changing the words to a story. You can keep changing it, but at some point, the story will stay the same, but that's not how it works. And that's a positive claim. So I'd like for him to tell us how this limit works, and just not giving examples like size or flea-sized pigs or silly things like that. Tell us what in the genome stops the organism from changing after these mutations occur. Like I said last time, does God just come into the cell and stop it from mutating after a point once it's changed to the limit of that kind? But do we have evidence that large-scale changes occur? Yeah, we have the fossil record, and it really is a record, and it's so much so that he can't even pretend to refute it. He just has to pretend it's not really evidence. And then we also have evidence that the design, well, there's no designer because, one, the design is terrible. Nobody would design a lot of the features in life. Things just don't make sense in terms of a designer, but they do make sense in terms of evolution. They make perfect sense. And then we have genetics. We have similarities between organisms. We have endogenous retroviruses that confirm common ancestry. And the thing with that is that he could just say it's a baseless assertion. He could just say, oh, God just did it that way. Well, why would God would not have to do it that way, but evolution would have to do it that way because evolution only has to work with what it has. A God can just conjure up anything out of nothing. They don't have to follow certain set paradigms that make it look like things had a common ancestor. In the fossil record, we're going to start off that evolution is not religion. Religion is unfounded speculation, baseless assertion. This is a real record. You can look in the ground, and it's there. And we have countless forms of life that we know existed on Earth that do not exist today, and they are not in any historical records in recorded human history. That supports the idea that life changes over time, and that small changes in the short term really do add up to large changes in the exact same way that we see languages evolve over time, where very small changes in the short term add up to very large changes that were imperceptible in the short term. So we have, right off the bat, just a couple quick examples. We have the order Sirenia, the manatee, Sirenia canis. We have the manatee's flipper that has nails on it. Why does that? The manatee is not grabbing anything. It's not running through the ground. It doesn't need traction for it. It's just using those flippers to swim through the water, right? It makes sense if you understand the fact that manatees evolved from land mammals. In fact, their closest relatives are the elephant and the hippopotamus. And you have like this guy. That's called blind mole rat. Now, you'll see he doesn't have eyes at the front of his head. And you might make the mistake that he disevolved eyes, which Ken even admits that cave fish will, they'll lose their eyes. They've been confined in a cave. There's no light down there. So the eyes become a liability, not a benefit. So they lose their eyes. Actually, this guy actually has eyes, believe it or not. They're behind those flaps of skin, two functional eyes behind a flap of skin. Why anybody would design anything that way literally defies reason, but from an evolutionary standpoint, it's fine because evolution does not care one way or the other how it protects those eyes from causing infection. It can lose them, it can put a flap of skin over it, whatever. Evolution doesn't really care. And by the way, that's not losing something, that's gaining something. It didn't lose its eyes, it has eyes. It just gained a flap of skin in front of its eyes. And then we have genetics, that endogenous retroviruses show proof of common ancestry, that the only other alternative is that a designer made it appear that the genomes had a common ancestry by making it look like that. And we have things like the loss of the ability to synthesize vitamin C that primates lost. And there's two possible explanations for this. The evolutionary example is that, or explanation that makes the most sense, is that as primates began to have more vitamin C, they began to get more vitamin C from their diet. Mutation could be this ability to synthesize vitamin C could be flipped off, and without causing harm to the organism, because they were eating enough from their diet anyway. It didn't matter, but it's still in the genetic code. The other explanation is that, well, originally God made it so that things were perfect, and then somebody ate from the wrong tree, and so God had to intelligently redesign the human genome to make humans susceptible to all these diseases that they were not susceptible to before, like scurvy. So he could use that to punish people for the offense that this rib woman made by eating from the wrong tree. I think one of those is a lot more reasonable than the other, and the evolutionary explanation makes a lot more sense than that. And then, of course, we just have the baseless assertion that life was designed because we have other things that are designed, so therefore everything must be designed. Yet every single designer that they will introduce to you as their designer, when you actually look at the doctrines behind all that, they quickly fall apart under the scrutiny. And that's why arguments like this quickly devolve into deism, and believers really don't use them to advocate for their case. And that's it, guys. Thank you.
Okay, James, appreciate the opening statement. Let me just stop the timer here, and should be a good discussion. Fossil record.
How long is that, Donnie? Did I go over?
Good question. No, you went exactly 8 minutes. Exactly 8 minutes.
Thank you.
And again, to the audience, make sure you're tagging me with your questions. And looks like we have several good topics that we will discuss in the opening or in the open discussion. Fossil record, aspects of taxonomy, ERVs, loss of vitamin C synthesis. So before we get to that point, though, let's hand it over to Kent. Kent, we're going to give you a 10-minute opening as well. And whenever you're ready, the floor is yours.
I forgot to set my little timer they bought me here. Okay. Well, thank you, James. I appreciate that. Donnie, as I mentioned several times, it'd be much nicer if these debates were one topic only. If he'd like to talk about mutations, fine. ERVs, the whole debate should be on one topic. Because when he throws out, it's like slinging mud. You can't block all of it at the same time. And if I answer 4 of the 7 he gave, he'll say, what about the other 3? So let's try to limit it to one topic. He mentioned mutations as a starting off. The textbooks say mutations are the source of variation. And this is how evolution is supposed to work. An animal or a plant has a mutation that is superior, and therefore it takes over the population in some way. This is line number 18 on my video number 4, lies in the textbooks from my seminar series you can get on drdino.com. Evolution by natural selection. Well, natural selection does not create anything. It only selects. The Knowledge Project. Mutations are the raw material of evolution. Well, then you don't have anything to work from, because every mutation observed is harmful, fatal, or neutral. Mutations, let's see. So a change in an organism's DNA can cause changes in all aspects of its life. Mutations are essential to evolution. They are the raw material of genetic variation. Without mutation, evolution could not occur. I don't think it occurs anyway, but okay, let's give them that, all right, at Berkeley University. Mutations can have a range of effects. They can often be harmful. Others have little or no detrimental effect. And sometimes, although very rarely, the change in DNA sequence may turn out to be beneficial to the organism. I'd like to see one of those. James, I'd like to see about 1 trillion of those to turn an amoeba into a whale. It would take quadrillions of mutations to change an amoeba to a whale. And I don't think you can show one beneficial mutation. Don't bacteria become resistant to drugs? To advance the view, evolutionists point to mutations with beneficial effects. Most common one, they say mutations make bacteria resistant to antibiotics. Okay. So the argument goes, if mutations can make bacteria stronger, they must be able to do the same for other creatures. Dr. Spettner points out, based on misunderstanding, mutations that cause antibiotic resistance involve loss of information. He taught information theory for a decade at Johns Hopkins University and Weizmann Institute, spent years studying mutations. He's written an important new book, Not by Chance, Shattering the Modern Theory of Evolution. He writes, in all the reading I've done in the life sciences literature, I've never found a mutation that added information. All point mutations that have been studied on the molecular level turned out to reduce genetic information, not increase it. You guys are dreaming. It doesn't happen. To destroy a bacteria, antibiotic streptomycin attaches to a part of the bacterial cell called ribosomes. Mutations sometimes cause a structural deformity in the ribosome, so the antibiotic cannot connect. Therefore, the bacteria is resistant. That's not adding information. Although this mutation turns out to be beneficial for the moment, it still constitutes a loss of genetic information. No evolution has taken place. The bacteria are not stronger. In fact, under normal conditions, with no antibiotic present, they're weaker. Would you say a person who's born with no arms can't be handcuffed, therefore it's a beneficial mutation? No, that's a loss of information. Guy, University of Alabama, he said, I was a born-again Christian. When I was 15, entered the Southern Baptist Church with great fervor and interest in the fundamentalist religion. This sounds like James's testimony here. I left at 17 when I got to the University of Alabama and heard about evolution. E.O. Wilson. Philip Wentworth said, when I entered Harvard, not only was I a Christian, I was an avowed candidate for the ministry. 4 years later, I went through all this mental brainwashing, and there's one thing clear to me. If I could reconcile religion with intelligence, I knew I could go on into my chosen profession, being a pastor. In the end, I gave up the ministry. That's sad. This guy said, Dr. Hovind, until I went to college, my faith in God was sound. My college history class helped destroy that faith. My best friend showed me your tapes, and I was in awe of what I saw. Now it's DVDs. Everything I thought I knew about life was changed. He said, I was one of the high school students in anthropology class that's a victim of the dangers of the evolution teaching. I listened to your seminars, got completely encouraged. Yay, Marty, go get them. I take the stand unashamedly. There is zero scientific evidence for any animal ever becoming a different kind of animal. God said 20 times in the first 7 chapters of the Bible, they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all anybody has ever seen. So Darwin studied to be a preacher. Farrell Till, Church of Christ missionary. My debate number 7 is with him, now the editor of an atheist magazine. Michael Shermer went to Pepperdine to be a preacher. Now he edits Skeptic magazine. I debated him, debate number 20. Tom Hanks stars in movies with little or no morals, claimed to be a Christian early in life, I believe. So a lot of people lose their faith because of studying this evolution theory. So I've devoted my life to countering it. I say there is no evidence. Moses Mordecai Marx, Karl Marx, wrote a paper at 17, said he loved the Lord. He went off to college, studied philosophy, and turned his back on God. Karl Marx, the father of communism. Comrade Stalin began to read Darwin and became an atheist. He said, they're fooling us, there's no God. I was astonished. I'd never heard anything like it. How can you say such things? I'll lend you a book to read. It'll show you the world and all living things are quite different. All this talk about God is sheer nonsense, Joseph said. What book is that? I inquired. Darwin. You must read it. So Joseph Stalin probably killed 100 million people in his lifetime, or responsible for that. Murdered the Ukrainians, 23 million, massacred all over the place under Stalin's communism. After all, if they're in your way, shoot them, get them out of the way. Andrew Carnegie, the steel magnate, though he was raised a Christian, he became an atheist. He wrote, when I, along with 3 or 4 of my friends, was in the stage of doubt, including supernatural element, and the whole scheme of salvation, I came fortunately upon Darwin and Spencer's works. Light came in as a flood and all was clear. So Andrew Carnegie got rid of his religion because of evolution. Started the National Center for Science Education. I debated Jeannie Scott, was their president. I'll debate the whole science education, the whole faculty at the same time. I want half the time. Roosevelt said he was influenced by evolution. He thought the Indians were inferior races, therefore we should wipe them out. So I think this is a very serious topic. He mentioned that there is evidence from, 1509. I got thousands of slides here. Mutations, I completely disagree. The mutations do not produce any evolution at all. Here's a 5-legged bull. That's not new information. It already had the information to make a leg. It made an extra one. No new information is added. Here's a short-legged sheep. That's a mutant. But no new information is added. It's a loss of information. 2-headed lamb, 1-eyed cat, 2-headed cat, 2-headed turtle. It's a mutant, but not ninja. They don't make a double neck sweater. See, rearranging the letters of the word Christmas, you can get all kinds of words, but you cannot get Xerox, zebra, or queen. That would take addition of a new letter. James, you are unable to show me any mutation that added new useful information. This textbook shows a 4-wing fly. Normal fruit flies have 2 wings. This mutant has 4. This rare mutation, like most mutations, is harmful. Beneficial mutations are the raw material for natural selection. Hold it. If beneficial mutations is how it works, why didn't they show us one? There aren't any. Nobody's ever seen a beneficial mutation. One professor I debated said, well, in Africa, if you get sickle cell anemia, you're less likely to get malaria. Oh, that's brilliant. If you cut off your feet, you're less likely to get athlete's foot too. It's a loss of information. You are unable to show me, nobody's ever been able to show me in my 284 debates, where is the evidence for evolution? Natural selection can only select. It can't create anything. Natural selection is not going to help your religion, James, and it's a religion. You believe in evolution. Nobody's ever seen it happen. So here's a giraffe. They say, why does a giraffe has this long neck? So he can reach the ground to get a drink. He's got long legs too, you know. So this is Lamarck's theory, but we can go into some other time. I got 1 minute left, okay? Creationists have no argument with natural selection. We thought of it first. It's a conservative process. It doesn't create anything. Natural selection does not promote speciation. It's not a creative force, as many have suggested, Science magazine. Natural selection can only act on properties that already exist. It cannot create anything. Darwin's 6th edition of his book, he abandoned natural selection as the force behind evolution. He gave it up. Did you know that, James? Natural selection is incompetent to account for the incipient stages of useful structures. I agree, Charlie. Give it up. Finches with larger and stronger beaks. Oh, that's right. Natural selection can lead to evolution. You believe that? I don't believe that for a second. Nobody's ever seen it happen. It's what you believe. If you worked in a factory producing cars, and could natural selection slowly change that into an airplane? No. You have a quality control to make sure the car runs when it gets out the door. It can only find flaws in the design. Natural selection doesn't change anything. Survival of the fittest does not explain arrival of the fittest. And it's a tautology. Why did it survive? Because it's the fittest. How do you know it's the fittest? Because it survived. Useless tautology. There's no evidence for evolution. I stand my ground. Time's up in 3 seconds. You can have my 3 seconds. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Kent. That concludes the openings. And we have several points to make sure that we discuss here in the back and forth open discussion. Of course, we'll make sure we are going by one topic at a time, making sure it's as equally timed as possible. So, James, why don't we do this? Since Kent just ended with his 10 minutes, let's hand it over to you to pick, let's say, one of those few arguments you brought to the table in the opening, and then we'll just kind of go from there one by one. Go ahead.
Sure. Well, the first thing I brought up was the fossil record, and what we see, what Kent can say is that he doesn't see the mutations adding up, and what he's saying is the same thing a flat earther says when they look around and say it looks flat to me because you don't observe large-scale changes in our time scale. And no, evolution says you will not observe large-scale changes, but when we look back through time, through the fossil record, we do see changes. When we look through the whale evolution, when we look through the fossil record, we see modern whales only today. When we look back, we see the Durodons and we see the Basilosaurs. We don't see modern whales, but we don't see Durodons and Basilosaurs now. We see modern whales now. And you could almost conclude that, well, somewhere along the line, the Basilosaurs and the Durodons transitioned into modern whales. That would be a reasonable argument. And you will see that the Basilosaurs had legs. They had legs attached to that vestigial pelvis that is in there. And I know I've seen all the slides about the pelvis and the reproduction. We don't necessarily need to go through all that again, but you think that those legs on the Durodons and the basilosaurs were attached to that pelvis? I think they probably were. And I think that pelvis has gotten smaller over time. And I think that whatever residual function it has is enough to keep it around. And I think in some of the whales, it's even being transitioned into cartilage. So those bones will probably disappear. So 1,000 years from now, they won't be able to make that argument. But go ahead, Don.
I think that might be a good point for us to now kind of engage changes through time in the fossil record with a focus here on whales, pre-whale-like ancestors up to modern whales.
Sure.
Kent, let's hand it over to you. Go ahead.
Okay. First, there is no such thing as a fossil record. I've mentioned this hundreds of times. I'll continue till I die. There are a lot of fossils. We got a whole museum full of them here, thousands and thousands. I like fossils. But fossils don't talk. They don't have a date stamped on them. And there's no such thing as a geologic column. No such thing. All the layers that we see in the earth formed in one big flood. But they talk about these index fossils, and you guys, this is your Bible. The geologic time scale is the Bible to the evolutionist. I understand. But if you take a jar of water and mud and shake it up, it'll separate into gravel, sand, clay. It does it every time. We do this every time I give the tour around here at Dinosaur Adventureland. Come on down, James. We'll give you the tour. Okay. All the layers in there are the same age. When I flew in a helicopter down to the bottom of Grand Canyon, the guide said, we're going back 200 million years. When I got to the bottom, I looked at my watch. It was the same date as it was when I was at the top. We didn't go back 20 minutes. We went forward a half hour. We didn't go back in time. There's no such thing as a geologic column. There's no such thing as a fossil record. How can the top layer be younger? Where's it coming from? Outer space? All the layers are the same age. You guys say these layers are different ages. Moving it from here to here does not make it younger or older. Every speck of dirt on the planet's the same age, whether it's 6,000 or 6 trillion. The geologic column, does it exist? No. There's articles about that. Creation.com has a great article. It doesn't exist. It's a fact the Earth has layers. That's not a question. It's a fact there's a Grand Canyon. There's two interpretations of that. The evolutionist says it formed slowly by a little water and lots of time. Creationist says it formed quickly by lots of water and a little bit of time. Google dam break at Dinosaur Adventureland on YouTube, and you'll see our little dam. We let the water start coming over the top. It washed it out in 7 minutes. Grand Canyon probably took a week. They say that evolutionists say the layers form slowly over millions of years. Creationist says, no, those layers are all from the flood. And you guys keep trying to erase that line and make your interpretation part of the fact. No, it's a fact there are layers to the Earth. That's a fact. It is not a fact they're different ages, and it's not a fact you can date the fossils by those layers. You guys date the fossils by which layer they're found in, but you dated the layer by which fossils they're found in them. You date the fossils by the layers and the layers by the fossils. The geologic column can only be found one place in the world, and that's the textbook. If it existed, it'd be 100 miles thick. There is no geologic column. There is no fossil record. This textbook admitted it. Earth Science right here on my shelf here. If there were a column of sediments, unfortunately, no such column exists. There is no geologic column. There's no fossil record. There's a lot of fossils. That's evidence of a flood. We should be able to find them in the fossil record, There is none. There's a lot of fossils. And finding clams at the bottom of these layers of rock and birds at the top does not mean the clam turned into a bird. I think it might mean the clam would be the first one buried in a flood. He's already at the bottom. That's where he lives. Clams have a heavier, more density. Their shell is heavier than bird feathers. They're not as smart as birds. They can't run as fast as birds. I think the fossils are going to be sorted, if there's any sorting at all, based upon habitat, based upon mobility, based upon intelligence. The clams already live at the bottom. Of course, they're the first ones buried. Birds are the last things to drown in a flood. Of course, they're found on top. When they drown, they got hollow feathers. But the Bible says the scoffers at the end of time would be willingly ignorant of the creation and the flood. The flood is the only logical explanation for all the things we see in the ground. The Bible says they bring forth after their kind. And I would say a zebra and a horse are the same kind of animal. 4-wheel drive, leather upholstery, tail on the back, nose on the front. A 5-year-old can tell you they're the same. They would put them in the same category. So my contention is there is no such thing as an index fossil. No such thing. We have fossils by the trillions, no question. Fossils are found all over the world. I think fossils aren't forming today. James, where are any fossils forming in large numbers today? There aren't. this indicates a giant catastrophe. It's not that there aren't fossils. There are some huge fossils. There are some huge fossil beds. Rapid burial. Here's a fish swallowing another fish. Here's another one. Here's a whole school of fish fossilized at one time. Fossils happen, no question. We find them. But petrified closed clams indicate it had to be buried alive. You can walk along the beach and find a million seashells. You hardly ever find a matched pair. Finding a petrified closed clam, we've got hundreds of them here, indicates it was buried alive. Well, during the flood of Noah, I think the earth is covered by water. Therefore, there's no interruption of the tide does not get interrupted. And you would get what's known as a harmonic tide. The tide on the earth during Noah's flood was probably a 200-foot tidal change every 6 hours, 12 and a half minutes. Today, we get a tidal change of about 5 feet, except for the Bay of Fundy and stuff like that. So I think the clams can be buried rapidly. Watch my video number 4. I talk about transitional fossils. You don't know that any fossil you found had any children. You find a fossil in the dirt, you know it died. You couldn't prove it had any kids. You certainly couldn't prove it had different kids. No animal today produces different children. Why do you think a bone in the dirt could do it? You guys make up these trees and draw lines connecting everything as if that's some kind of evidence. There's no fossil record. There's no family tree. There's no geologic column. Prove me wrong. Your turn.
Go ahead, James. That's a few minutes. Equal time. Go ahead.
You know, it's funny that you point out your sand experiments and things like that, and you think that overturns like the entire scientific field of geology, like they all don't know what they're talking about because they've never shook around dirt and rocks in a pan before. I mean, people dedicate their careers to this, and if you think you could just overturn it all because, hey, yeah, if you think that overturns the entire field and they all don't know what they're talking about, I mean, I don't know what can be done to help that, but I'm going to try, Ken. I'm going to try. I'm here to help. I really am.
Okay.
Now, no, evolution never says that no animal is ever going to produce a different kind of animal. As I said last time, Lucy, 2.8 million years ago, there are 128,000 generations between us and her. And not one point was there a large-scale change between the generations. Not one. Any point you could take 100 generations before, 100 generations after, they would be very similar, almost indistinguishable. Only when you look maybe 10 or 20,000 do you really see these accumulations from the mutations start to add up. And now I'd be happy to debate the flood with you. We could go through a whole debate about this flood that we know didn't happen. It couldn't happen. And I know that you guys rely on that to ad hoc your way through lots of the evidence. I mean, you guys really rely on this flood to solve a lot of problems for you. But the idea that this flood would sort these animals the same way all throughout the earth, that these clams in the closed position, I mean, in 4 billion years, you don't think there were a few times where clams would have got covered by mud in billions of years? Well, clams haven't been around that long, maybe 500 million years, but that's a long time. I'm sure there was plenty of chances for clams to get buried in the closed position. That's no problem for evolution. Like you said last time, no, fossils do not form in large scale today. They're probably never formed in large scale at any time. It's evidence of a long time. And like we went over last time, you don't really understand fossilization because you think you've got fossilized pickles and acorns and things like that are not real fossils. Real fossilization is where minerals replace the actual original material. It's not just something covered in minerals, and that generally takes a long time. Not that under certain laboratory conditions you can't speed that up exponentially. You could. We're talking about in nature, and that's not happening in large scales out in the real world in nature where nobody's trying to make anything happen. Where do these layers come from? Well, new ground comes from volcanic events, from seafloor spreading. And we're talking about ages when these rocks form, when they harden, and then you say that we don't date the rocks by the fossils and the fossils by the rocks, and that's true, except the fact that these layers have been dated radiometrically several different times. And when they always find the same animals in the same layers cross-confirmed radiometrically by multiple different ways at different laboratories, we come to a consensus that this layer and these animals are about that age, and those numbers get increasingly accurate as time goes by, where the Bible starts off wrong and just stays wrong because you can't change it. Science keeps getting more accurate as we accumulate more data. We get closer, and I'd be happy to have a flood debate with you. I don't think it's a reasonable position to hold. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that none of these animals had children. You have to remember, biologists and geologists, they're not proving anything in a court of law. We're not sending anybody to prison. You're just trying to find out what makes the most sense. You're not trying to convict anybody.
Okay, let me jump in here real quick, James.
Yes.
Now it's up to you guys, but at this point, both of you are at like 3+ minute responses. I don't know if you want to keep this more of a free flowing discussion, but there's a lot. If it's up to you guys.
I can wrap myself up around there if Kent wants to go on. And
no, I'm not saying it's just you, James. I mean, both of you've got 3+ minute responses going on. So it's either we'll continue this way or you guys can do more free flowing. But it's going to be hard to address everything this way. So go ahead, Kent.
Go ahead.
Well, that's why I've said many times, I prefer one topic at a time. He just brought up 6 more, okay? This textbook says it takes 10,000 years for something to fossilize. You don't think it would rot in 10,000 years rather than fossilize? 10,000. Here's a chopped petrified wood, Arizona's petrified forest. Somebody chopped on it before it fossilized. It does not take long to fossilize. This is a mummified dog stuck in a tree. You can see it the southern forest world. Now, this one's mummified, not fossilized, but this one is fossilized. The foot of a cowboy in his cowboy boot. It's on display. Bible.ca's got it. It's at the CAT scans revealed at the Harris Methodist Hospital. Did CAT scans in Bedford, Texas. This is a fossilized foot and leg in there. Here's a fossil fish in the process of giving birth. Does it take 10,000 years for this fish to make a baby? I think fossilization is a rapid process. Petrified bowler's hat found in New Zealand. Here's the pickle we have in our museum right here. The jar got broken, but we have fossilized pickle, and it is indeed a rock. It is fossilized. The fossilization is that how it happens is not a mystery. It doesn't take millions of years. Here are petrified sacks of flour at a flour mill that flooded in 1910 in Arkansas. This flour, they moved the mill up further from the creek and started up production again. Later, they found sacks of flour that were flooded, and they turned to stone. Ripley's Believe It or Not Museum in St. Augustine has petrified peanut cluster, turned to stone. Petrified charcoal briquettes, fossilized. Now, the teddy bear is coated. You are correct, okay? There's a place, a waterfall in Czechoslovakia. You can put anything around this waterfall, and the splash will turn it to stone on the outside in a matter of a week. Here's a toadstool petrified in the Glen Funk Gem and Mineral Museum in Shirley, Illinois. Petrified acorns. I've got them. I had them in our museum. Are they still out there? Do you know? Okay, they're here somewhere. But fossilization is common. All it requires is that the dead organism be buried under layers of sediment and the minerals replace it as it decays. 10,000 years, it would all decay. James, you are completely wrong about how fossilization takes place. Petrification can happen rapidly. They can actually petrify wood in the laboratory in about 2 weeks, turn it to petrified wood. The fact that there are huge fossil beds with billions of animals dead and buried indicates it's not happening slowly and gradually like you guys dream. This is a worldwide flood. Watch my video number 6. We'll explain it to you. It does not take 10,000 years to fossilize. You are one of the scoffers in the last days, and the Bible says you're ignorant of the creation and ignorant of the flood. I rest my case. Go ahead.
Okay,
you're good, James. You're good.
All right. Yeah, fossilized wood with a chop in it. I mean, obviously things can happen to wood like that might resemble a chop. Doesn't mean it was chopped with an axe. Just like the things, the supposed human footprints. These are things with the dinosaurs. These are things that resemble, they vaguely look like human footprints. It does not mean that the entire scientific body is wrong and humans live with dinosaurs. It's just an unusual formation in the rock. When we find 1 or 2 unusual things, we don't think that the entire scientific body must be wrong and these things have all overturned it. we try to come up with reasonable explanations. What makes the most sense? Does it make the most sense that all these radiometric data, they're all wrong? They're all wrong, and the Bible's right. Like that, the boot that you have there. That's I don't think that is fossilized, and I don't think they have allowed anybody to test that. I don't think it's been tested. It's probably under lock and key because they get a lot of headway by saying fossilized cowboy boot, because if that really were fossilized, it would show that, yeah, fossilization could occur rapidly and not just perhaps in the laboratory. Yeah, fish giving birth. Yeah, that fish could have been coated in the act of giving. It doesn't mean that it had to sit there out in the open for millions of years or thousands of years for this to occur. And we have an entire, you're talking about a few fossils out of the billions of fossils that have been found. And we know the conditions for fossilization are pretty rare and they don't happen all the time. That's why you have to use this explanation of this magic flood that sorted all these animals appropriately. Not one time did a bird get mixed by these waters the wrong way. All throughout the earth, the conditions were, you would almost think it would have been kind of cruel of God for him to have the water sort the animals this way, to make it look like they evolved in this way. You know, you almost might think that were the case if you didn't have a book that told you otherwise.
Well, I look at the evidence. I like science. I taught science 15 years, and I don't think there's any science to show, but with the evolution theory, there's I don't know if it's a website or a principle called OOPArt, OOPART, out of place artifacts, where they show thousands of things that are just in the wrong place. You mentioned, why aren't birds found in this layer, with the clams or something? Well, they have been. But see, the evolutionist right away says, well, we got to come up with an answer for how that happened, other than to stop and think maybe there was a flood. You've already decided the flood's no good. You've already decided you don't like God. You don't like his book. Okay, you already decided that. So you look for these wild explanations. How do you explain a fish giving birth? You said it was coated and then sat there for thousands of years till it fossilized. Is that really your answer?
Coated in mud.
Fossilized.
And it sat in the mud coated for thousands of years until it fossilized.
The mud coated it for thousands of years until it fossilized. Okay. And the boot, and let's see, the petrified chopped wood, they chopped on it after it was petrified. Is that your answer?
I don't think that's a chop. I think that's just a nick in the wood that vaguely resembles the chop of an axe. I don't think you could say that was done. I don't think one could say it was done before the tree petrified, and two, I don't think you could say that it definitely is the chop of an axe. It doesn't overturn everything science tells us about reality.
Well, first place, all through history, science has needed to be overturned thousands of times, okay? That's common. That's the way it's supposed to be. Every scientist is supposed to be able to think outside the box and say, wait a minute, why are we doing it this way? Why to believe this? This little thing here made just 20 layers in about 4 minutes, 20 different layers of sand. Sand art toy. Why would I think the layers are different ages? There's a flume in Colorado Springs that the Navy uses to test sedimentation rate. And there's a good video from the 60s or 70s called Experiments in Stratification, where a French guy, Bernard something with a name that big, showed that moving water, when water's moving sideways, it'll form 6 or 8 or 10 layers simultaneously. So some artifact in the bottom might be actually younger than one found at the top, because the layers form horizontally, not vertically. Experiments in Stratification with Bernard something or other. I'll look it up. But the Navy is very interested in how sedimentation happens, because they want to know where they can park their submarine. Is this canyon filled in? Because the tide moves the water back and forth, not only up and down. If the moon pulls the water up, where's the water coming from to fill the bump? Sideways. Constant movement in the oceans of sideways movement of water. This is what happened during Noah's flood, and all the fossils, I think nearly all of them, formed in 1 year because of that 1 year flood. Fossils that are in the wrong order, in the wrong place, they're common. I can show the pictures of them here. I got thousands of slides, but I'd like to know, why do you think that fish giving the birth to the baby, and there are dozens of those have been found, was coated and waited for 10,000 years before it rotted internally? Is that your answer?
It doesn't wait thousands of years, Kent. Things get buried like the clams that you're always talking about that got buried in mud, and then the mud turned to rock, and then slowly the mineralization. Yeah, you've got lots of clams. Yeah, it's evidence of deep time, lots of time. There were, trust me, in the millions of years, there have been lots of events where clams got buried in mud quickly, and then the minerals gradually replaced the biological natural material until it's turned into rock. I think that pickle you claim was found in a refrigerator. Where's the rock coming for that pickle to turn into stone inside of a refrigerator? There's no rock coming for that pickle to replace the natural material. It's just an unusual pickle that spoiled. It's not evidence that anything that would even come close to overturning the entire scientific body of geology and mineralogy. And you talk about the Navy and their stratification experiments, and like the entire petroleum industry that spends billions of dollars to figure out where this oil is. And they don't hire creation geologists. They hire regular geologists who use uniformitarian principles and the idea that petroleum that came from dinosaurs or ancient animals and has slowly turned into this fuel that we all use to power our modern world. And those are the people who the petroleum industry turns to power this modern world. They don't turn to Answers in Genesis and say, where can we find all this oil? No, they go to the real people who actually know how the world works. These people like yourself and Answers in you preach to Christians who deeply want to hold this belief. They really want to think that this is true, and you kind of give them that hope. I didn't come to the conclusion that I didn't come away from religion because I hated God or I didn't want to believe in it. I kind of liked the idea that there was a God and that I would get to go to heaven and see all my dead friends and ancestors. I liked that idea. I was totally on board with that. I just came to the conclusion there was no good reason to believe in it.
And I just want to jump in, Kent. We're going to give you plenty of time to respond, as much time as you need. I do want to mention, though, maybe after this portion, after Kent's response, we've spent about the last 15 minutes on the fossil record, the ordering of the fossil record, and also the geologic column. So after Kent responds, James will hand it back to you.
Sure.
And pick your next point, ERVs, taxonomy, whatever it may be. Go ahead, Kent.
All right. Well, the geologic column that you referred to many times in your statements here was not even invented until 1830. This is not something that's been around for thousands of years that people have taught and known and believed. And drilling for oil has nothing to do with the age of the layers. The fact that there's oil down there at all indicates something died and was buried rapidly, like a whole bunch of somethings died. A flood is the only logical explanation for oil. I lived in East Texas, Longview, for 5 years. A lot of my students had families that worked in the oil field. I toured them many times, took field trips out there and toured. There are lots of creation geologists who work in the oil field. You are mistaken to say that they won't hire you unless you believe in evolution. You need a guy who can understand, if I'm drilling here and I hit limestone and sandstone and shale, what's going to be next? But that would have nothing to do with evolution. The same sequence of layers could happen because of Noah's flood. And all these names that were made up, Cretaceous and Jurassic, Triassic, it was all invented in the 1830s, like Jurassic Park. That's when Charles Lyell did this. He gave each layer an index fossil. It's baloney. Where's all the new material coming from? If you shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. All the cards are the same age. All the layers are the same age. We do this with the shake up the jar of dirt. It'll settle out into layers in minutes, and they're all the same age. The top layer cannot be younger. You mentioned about the petroleum industry needing to know, they need to know their geology, I agree, but that has nothing to do with the age. They need to know the sequence of layers that typically, when we shake up our jar, it's always gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. I got a cliff I can show you when you come here, James, right here where they stopped digging on our gravel pit. 7 layers, gravel, sand, clay, gravel, sand, clay. The gravel layers out of our gravel pit go all the way to North Carolina, 500 miles, rounded gravel. Why is the gravel all rounded off? It was tumbled back and forth in a rock tumbler. As the tide goes up and down, it has to go back and forth, sucking the water in and out of the tidal bump. rounded gravel layers for 500 miles? The only logical explanation is a flood. But the Bible says the scoffers, like you, are willingly ignorant of that flood. When you shake up a jar, it'll automatically separate, and all the layers are the same age. Every layer of dirt on the earth is the same age. How can the top layer be younger? It's not coming from outer space. You mentioned volcanic and along the fault lines. That is igneous rock, James. That's not sedimentary or metamorphic rock. There's three different kinds: sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic. Igneous rock has been ignited like a volcano, a lava, stuff like that. This is not what we're talking about. We're talking about sandstone, shale, limestone. These are not from volcanoes. Study your geology a little more, and you can be a creationist. Go ahead.
I think it does break down. Yeah, I think it does break down at some point, and everything kind of becomes, what's the word for it? Amalgamated into everything else. So I'm not going to really go too much into that. I know Donnie wanted to switch the topics. I'm just going to say that if geology was that easy, then anybody could do it. But these people really do have to go to college for a long time, and you really can't learn it in 15 minutes or 10 minutes just reading about it. You really do have to go to college. You really do have to understand how these processes work. And if it were that simple, Kent, then anybody could do it. But unfortunately, it's a lot more complicated than that. But, Kent, if you wanted to pick the next area, your next objection to evolution, if you wanted to talk about genetics, if you want to talk about ERVs, I am good to go with whatever you want to talk about. You want to talk about ERVs?
Well, the purpose of the debate is for you to provide evidence for evolution. That's the title to the debate. Where is the evidence for evolution? I have a whole lot of stuff on ERVs. I don't think you want to go there. I've done that in several of the last debates, and they go to a different topic. You said genetics. Do we have similar gene code to other animals, and therefore we're related? Is that your answer?
That seems to be what the evidence indicates. I know you're going to say common designer. I would like to see evidence of the designer. I'd like to see any evidence at all that he exists, that life is designed. I don't see it.
Well, it's like you have to light a candle to see the sun. You don't see evidence of design. Take a look at your thumb. You really believe that happened by chance and you came from an amoeba with billions of mistakes in the gene code? Just
not
your
by
thumb.
Chance, Kent. It's we talked a little bit about this before. These mutations that I get it that you don't seem to see any positive beneficial mutations. These are the raw things that evolution works on, that evolution selects on. And we're looking at life today after it's been evolving and perfecting itself for billions of years. So you like take an apex predator like the alligator. Anything that it changes is probably going to be detrimental to it. It's not going to make it any better able to survive. It's an apex predator. It does just fine. Any mutation pretty much almost assuredly would make it less fit, less able to survive. And that's why we have these like living fossils that you guys like to point out that are the same. You guys say evolution doesn't happen. Well, it's not that evolution doesn't happen. It's that an animal is already heavily adapted to its environment that it doesn't need to change. And mutations provide, like, you've never seen a beneficial mutation. I think that there are people, I think there's a family in Italy where their body naturally produces less cholesterol. So that family has markedly lower rates of heart disease. Now, we evolved to live on an environment where food was much scarce. So our evolutionary instincts pushing us to eat certain things are not really suited for this time that we live in. But over time, that will change, and maybe 1,000 or 10,000 years from now, people will naturally want to eat more lower calorie things. That maybe salad will taste better than a hamburger. But you want to talk about mutations?
Okay, do you think that family in Italy would be able to take over the whole world population and have this beneficial mutation take over? Isn't that what your religion requires, that if there's a beneficial one, the rest of them have to die or it gets blended back into the population? What if them Italian kids choose to marry somebody that doesn't have that? So I don't think that's an example of improving anything. We'll do some study on that. It's interesting. But back to the geologic column. This seems to be where you're stuck. Here's a picture of Grand Canyon. We have hundreds, actually, of layers. I've been there many times. Why are there no erosion marks between the layers? If the layers are different ages, shouldn't there be soil built up? Soil builds up on top of rock through a normal weathering process that's well studied. There's no soil. It's just rock, 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 rock. And all over the world, they find, let's see, 1260, 1210, 1210. Petrified trees that are standing up, petrified, running through all these layers. How long does a dead tree stand around? There are hundreds of them been found, petrified trees standing, running through all these layers. Yellowstone National Park has a fence around there as people kept breaking pieces off the petrified tree. There's me standing by it, 1988, 98. Petrified standing trees running through these layers is empirical scientific proof the layers are not different ages. You can dream that right up here in central Alabama, there's a whole bunch of, a whole forest of them, petrified in the standing position. They dig coal, go through layers of rock, another layer of coal. I got a couple friends that work up there in that coal mine. They find petrified trees running right through one seam of coal, right through a bunch of rock, right through the second seam of coal. They call it the Mary Lee Formation and the Blue Creek. You can look at fossil A, B, C, D, E, and any freshman in high school would be able to tell you, hey, that's pretty much proof. Look at that. Mary Lee and Blue Creek Formation, two different seams of coal, had to form before the trees could rot. I'd say that's less than millions of years. The flood would explain a layer of trees being laid down, mud covering them, turning them to coal, more layers. Every tide going up and down is producing layers. Those layers you see on the earth are evidence of tidal changes during Noah's flood, not millions of years. Type in Specimen Ridge, Yellowstone National Park, Wyoming. They have petrified trees, stumps, in the standing position. The roots are broken off. The tree was ripped out by a flood. 30-foot petrified tree in Kettle Mine, Cookeville, Tennessee, running through a seam of coal, another seam of coal here. One tree, two seams of coal, lots of rock in between, 30 feet, I believe. So I think you're simply mistaken, or you've been taught wrong. Go to Joggins, Nova Scotia. You can see petrified polystrata fossils, hundreds of them. Ian Juby, a creationist who lives up there, documents this, got great work on it. But they put signs up there, oh, this is 300 million years old. You tell the Canadian government, I said, that is baloney, that's propaganda. They're lying to their people. Those petrified trees in the standing position are a clear indication the layers formed rapidly. Here's one. The nose of the fish is in rock 1 million years older than the rest of the head. Well, now, he's balanced on his nose for 1 million years? James, I wish you could just stop and rethink your whole position. The layers are not different ages. The fossils all formed in one flood. God's word is true. You're going to be judged by that book one day. Go ahead.
Go ahead, James.
Well, last debate I pointed that you believe you're going to be judged by the book. And then I hate to bring it up. It might bring up some memories, but then you continued to slander the great man of science, Ernst Haeckel, by claiming that he committed fraud. And I don't know. You remember that? I don't know if that brings back any memories. But you brought up the family in Italy, and you said that how would the mutation, everyone else would have to die. And here's the thing, Kent, is that we have to be grown up about this. Everybody's going to die, right? We're going to die. Everybody is going to die. Nobody lives forever. And so how this works is things are going to die anyway. It's not evolution making something die. What happens is everything dies. And these beneficial mutations very gradually work their way through the gene pool. No, they don't have to commit incest for this to pass down. As you well know, Kent, even that one parent can pass a trait down to offspring. In fact, incest is markedly harmful, except in the book that you believe because you believe God specially made it so that the genome would be protected from incest in the Garden of Eden, and I guess again after the flood, because there were only a few families, and you would very quickly have to get into committing incest, which I guess you have a magical explanation that God just made it so that that wouldn't be harmful. It was okay then. Of course, now that would cause problems, but long ago and far away, use your imagination, God just made it so that it was okay. And then I know you guys love these polystrate fossils because you don't really have very much so you got to play the hits, the polystrate fossils. And, I know you've been told many times that these local flood events that cause these fossils to form, and geology is well aware of them. They understand them. They know exactly how these form. These are in no way a threat to the entire field of geology. And, you mentioned Specimen Ridge, where there are 26 layers of coal seams, and this is a volcanic area. If there are trees that have been uprooted there, well, guess what? There's been some upheaval there because there's been volcanic eruptions there. And they've determined that a lot of these trees in between the layers are 500 years old, and it takes hundreds of years after this layer forms. I know you think it all happened during the flood and one layer washed over another layer, and then it just looks like it's been there through 26 volcanic eruptions, which would take way longer than you think the world has been even around. And I think I don't know why you keep bringing up Specimen Ridge. I think it's really hard on your theory, but I guess go ahead, Ken.
Okay, you mentioned incest, interesting topic. You're correct. Adam and Eve's children had to marry their sisters. Adam married his own rib. But in your religion, somewhere along the line, the minerals of the earth cooled down. It was a hot ball of rock. And somewhere along the line, the minerals on the planet's surface had to come into a living cell. Something in the soup or in the ocean, so the mix of ocean and mineral soup had to come alive. The evolutionist has to believe, I've never met one that doesn't, believe that life came from non-living material, spontaneous generation, proven wrong centuries ago, but you still believe it. So if you finally do get one cell to evolve from the soup, doesn't there have to be incest for that to get sexual reproduction? There are two types, asexual and sexual reproduction. Somewhere along the line, one of them learned how to do sexual reproduction. So you have incest, you got the same problem, only yours is pure imagination. I have a book that tells me how it happened. I don't have a problem believing Adam and Eve. It says they had children for 800 years. If you read the Bible, Adam was 130 when Seth is born, and then he lived 800 more years. You could have a lot of kids in 800 years, one every 9 months and 20 minutes. So it wouldn't take, they had huge families back then, I believe, and the gene pool was pure. There were no deformed genes. Today we suffer with hundreds and hundreds, maybe even thousands of defective genes. And if you marry closer than a first cousin, which is illegal in most states, I think 2 states allow first cousin marriages here in America. The rest have to be second cousin or further distant. But if you marry closer than a first cousin, you're likely going to have problems. That's today. You're probably the 260th generation from Adam. But in your religion, you'd be the 10 trillionth generation from that amoeba. And there's a genetic breakdown almost every generation. We're suffering under a genetic load which is accumulating. The genetic load that would accumulate in the billions of years that you imagine would wipe out everything. It's just not possible. I go through on my video number 1 about 100 different ways to show the earth cannot be billions of years old. If you take away time, your whole religion really collapses in a heap. We can talk about time and some other, but you seem to want to talk about incest. I admit the Bible teaches Adam and Eve's children had to marry each other. And Noah's children had to marry first cousins at least, or second cousins. But then it would quickly disperse out. But that was in a time when the gene code was pure. Today, we have a lot of genetic load we're carrying. You don't want to marry your sister. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean, you brought up abiogenesis, which is really off topic, but it's fine. We can we could talk about abiogenesis. I don't think you really want to go. I don't really want to go there too much in this debate. But
actually, James, I'm just going to stop you for 1 second, and I'll let you take as long as you want. This will be the last round before time's moving quick. We got a ton of audience questions. This will be the last round before concluding statements. So, James, since you started, we'll let you take your time here to respond. We'll allow Kent to respond. Then we'll go into closings and then an audience Q&A. So, James, I apologize. Go ahead. Take your time.
And so I think Ken's last response, I think it kind of encapsulates like the whole debate here, the whole paradigm here is what we're doing is we're looking at reality and looking at what makes the most sense. Where, as Kent quite frequently is willing to invoke magic and these fanciful things from these fairy tales that he has great faith in them. He fervently clings to them, and that's his right. We have freedom of belief, freedom of thought, but what we have to do is we have to look at reality as it is, and we can't invoke these magical hypotheses like, well, maybe God just made it so that it was okay to commit incest back then. I don't think the original authors they probably didn't think about that too hard about the incest issue, or maybe they didn't even understand that it would be an issue back then. And then today we look back and we've got to see how that happened. But yeah, it really doesn't add up to scrutiny unless you are really desperately desiring to cling to these beliefs. If you are going to just believe it no matter what, and you're willing to accept whatever rationalization you can come up with, whatever makes it work, as long as you can hold on to your beliefs, that's okay. And that's what he's in the business of doing, is making it so that people can cling to these, that they really want to believe this stuff. They really want it to be true. But really, really wanting it to be true does not actually make it true. And there are millions of Christians out there who, he gave a few examples of ones who abandoned their faith as soon as they accepted evolution, but there are millions and millions of Christians who are totally, they love God, they believe in God, they believe the Bible in many ways is true and the Word of God, but they don't conflict with science. They're willing to be reasonable, and I would just ask those Christians who are maybe not ready to consider, or maybe they're not even willing to consider giving up on their faith. That's fine, but you don't have to go down this path of denying science and denying reality. You can come on board to reality with us. So thank you.
Ken, go ahead, take as much time as you want to respond to those points, and then James, your next response is going to be your concluding statement.
Closing?
To be fair,
Great.
yeah. So
Okay.
Ken, go ahead, take as much time as you need.
James, I wish you would look at reality. Like you said, reality is cows produce cows. Chickens produce chickens. Nothing else ever. No farmer in the history of the world has ever seen what you guys believe, that an animal turns to something else. Nobody's ever seen that. It doesn't happen. Yes, look at reality. Cows produce cows. There's no conflict with science. You guys have the conflict with science. Don't accuse me of that. Science deals with what we know, what we observe. It comes from the Latin word seer, to know. What do we know? What do we know by testing, observation, experimentation? There's several different branches or types of science. There's the hard science, and then there's the, not quite so hard science, and we think maybe ABC. So there's science is what we know. We know cows produce cows. We know that. That can be observed. Our cows had a baby, 6 months ago, and it turned out to be a cow. So yes, that happens. Humans produce humans. Chickens produce chickens. There are simply no exceptions to that. So if you wish to believe, capital B, believe that something in the past, long ago and far away, or you wish to believe a fossil you found could do something that no animal today can do, you have a religion, James, and you won't admit it. You're not part of science. You get one of the biggest religious cults in the world, believing that everything came from an amoeba or a single-celled creature. Nobody's ever seen a single-celled creature, amoeba, bacteria, paramecium, produce a two-celled creature or three-celled or four-celled. It's never been observed. It's imaginary. You imagine that something down in the rocks could do it. No animal can do it. It doesn't happen. So I don't deny science and reality. The reality is cows produce cows, chickens produce chickens, cats produce cats. There are no exceptions. We get varieties, but they're limited. Like I mentioned, nobody's going to make a cow as big as Texas. You're not going to get an 8,000-pound cow. They probably reached the limit. I bet they've reached the limit on horse speed. Kentucky Derby, they've been breeding for billions of dollars trying to get faster horses. They probably reached the limit or getting close. They might knock off a tenth of a second, and if they spend another $1 billion, but that's all they're going to get. They're never going to get a horse to fly around the track in 3 seconds. There are changes within the gene code, but they're limited. And nature selects which ones survive. In Alaska, if the dogs don't have thick fur, they don't survive. It doesn't create the fur. It just selects those that don't have the right fur to survive because it's cold. In the desert, it's the opposite. With humans, all we've ever seen is humans make baby humans. You might get a tall one or a short one, but you're not going to get one more than 40 feet tall. It's not going to happen. There are animals more than 40 feet long, like whales. Why aren't there humans 40 feet tall? There are limits. That's why. You guys just won't admit it. I wish you'd give up believing in that dumb fossil record. It doesn't exist. There's no evidence for evolution. Talking about the baby having gill slits is pure baloney. It's been proven wrong for 1869, but they're still teaching that as evidence for evolution. I simply resent tax dollars going to pay for lies to be taught in the textbooks to support a theory. Evolution is a religion. It's unsupported by any scientific evidence. This whole debate series that Donnie scheduled, where's the evidence for evolution? I don't think you've shown any tonight. Go ahead. Show it to me.
Okay, gentlemen, I think we're going to go into final 5-minute responses then, just so we can also get into the audience Q&A. And again, we've got a fantastic audience. Audience is very lively. And so I want to thank everybody for being here for this important debate. James, let's give you 5 minutes to respond to whatever you'd like. Then we'll do the same for Kent. Then some
Let me know when I'm getting to about a minute left.
Okay, let me get my timer then. James, go ahead.
So like as we've seen, as Ken is known to say, that cows produce cows. Nobody's ever seen anything different, which is exactly what evolution says. You'll never have anything different. You only notice real changes over vast amounts of time. And human history encompasses about 200, Kent was close on that, but about 250 generations of known human history. That's not long enough to notice these type of macroscopic changes that we see evidence of in the fossil record. We see animals in the fossil record that no human has ever seen. Well, if the entire course of human history is the entire course of the world, why don't we have good records of these animals that lived? Why do we have very incredibly detailed explanations in the Bible about all these other animals, but when we're talking about dinosaurs, the biggest and coolest animals around, they have to point to a few very, very vague references that maybe are talking about it, but probably not. Why wouldn't there be more talked about these amazing creatures that capture the imagination of people today, but they were more interested in talking about goats and things like that? It strains credulity. And animals today are doing the exact same thing animals in the past did. They're reproducing with variation. That's all that's happened. That's all that's ever happened. And we could go through Kent's video, Age of the Earth, and we could show how each and every point that he makes in that video about the age of the Earth is wrong. He's been pointed out why it's wrong. They're all wrong. And he's been told that, but he doesn't change. He just keeps on making the same wrong arguments that were just as wrong in the 90s as they are today. But we'll be more than happy to do that. I think we've already done that on the Amy Newman channel, gone through a couple of his videos and showing why what he says is wrong and taking the time to break down every argument. If he would like to come on and defend his arguments on our channel, we'd be more than happy to have him on there. But he didn't refute the core element that genes mutate. They do add up. He didn't show how these are limited. Now, he did mention a few things. He mentioned limits that are based on physics, like Texas-sized pig. What would an animal even approaching that size eat to even be able to get that big? It's not feasible. It's not reality. It's just kind of a cartoonish argument that really has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Yeah, there are limits in terms of like creatures' abilities. Like like baseball players. He talks about horse. How about baseball players? Roger Clemens could pump as much steroids into his body, and he couldn't throw a fastball 110 miles an hour. No one's ever been able to do it. The physics of the arm will not allow that. Maybe 10,000 or 20,000 years from now, the human arm will evolve to be able to do that, but it's just not capable of doing that right now. We haven't had nearly enough time to be able to demonstrate, to be able to make those kinds of changes. But those are based on physics, not genetics. It's not like there's an arbitrary limit where God comes in and says he will not allow the species to change any more than it does. But he's the one who talks about giants in the past, and he likes to mention Robert Wadlow, the largest human in modern history, someone who died in the early 20s because the human body is not designed, it's not capable of being that size healthy. We're just not intended to be that size. And that's why we see much larger animals in the water where they have to support their weight, why we see
1 minute
animals like Pakicetus, which was much smaller when it was a land-dwelling mammal, but it became much larger in the water once it had the water to support its weight. And so there are limits that are in organisms, but they're not based on genetics. They're based on physics. They're based on ability to survive and find food. And we just haven't had nearly long enough to be able to explore large-scale macroscopic changes, but the fossil record shows that it has happened. He just doesn't want you to connect the dots. He just wants you to pretend that what we see today is all it's ever been, and that's just not a reasonable position to hold. Thank you.
Okay, James, that is just under 5 minutes for your concluding thoughts, words, points. Kent, we're going to hand it over to you. You also have 5 minutes whenever you're ready. Go ahead.
All right. Oh, let me say thank you, sir. And I appreciate that, James. I think you just sunk your own boat. You said cows produce cows, and that's what evolution would expect. Okay. Well, this textbook shows a fossil octopus, 3.4 billion years old, the remains of the early ancestors of modern human beings. Somewhere along the line, this octopus produced a non-octopus if it turned to a human. Was your ancestor a sea sponge? Discover magazine. This is your ancestor. Well, apparently the sea sponge was able to produce a non-sea sponge to slowly turn to a human. So you guys do believe plants or animals or both are capable in the past of producing something other than their kind. But today you'll say the fact that cows produce cows after their kind is evidence for evolution. Which is it, James? One of them's wrong. Is SpongeBob our oldest ancestor? You think you came from a sponge? A sponge is not a human. In order for the sponge to become a human, it would have to add lots of genetic information, a whole lot. Nobody's ever seen a sponge produce a non-sponge. This textbook shows a tarsier, a little monkey. 30 million years ago, humans evolved. They're ancestral to humans and apes. Well, apparently, in the past, the tarsier was able to produce a non-tarsier. But today, tarsiers only produce tarsiers. What happened? Did evolution stop? They say, oh, it happened millions of years ago. Translation, long ago and far away means a fairy tale's coming. Evolution is nothing but a fairy tale. Is that really your grandpa? It was able somehow to produce something that's not its same kind. And this teaching of evolution is not only dumb and unscientific, it's having bad results. Your kids go ape in school. Here's why. He's being taught evolution. You are an animal and share a common heritage with earthworms. Well, James, if you really believe earthworms can only produce earthworms and cows can only produce cows, if you really believe that, and you don't, but if you really believe that, why don't you help me get this kind of junk out of the textbooks? Because this can't be true. How can I share a common heritage with earthworms if earthworms can only produce earthworms? You don't understand at all. You have two completely, wildly different, unconnected, polar opposite thoughts that you believe in at the same time. And I wish I could help you. Let's see. You mentioned about larger animals. Humans can't get that big because the big animals live in the water. What about the brachiosaur? I think we have plenty of evidence that the 50-foot tall brachiosaur was able to walk on land. A lot of dinosaurs lived on land. They don't defy the laws of physics. We find their bones, we find their footprints, no question, and they didn't have to live in the water. So what's the problem with a giant human? I believe the Bible teaches that before the flood came, things were very different. That's why the Bible teaches they lived to be 900. And most cultures have what they call the golden age, where they talk about, oh yeah, man used to live to be 1,000. Just Google golden age. Why would so many ancient cultures, non-Christian, have a legend of a time when man lived to be 1,000, a golden age? Why would so many cultures have a legend of a flood, a worldwide flood? There are over 280 legends of this flood found around the world. And people that are unconnected to the Bible, they're people, they teach their people, oh, years ago there was a big flood, worldwide flood. It's a universally taught legend. I think it's true. It's based on a story that really happened. But we teach the kids they're an animal and wonder why are they acting like animals. And you claim 4.543 billion years is going to solve the problem. Give it more time. You mentioned that half a dozen times in the last 2 hours. Adding time is not going to help. The Colorado River cut through layer upon layer of rock over millions of years. That river didn't make that canyon. Grand Canyon's a washed out dam. Watch my video number 4 or come see ours here. Google dam break at Dinosaur Adventureland. We did one here. There was a big called the Kaibab Plateau across Arizona. If you plugged the Grand Canyon up today, a big lake would fill up behind it going clear back to Colorado. I show pictures of where the lake would be based on elevation lines right now. The top of Grand Canyon, 7,000 or 8,000 foot high. The river enters the canyon at less than 3,000 feet. Rivers don't flow uphill. Grand Canyon's a washed out dam. Don't lie to the kids and tell them that little river made that big canyon. That's baloney. The flood is the best explanation for stuff like this. So I think the evidence is overwhelming. There was a creator. He created the world, had to do it rapidly. Plants require animals. They reciprocate the gases. Plants breathe in CO2, give off oxygen. Animals breathe in oxygen, give off CO2. They require each other. There are billions of symbiotic relationships that absolutely defy an evolutionary explanation. I'm out of time. Your turn. Bye.
Okay, Kent, thank you so much, guys. Fantastic debate. I do want to thank you both for keeping it civil, respectful, and sophisticated. Lots of good points discussed, and lots of compliments from the live chat. Very good debate. So let's get right into these questions then. And then after the questions, when we let you guys go, I'm going to stick around for a few minutes and go over all of the debates for the Evolution Debate Challenge series that are coming up. So until then, we'll just get right into the questions. And I have a ton here. So I hope you gentlemen are okay to pull an all-nighter tonight. Just get a pot of coffee going, and we should be good. So here we go. First question comes in from Taylor K. And let me get them up on screen for you, gentlemen, because this will make it, I think, easier. So here we go. First question comes in from Taylor K. The question is for you, James. James, where are the transitional species between the manatee and the hippopotamus?
Oh, well,
oh yeah, you're good.
Yeah, thanks, Donnie. So I'll be able to, like I said, we're doing an after show at the Amy Newman channel at 12. So thank you, Kent, for the debate. But he did make a lot of claims there. But I'll be able to go and talk about those. And if you want to come on the after show, Ken, I know it's a little late for you, but if you want to come in midnight, do an all-nighter with us, I'll be happy to tell you why you were wrong about those claims that you made. But I appreciate it. And so Taylor's question is kind of a misnomer because she's talking about this transition between manatee and hippopotamus, but those are both modern animals. So it's not like the hippopotamus turned into the manatee. That's not how evolution works. Like once an animal is, nothing can go back in the evolutionary tree and become something else. That bus has already left. So if you want to learn about manatee evolution, like where the manatee evolved, and manatee, they were, now he's going to say that, well, you know what? God just decided to make mammals that live in the water because, hey, that's what God just decided. He can do anything. But it's happened a couple times where land mammals have gradually become more aquatic over time, and those adaptations and mutations that allowed certain individuals to be more able to catch prey in the water, be better swimmers, became advantageous. And those traits slowly over millions of years, yeah, it does take that amount of time. That's just the reality. But you can read up about manatee evolution. One of them is called Poroastomus, which was discovered in sediment that's 40 million years old around Jamaica. But there's several different species of manatee that have evolved, and they're actually not as recent. They're actually more recently evolved than a lot of the other cetaceans, because they still have nails on their flipper, which defies an explanation other than God just thought that they looked cute with nails on their flippers.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Taylor, for the question. Over to you, Kent, for your response.
There's no evidence whatsoever of a manatee ever producing a non-manatee. The little nails on their flipper they use for digging. They're not remnants of a toe or anything else. They're used today. They need them, okay? Any mutations that anybody's ever observed have been harmful, fatal, or neutral. They remove information. Manatees make baby manatees every time. If you find a bone in the dirt that you think was a little different and you want to claim it's the ancestor of manatees, that's not science. Finding bones in the dirt, you cannot prove any fossil had any children. None. They might have, and they probably did, but you could not prove in a court of law any fossil had children that lived. You certainly could not prove it had children that lived that were different. No animal today does this. Animals are having babies all the time. None of them makes anything significantly different. As you said, cows produce cows. That's what we expect.
Never would.
Manatees produce manatees. Always did, always will. You are dreaming of anything else. Go ahead.
Okay, James, quick final word, and we'll get to the next question.
Yeah, they always will. What we're saying is that this transition happens so slowly, Kent, that you'll never notice it from 100 generations to the next. And that's just the reality of it, as inconvenient as that is.
Okay, appreciate it, gentlemen. And next one comes in from Pseudonym. This one is for you now, Kent. Why do we have isolated species that come off Noah's Ark? Did kangaroos or koalas hold hands to a location before breeding? Or are there kangaroo fossils that aren't considered, I got to find the rest of this, transitional? So
yeah, leave it up if you would so I can follow that logic. First place, I believe nearly all fossils, and maybe all fossils, formed at the flood. So the animals getting off the ark and spreading around the world are not going to leave fossils. As they die, they're going to rot like they do today. We have deer get hit all the time on the highway here in Alabama. None of them fossilize. They rot. The buzzards pick them clean. The ants drag them around. They don't fossilize. Fossilization requires rapid burial. And very frequently, billions of animals have been found fossilized with all the bones still in place, articulated, fully articulated skeletons. This wasn't scavenged by the buzzards or the coyotes and dragged around the woods. It didn't die and land on top of the ground. It was buried, or probably buried and died at the same time because of the same thing. So fossils don't form today at all that anybody's ever proven, certainly not in great numbers like we find in the ground. So I think the kangaroos and the koalas getting off of Noah's Ark, they're less aggressive than many other animals, and they would tend to leave when there's an ark. As the population grew, they would tend to migrate away from any fight and an argument. I don't think a kangaroo is going to want to mess with a tiger. So I think there was a migration wave away from, I cover this video on number 6 of my series, why are kangaroos only found in Australia? Well, I don't know that I could prove kangaroo fossils are only found in Australia, but kangaroos only found in Australia today, to my knowledge. But as getting off the ark, there wouldn't be any fossils formed since then. So of course, we're not going to find them along the journey. Fossils aren't forming today. Kangaroo fossils that aren't transitional. No fossil is transitional. I could decide to put a fork and a spoon and put a spork in between. Does that prove it is in between the spoon and the fork? No. Forks are designed, spoons are designed, and the spork is designed. There's no proof that any animal ever changed to something else. There are no transitional fossils. There's no fossil record. So that after the flood, they're probably not going to leave any fossil, just like today. The kangaroos that died in Australia in the last 500 years didn't leave any fossils. They rotted. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. James, over to you if you had a response.
Well, not only are all fossils transitional, but all species are transitional. We are all transitioning because of what's happening today is the same thing that's happened since abiogenesis, reproduction with variation. And I find it pretty hard to believe that if there were koalas and kangaroos that had to, I guess, go to this ark in the middle, I guess because God just made it so they knew they had to hop all the way to the ark, so because Noah couldn't round them all up, that you wouldn't have any found outside of Australia, when I guess they at one point lived somewhere else because no animals were meat eaters before the ark, so there would be no reason for them to have to run away from any aggressive animals. But just this idea that after the flood, all the animals could eat meat, and it was just kind of a free-for-all after that, and these species that were not meat eaters just kind of hopped their way to Australia. It just defies credulity. It's not, there's no evidence of it in the fossil record, and you would only believe that's reasonable if you begin with the conclusion that this book and this flood must be true. So whatever works to make it true, you're okay with.
Thank you, James. Kent, question was for you. Get the last word, brother.
Yeah, I think he's talking to himself here. Whatever it works to keep that evolution theory true. I think anybody with a brain would notice that if you look at the continents of the world, 70% of the Earth is still underwater, and all of the continents have what's called a continental shelf. Between England and France, the water's about 40 feet deep, 60, maybe 100 in some places. There's what's called a continental shelf. Between Alaska and Russia, it's only like 60 feet deep. If you lowered the oceans about 100 feet, the connection between Alaska and Russia would be thousands of miles wide. There are different elevations to all the continents. If you raise the oceans just 10%, or 10%, in addition to the ocean, all of this would be underwater. There'd be a little island called Appalachia. If you lowered the oceans, you could walk to Cuba. It would all be connected. There's what's called a continental shelf. I think after the flood, the oceans were lower because the ice caps were larger. We know the ice caps were larger. There's terminal moraines and lateral moraines and isostatic rebound evidence clear down to Kansas City, Missouri. Mobile Bay, Pensacola Bay, 7 feet deep, average. If you lowered the oceans just 50 feet, you could walk to Australia from Vietnam. 50 or 100 feet max out of 12,000-foot oceans. So my theory would be, after the flood, the less aggressive animals migrated away from where Noah's Ark landed right there. And over the next few hundred years, two things happened. The populations of all the animals were increasing and they're migrating away, and the ice is melting back. And at some point, maybe 100 or 200 years after the flood, Australia is now separated, but there is a continental shelf between the two. You could lower the oceans and walk to Borneo and walk to Australia. So I think, just like the Bible says, the scoffers are ignorant of the flood. The flood and the resulting ice caps, if the ice caps were bigger, the oceans would be smaller, lower, and you could walk anywhere you wanted in the world. So I think the Bible is the best explanation for what we actually see with the distribution of animals. Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Kent. And good question, pseudonym. So here's the next one that comes in, and it is from Mark Reed, Super Chat. Appreciate it, Mark. Very on topic question here. So let's see here. Question is for you, Kent. How do you explain endogenous retroviruses in the same positions or leaving the same damage on human and ape DNA? How could this virus attack randomly and do this?
We covered I'm off schedule. I'm sorry. We covered retroviruses in great detail on one of the last debates. I have about 60,000 slides now, so it's going to take me a minute. That's why I've requested Donnie many times. We stop doing this, bring up 20 topics. The whole debate should be on one topic, and I'll get all my slides ready and I'll be prepared. But retroviruses are not evidence for evolution. They're incredibly complex on their own. Let's see if it's in seminar part 4. I don't remember where I put it. It'll take me a while to find it. But they are not evidence for evolution. there's not evidence that they're harmful. They get the connotation virus, oh, harmful. So the fact that many animals have similar DNA code and similar breaks in their DNA code might indicate a common designer. Doesn't indicate a common ancestor. And one virus is so complicated, one single cell in your body is more complicated than the space shuttle. Why on earth would anybody with half a brain think it happened by chance? If you found an ink pen laying on the parking lot, you would never dream it happened by chance. And one cell in your body is trillions of times more complicated than an ink pen. And billions of years is not going to make the ink pen. And trillions of years is not going to make one single cell. Not one. You can dream it if you want and believe it if you want, and they do. And they want to teach it to others. That's where I object. Go ahead.
Thank you for the response there, Kent. James, if you had anything to add, go ahead.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, I brought up ERVs in the debate, but Kent didn't seem like he wanted to go there. But yeah, great question, Mark. And of course, so the explanation from the other side is God just did it this way. He just made it these things in the code that look like viruses. But we know that these are actual viruses because they've actually taken some of these genes that contain these ERVs and they've mutated them to turn these viruses back on. And guess what? When you do that, they start making viruses again. You've reactivated. So these are actual remnants of viruses that were inserted into the genome in one of your ancestors. If you have a ERV in your genome, it means that one of your ancestors was infected with this virus, and they've flipped these viruses back on before in the laboratory. And the idea, it's really cruel if God designed it this way to make it look like we share a common ancestor with chimpanzee. God could design the genome in any way. If there's something in the genome that he wants to make a vulnerability or that he wants to make good, because he had to put vulnerabilities in there so he could rain death and disease on us to punish us for eating the wrong tree. But why would he have to do so in a way that makes it look like we had a common ancestor? He could just put something in there that would be beneficial or harmful, and it wouldn't have to look like a virus. It wouldn't have to be the remnants of a virus. He could have done it in a much more straightforward way.
On my slides I have on ERVs, and I'll be glad to give a 2-hour answer if you'd like. But scientists back in 2014, 8 years ago, discovered beneficial function of endogenous retroviruses. They are part of your immune system. Very frequently, they think something is proof for evolution. Later, it's proven to have a function, like the tailbone is not vestigial. It's part of your reproductive system, different muscles attached there that allow you to make babies, Same thing with the whale. The whale pelvis is not a pelvis at all. It's part of the whale's reproductive system. You can get into that if you'd like. But endogenous retroviruses play a critical role in the body's immune defense against common bacteria and viral pathogens. The fact that somebody named it a virus is probably unfortunate, but now that we're stuck with that name, it's not proof for evolution. Clear back in last year, May 2021, endogenous retroviruses protect us from viral infections. So I'll produce a whole videotape one of these days on DVD, just on ERV, since that's the latest one you guys are using, since everything else you've ever used in history has been proven to not be true. Endogenous ERVs have turned out to represent important components of the antiviral immune response. Wow. So they're not detrimental. They're part of the design that man has to protect them against different bacteria and pathogens that come in to cause problems. Endogenous retroviruses function as gene expression regulatory elements during mammal pre-implantation. When a woman gets pregnant, the embryo is floating around. It has to attach to the wall of the uterus. Well, normally, anything tries to attach to the wall like a sliver in your skin, the body's going to put up a fight and say, no, reject this. How do you overcome that? ERVs overcome and allow the embryo to implant in the uterus. You need to study ERVs a little more, James. And if you think that's evidence for evolution, you're really desperate and you don't know what you're talking about. ERVs are part of the normal design, amazing design of the human body. I don't mind giving God glory for stuff like that. Go ahead.
Kent, appreciate the response. And this one, James, is now for you. So we've got a good, healthy number of questions for each of you. Time is flying by, so we're going to wind it down with a couple more questions. And again, fantastic debate. So $5 super chat from Boomer21. Thank you so much. Question is for James. If the Earth is over 4 billion years old, how can we have a moon? Its orbit travels an inch away yearly.
So our moon is pretty amazing. It's one of the it's the largest moon relative to its planet size in the solar system. It is it's really cool, and the fact that we actually have a good model for how the moon formed is really a testament to the scientific method and our ability to apply that science to find out what happened in the past. Even though nobody was there when the moon formed, we still have a very good idea of how it happened. And for one, we don't know that the decay rate has been the same over time. Maybe it decayed less before. And I also think that the math on that is a little off. I don't think the moon would have been in contact with the Earth's surface a billion years ago. I think the moon has been up there. It's quite clear for almost the entire time that Earth has been there. And no, it would not be touching the Earth. The moon is, I mean, you guys throw these things out there like you think science hasn't contemplated this before. You think something like this is going to upturn the entire field of science in terms of how we know that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. You need to come with a little bit more than that. And yeah.
I would call that a lame answer. You don't think science thought about it before. Of course they thought about it. They don't have an answer for it. Here's NASA's website. I feel like we're drifting apart. The moon is leaving. Moon is leaving the Earth at the rate of 4 centimeters a year, about 1.5 inches, a little more than 1.5 inches a year. Forbes.com did an article about that. Will the moon ever leave Earth's orbit? Space answers, yes. Astronomy books are found quoting the fact that the moon is gradually spiraling away from the Earth. Oh, okay. Physics.org. Why is the moon leaving us? Moon's orbit, its circular path is getting bigger at the rate of 3.8 centimeters a year, 1.5 inches a year. Okay. Well, if there's a law called the inverse square law, James, if you brought the moon into 1/3 the distance, you take that 1/3, inverse it, and square it. It's 9 times the gravitational pull at 1/3 the distance. So 1,000 years ago, the moon was 125 feet closer. A million years ago, 28 miles closer. No big deal. 10 million years ago, 284 miles closer. 100 million, 2,800 miles closer. A billion, 28,000 miles closer. This is going to be a big problem. 1.4 billion years ago, the moon would have crashed into the Earth. It's called the lunar recession problem. Astronomy Journal ran an article about it back 54. They've known this for 70 years. The evolution of the lunar major semi-axis represents a well-known timescale problem. The lunar orbit collapses a little over 1 billion years ago. They've known this. Well, this is November 94. I'm sorry, page 1, 1954. They've known this for a long time. The evolution of the lunar semi-major axis presents a well-known timescale problem. It collapses 1 billion years ago. This is well-studied, well-known, and no, they don't have an answer because they don't like the obvious answer. It's not billions of years old. I know you need billions of years to turn your frog to a prince, but just the moon says, hey, I'm sorry, it's not billions of years old. The moon causes our tides. A closer moon makes higher tides, 8 times higher. That would be just based on a closer moon. The moon is moving away 3.78 centimeters. It's been well studied, and we know it's true, and no, they do not have an answer. I tell you what, James, let's do the entire next debate on this one topic. How do you answer the moon moving away from the Earth and the Earth being 4.6 billion years old without these tides destroying everything? Go ahead.
I don't think that would take an entire debate, Kent. I think that that would take about 15 minutes, and after that, you'd probably start obfuscating and throwing other things out there because it's not really a problem, and we could go in depth about it, but this is just one of the things that you throw out there in your claims that it takes longer to debunk your claims than it takes to for you to make them, because you actually have to break everything down and do the math. And no, I don't think the math is correct on that. No, we do have answers for it. You can find answers for it. The moon is 300,000 miles, 238,000 miles away from Earth, I don't think it would be in contact with the Earth at 1.4 billion years ago at the recession of 1 inch a year. Even if that rate had been steady, I think you could do the math real quick on that and find out that that doesn't work. And yeah, it's just one of the many fallacious arguments that you have to try to overturn well-established science.
Okay, guys, let's do a really quick power round of about 3 questions. I want to make sure I honor these super chats that came in.
Great.
So just real quick power round. So this one comes in from Play Salieri. Okay, so question is I think it's for you, James. So real quick, geneticists determined that all humans come from a single family. Apes also genetically have a common ancestor with ancient species. Is it possible to trace the mitochondria of apes and humans back to a common ancestor? Actually, I'm not entirely sure who that question is for now that I've completely read it. So, well, let's start with you, James. We'll just get a quick thoughts from the both of you, and then.
So this goes into that kind of that mitochondrial Eve fallacy. This kind of flirting with the genetic entropy fallacy, which really take a long time to go into, and we've done that on our channel with Donnie's friend Dr. Dan. We've looked at this argument and shown the multiple fallacious assumptions that go into it. No, you can't trace things back. It doesn't work that way, and the data doesn't show that you can't find Eve, mitochondrial Eve, anywhere in the genome. It's just there's so many false assumptions that go into it, and I don't have time to break all those down. But yeah, it can't be done.
Anything you'd like to add, Ken?
Well, yeah, I think there was. We all had a common single female ancestor. I know her name, Eve. I know her husband's name. I know where they lived, Eden, for a while until Eve ate them out of house and home. So yeah, I believe that story is the only logical scientific answer to what we observe in the genetics. That's a scientific book we got there, that Bible.
Appreciate it, Kent. And okay, real quick, we're gonna wrap it up with this one. I will apologize to anybody in the chat whose question we didn't get to. As usual, we would be here for 10 hours getting all these questions. So I appreciate the engagement from the chat. Another fantastic debate. We're gonna wrap it up here. Bubblegum Gun, $2 super chat. James, so what was a cow before it was a cow? Short and sweet.
Bubble, you can.
Oh, James, I'm sorry. I had you on mute for about 5 seconds there. Can you
Bubble,
restart? My fault.
This is easy. We've had fun with Bubblegum. He has some really fallacious ideas about evolution. I've tried to help him, but I think he's beyond help. But he's obviously a devotee of Kent here, and that's fine. But you can find easily that the modern bovines came from the ancient aurochs, which existed in before the modern cows were created. I think probably through humans, through domestication, but that's well known. And you could even go back in time and find out what it was before that, and what the common ancestors were for the bovids and where they branch off. This is well known. I don't have a cow chart or a slide to be able to show you. I didn't come prepared for that, right, Kent?
Kent, go ahead.
You should run for president, James. That was the best non-answer to a question I've seen in a while. That's what we're getting.
It came from the aurochs. That's the answer. The aurochs.
Okay, yeah. Run for president.
That's the ancestor.
I would say there never was a time when it wasn't a cow. The cows were created directly by the hand of God, and they've always produced cows. We have cows. They show no interest whatsoever in mating with the pine trees or the oak trees or the sheep or the llama or the camel. You can tell what's the same kind. Watch the males. Which one do they look for? They look for the female of their kind. Cows have always brought forth cows. There are no exceptions. So there's no such thing as a cow, something before the cow. It was created directly by the hand of God. I don't have a problem giving God glory for that. I think cows are kind of stupid, but I like eating them. I only eat vegetarian cows, though.
I don't know, Kate, you ever seen a male dog? They sometimes seem to have interest in other things that aren't female dogs, unfortunately. I don't know if you ever fell victim to that, but it's not pretty.
They don't produce any babies, do they?
No, they don't, but they do show interest, which is
Okay.
unusual.
Okay, gentlemen, you guys made for a very engaging, memorable debate. Again, I appreciate both of your time. We did go over the agreed upon time, but you guys are great and generous with your time to make this debate happen. So, James, Kent, some quick final words, final thoughts before we let you out for the night. Again, thank you so much. James, let's start with you. Quick final word, final thoughts.
Well, thank you, Kent. Thank you, Donnie. It was a lot of fun. I think we got to go over a good number of points, but like you said, there's so many different points to go over. And the real strength of the evolutionary theory is not just one or two different things point to it. It's that everything points to it. And you can ad hoc your way through one or two explanations, but to ad hoc your way through the entire field of science is kind of hard to do. But let's go to Kent, and he can try to save all of our souls.
James, thanks for your final thoughts. Kent, over to you.
Well, I'm curious, James, in your evolution religion, what is the purpose of life? Why did it evolve at all? What happens when you die? I would be willing to bet $5 you're going to die one day. Where are you going?
Sure.
Smoking or non-smoking? So, where the Bible says
no
the
purpose,
soul,
Kent. No purpose, by the way. It's
no purpose to life.
No
at all.
purpose. Unfortunately, we have to be adults about it, and I have to tell you that life is what you make of it, Kent. It is what you make of it. If you wanna spend the little bit of time you have following the fables of the ancient Israelites, you're welcome to do it. But yeah.
Okay,
Well,
Kent, go ahead with your final thoughts.
Yeah.
All the evidence I have ever observed backs up the book that I read, God's Word, the Bible. I believe it's true. I believe there is a purpose to life. Your religion of evolution only takes away any meaning to life. And under your religion, the strongest survive. So if you can kill off all your neighbors and take all their stuff, what would be wrong with that? I've asked atheists and evolutionists all over the world, simple question. If you believe in evolution, how do you tell right from wrong? Is it wrong for the lion to eat the baby zebra? The lion thinks it's fine. The zebra don't like it. Is it wrong for you to steal your neighbor's stuff if you can do it and not get caught? What would be wrong with that? How do you tell right from wrong? If evolution is true, you guys don't have a standard to measure anything by. That's sad, really sad. And you want to teach that to the kids, and you wonder why society is falling apart? Hello, not problem at all. Go ahead.
Okay, Kent, James, thanks again to the both of you for this debate. Okay, I'm going to let you gentlemen get out of here. I'm going to spend a few minutes going over reminders in terms of the remaining debates we've got in this series over the next month. Kent, you're going to be busy. So, okay, guys, thanks so much.
Thank you.
As a ministry here, Standing for Truth, we've released our, let's see here, the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook. So for anybody who is interested, this is a topic that is frequently discussed these days. You can get the full color version. Benjamin did a fantastic job. Probably the most comprehensive book you're going to find on the market on this specific topic, black and white version. And you won't regret it. You won't regret it. It's worth it. If you're in the chat and you're even remotely interested in this topic, click the link. And Cheryl, sister, I appreciate that. So the book is fully updated and good to go on Amazon. You can also go on our official website here. So the Endogenous Retrovirus Handbook, I'm telling you, it's worth it. It's just a click away. Black and white edition or the full color edition with a variant cover. So that'll take you right to the Amazon website. You can also get it on various other Amazon websites in Canada, the UK, so on and so forth. Thank you all for being here. This has been a ton of fun. So that being said, guys, thanks for tuning in. We will see you guys again soon. And God bless. Standing for Truth is out. All right, looks like we are live. Welcome to Standing for Truth. I am your host and moderator for tonight's debate on evolution. with a focus on the Hominid Fossil Record. This debate is between Kent Hovind and James W. This is a continuation of our 2022 Evolution Debate Challenge series. We have now done roughly 30 of these debates so far, with many more to come. If you are not yet subscribed to this channel, please make sure to hit that subscribe button. As you know, we strongly believe in critical thinking, which is exactly why we host so many debates on a variety of important topics. Gentlemen, James W. and Dr. Dino, thank you so much for being here. And before we get into any opening statements, let's kind of break the ice, get to know you gentlemen a little bit. James W., why don't we start with you? Thanks for being here. A little bit about yourself, a little bit about your channel.
Thanks, Donnie. So I co-host a channel with the wonderful Amy Newman. We do several podcasts usually each week, talking about the hard-hitting issues of the day, like issues to do with religion, conspiracy theories, little politics, but we try to keep it fun. We invite people to come on, tell us what they believe and why. And I am a atheist. I am a counter-apologist. And I used to be a Christian, but until about 2014, when I gave my life over to evidence and reason, and I became an atheist, and I'd like for you guys to make that journey with me today. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much there, James W., for your introduction. And James, I'm not sure. We can hear you good, but there's a little bit of kind of background noise. It might be from your...
I'm in a compound here. I'll try to speak as loud as I can.
No worries. You're coming in okay. So, okay. Kent, good to have you back as well. How you been? A little bit about yourself.
God is good. Some of God's kids drive me crazy, but God is good. I'm in Lenox, Alabama, straight north of Pensacola, 70 miles. I've been a Baptist preacher 48 years. I taught high school science and math 15 years. And I defend the Bible as being scientifically true. I think God made everything in 6 days. That's the only way it'll work. Symbiotic relationships by the millions are out there that aren't going to work with evolution. I think evolution is the dumbest religion in the world. It's not a science. It's a religion. People believe in it. And I'm going to get James W. converted back, well, at least converted over tonight. We'll try anyway. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Kent, for that intro. I do have the relevant links to both Dr. Dino and James W. in the description box for people to check out. Okay. So tonight's topic, again, is the Hominid Fossil Record. And it's going to be, kind of an informal debate, what we've typically been doing. We're going to have James start us off. He's going to give roughly 12 or 13 minutes. He's going to give us a breakdown of the Hominid Fossil Record, why he believes that's evidence for evolution. Then we'll give Kent equal time to respond, 12, 13 minutes. And then we're just going to jump into a free-flowing discussion. So we're going to take one point or one topic at a time that has been brought up in the openings. And we're going to make sure that we, do our best to discuss them all. And then we'll have a 5-minute concluding statement where the debaters can wrap up their points and thoughts. And then this is where we get you guys in the audience involved. We're going to have an audience Q&A. Just please make sure you're tagging me with your questions at Standing for Truth, and that way I won't miss them. Okay, James, we're going to get right into it. I'm going to hand it over to you whenever you're ready. 12 to 13 minutes. The floor is yours.
All right. Hey, everybody. Just so you guys know, we'll be doing an after show on the Amy Newman channel after this, so feel free to come on over. We'll have open mics, so anybody can come on. Tell us what you think. Tell me if I'm right, wrong. But we'll have a good time. Let me see. Okay. To begin, evolution makes one specific claim, and that is that life reproduces itself and is in a constant state of change. Genetic mutations acted on by the environment, what we call natural selection, produce macroscopic changes in organisms over time. These changes typically take a very long time to accumulate to anything noticeable. Now, predictions. Based on what we know, we can predict a few things. We can predict that anatomically modern humans will be found to be in the most recent layers. We can predict that beyond that time range of modern humans, we will see forms of life that are similar to modern humans, yet distinctly different. And the further back in time we look, we'll see a trend of these animals appearing less and less like modern humans and more like the classical definition of an ape, which, by the way, we are apes. We are
apes. We're not monkeys, but we are apes. So first things first. So we got to go back 65 million years when the asteroid knocked out the dinosaurs, hit the Gulf of Mexico, leaving a brave new world for our small shrew-like mammalian ancestor to lift its head out of its burrows and conquer. Eventually, Eurasia separated from the Americas. New and old world monkeys were separated by this new continent. Australia split from Antarctica, and where there, of all places, the marsupials won out over the mammals. We saw gigantic kangaroos and wombats there, whereas in the Americas, aside from the opossum, the marsupials didn't do too great. Then 40 million years ago, we had India smash into the Asian continent, producing the Himalayan mountains. And as Atheist Jr. pointed out, this is part of science. Mountain formation does happen, and we know, even though we're not sitting there watching it, it is a part of science. But the real fun starts to happen in Africa about 30 million years ago when apes diverged from old world monkeys. And then about 7 million years ago when the human line diverged from that of our common ancestor with chimpanzees. And bonobos, by the way, created a separate primate line. All the primates, though, have large brains compared to their body size, binocular front-facing eyes, grasping hands, and social hierarchies. Now, humans and chimps, as we know, share about 98.4% of our DNA. We're both territorial, and we're both capable of gratuitous violence, that is, violence for its own sake without real purpose. Our common ancestor with chimps, though, was much more suited for forest life, using the trees to keep safe due to environmental factors, forests in Africa becoming fewer and fewer and more grasslands and savannas opening up. Bipedalism began to be selected for by the environment. It drove our ancestors out of the trees into the savannas and allowed them to survive. By the time the Australopithecines came on the scene, the move was complete. Bipedalism had won out. So we're going to start off, we're going to introduce Ken to the homos. We're going to start with Homo habilis. Larger brain than the Australopithecines, but very, very primitive tools by comparison. Moving on, we have Homo ergaster with an even larger brain size than that of habilis, more intelligent, larger range in where it lived, and it even probably started to use fire. It began to create much better tools and began to eventually engage in collective learning. That's passing down knowledge from one person to the next. And we have Homo antecessor and Homo heidelbergensis and Homo neanderthalis. They used fire systematically for the first time. They made bladed tools, spears, tools made out of different items like wood and stone. Neanderthals moved into cooler climates, necessitating the development of clothing. And modern humans, that's us, we came on the scene around 250,000 years ago. So how do we know we have a common ancestor with chimps? Well, we have good evidence that humans share a common ancestor with chimps, as Mark Reed so wonderfully and elegantly pointed out in the previous debate. Human number 2 chromosome is a fusion of 2 chromosomes found in other simians. The chimpanzee chromosome, you can tell right where it fused, and the existence of numerous endogenous retroviruses prove beyond a reasonable doubt that humans share a common ancestor with chimpanzees. Sorry, not sorry, that's just the truth. And Kent didn't want to touch that last debate with a 15-foot whale phallus, but it is the truth. And the fossil record, it tells us a story, and it's a very different story than the one my opponent is peddling. He doesn't want you to connect the dots. He doesn't want you to understand what's going on here. That's his job, to muddy the waters and make this as confusing as possible so you won't see the writing that is written on the wall. I ask you to resist his obfuscation. There are 4 lights. Modern humans. We have Homo sapiens, originating perhaps in Africa as far back as 300,000 years ago. Intelligent tool makers, developed advanced language, a global range. That's us. We know what we are. We don't really have to spend a lot of time on that. Neanderthals, Homo neanderthalis, lived in Eurasia from about 400,000 years ago to about 40,000 years ago. We sequenced their DNA in 2008. Yeah, we have Neanderthal DNA. That's how we know that modern humans have a small amount of Neanderthal DNA as part of our genome. Now, it was found to be about 99.7% similar to modern humans. So modern humans, we all share about 99.9% of our DNA. So the Neanderthals were pretty close. They were pretty close, but they are distinctly different. They are not modern humans. They did make advanced tools, but not as advanced as Homo sapiens were doing. In fact, they remained hunter-gatherers after modern humans had developed agriculture and began domesticating animals. They had a shorter, stockier body size, larger brains, receding forehead, prominent brow ridge. We all know all about that. We have Homo heidelbergensis, lived between 700 and 200,000 years ago, originally thought to be an erectus, Homo erectus subspecies, but it has been now classified as its own species. Possibly our most common ancestor between modern humans and Homo neanderthalis. Lived in Europe and possibly Asia and Africa. First discovered in 1907, but since then there have been numerous examples found. They had a large brain case with a flatter face than modern humans. The first species to truly adapt in colder climates and build shelters to live in. They're known for the ability to hunt large animals and what had not been seen in human species before. Another Homo rudolfensis, Kent, lived 1.9 to 1.8 million years ago in Africa. Discovered Kenya 1972. A large, nearly complete skull. We had a right lower femur, a full upper femur, and a complete left femur. Numerous other examples have been found. We have face, we have jawbones found in 2012. Homo rudolfensis are different from other Homo species, having a longer face and slightly different dental structure than modern humans or their ancestors. Homo erectus, the big one. Homo erectus, upright man, emerged about 2 million years ago in Asia, Africa, and Europe. They didn't go extinct until about 100,000 years ago. Human-like body proportions, upright stance, protruding brow ridge, no real chin, and larger faces. We have found numerous examples of them all over the world. Due to how long they were around, they varied widely in size and dispersion because they were all over the world. Homo habilis, handyman, 2.4 to 1.4 million years ago. Only found a few of these guys, so they're one of the less complete lineages. Homo habilis possessed some ape-like features, longer arms, and a more ape-like face. They had a larger brain case, 550 to 687 centimeters compared to animals that lived before them, but a smaller face and smaller teeth. Homo florensis. These are the hobbits that were found in an island off of, I believe, Indonesia. Key fossils found in 2003. They were about 3.5 feet tall, had a tiny brain. They made stone tools. They hunted small elephants and large rodents, only in this one place in the world because they evolved there. And they weren't specially created. Now, this is the one that keeps our gracious host up late at night. This is the one that he really gives him great concern. And this is Australopithecus sediba. Lived 2 million years ago. Coexisted with both Erectus and Ergaster. Possibly a transition between Australopithecines and the genus Homo. Partial juvenile and a complete adult specimens have been found. Combination of primitive traits derived from sediba shows part way of a transition between arboreality, being in the trees, and bipedality, walking on the ground. But the legs and feet were previously, they pointed to a different way of locomotion that was previously not well understood before that. With each step, they turned their foot inward and its weight shifted to the outer edge of the foot. This odd way of striding was a new find for human evolution, but that's what it is. We find bones in the dirt and we make logical conclusions about them. We don't try to pretend that it's a mixture of human and ape fossils because it's just too transitional. And this is the other one that really, well, this is not the one that gives them that hard of a time. Australopithecus africanus, 3.67 to 2 million years ago, discovered 1924 with a 90% intact specimen. Lived in Africa, not known to use stone tools, bipedal. Now, this is the one that really also gives them a hard time. Australopithecus afarensis lucy, 3.85, 2.95 million years ago. Lived in Africa, had human and ape-like characteristics, had a much smaller brain case than modern humans, about 1/3 the size. And it was bipedal. Lucy walked upright. We can tell that from the shape of the pelvis, the leg bones, the knees. There are just several things. The way the spine is shaped, we know that she walked upright. And when found, this was one of the best examples of that link, bridging that link between our tree climbing ancestors and our bipedal ancestors. And they have found more than 300 of these all over Africa, over 300 found. And so Kent's main argument, his main shtick, is that he is incredulous that these changes can add up over time. How does this happen? He doesn't get it. How can you have small changes over time leading to very large changes? Well, say Lucy lived about 3.2 million years ago, and we can estimate conservatively there have been about 128,000 generations from Lucy to today. Put that into scale. New York and Los Angeles are about 2779 miles apart, or 14.7 million feet. If you made 128,000 stops along the way, you'd be stopping every 114 feet, traveling at a modest 40 miles an hour. You'd be stopping about every 2 seconds. Okay, this is a very gradual shift from Lucy to today. And Kent is fine. He's fine with shifts like horses and zebras. He's fine with two cats coming off the ark and getting tigers, lions, jaguars, cougars, all in a matter of 100 years. But he's incredulous that Lucy, over 3.2 million years, could evolve
15 seconds
into modern humans. It's an entirely reasonable position. It's the story the fossil record tells us. It's reality, whether you like it or not. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, James. 13 minutes on the dot. So we are going to now hand it to Kent. Kent will give you 13 minutes, and whatever is not addressed can be discussed during the open discussion. So we'll have some fun. Kent, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Oh, all right. Let's see. Well, thank you. Thank you, James, for that. Everything he shared tonight was speculation. None of this has been observed. And no fossil would count as evidence for anything in a court of law. You don't know those bones they found had any kids. You know that. It's a bone in the dirt. It's dead. No animal today does what he says. What they do is they draw lines on paper. Just imagine humans and apes have a common ancestor. Oh, and a whale. There's a common ancestor, and amoeba. I think we need to start, James, with the definition of science. Science comes from the Latin word scientia. What do we know? It means knowledge. We know cows produce cows, and apes produce apes, and monkeys produce monkeys, and humans produce humans. That we know. We do not know that they're related. You imagine that, okay? Any system of knowledge concerned with the physical world and its phenomena that entails unbiased observations, systematic experimentation. Okay, do all the observation and experimentation you want. We used to raise monkeys, my brother and I, in Illinois, spider monkeys, and they always produce baby monkeys. No exceptions, none, never. Science, knowledge gained from using observation and experiments to describe and explain the world around us. Okay? Science, knowledge gained from using observations and experiments. All observation says monkeys produce monkeys, apes produce apes. They don't produce humans, ever. Never been observed. Okay, here's the way science works. Make an observation, develop an idea about why it happens, think of experiments to test it, predict what will happen, observe what actually happens, and modify the ideas if the prediction is wrong. Okay, I predict, my observation is cows always produce cows. I have a theory that maybe it's genetic. That's all they can produce is cows. Okay, that's my theory. Experiments to test the ideas. Well, let's see. Keep breeding them. All right, babies will be cows. That's what I predict every time. We got, 2 or 3 of our cows are pregnant up there. I predict to have a baby, and it'll be a cow. I bet $5 on that. They're always cows, okay? Observe what actually happens. And number 6, modify the ideas if their predictions are wrong. Nope, it seems to always work. No need to modify the theory. Cows produce cows. God said they will bring forth after their kind. That's all we've ever seen. No human on the planet has ever in history seen anything other than that. I believe apes always produce baby apes. Same thing. Let's see. Must be genetic. Keep letting them breed. Babies are going to be apes, and they're always apes, and it seems to work. See, everything he shared tonight is speculation. It is not science. Science is what we know, observe, and study and test. We know apes produce apes, monkeys produce monkeys. We do not know anything about this old world, new world splitting, and we don't know anything about India crashing into create the Himalaya mountains. We know India is touching, and Himalaya mountains are certainly pushed up. Well, 5 miles on an 8,000 mile Earth is not a whole lot, but yeah, you couldn't even feel it on a scale, this scale. But we don't know that it happened from India crashing into anything. You can believe that if you'd like. See, science is what we can observe, study, and test, okay? No one has ever seen an ape produce a non-ape. These are just simply lines on paper. What is science? Knowledge. Definition of science: systematic enterprise that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable explanations and predictions about the world. See, he's going to say, you'll hear him say already, we've already said it about 7 times tonight, it takes millions or billions of years. You have to add time. I do this often because it's so effective. The pacifier that keeps the evolutionists from crying is time. Oh, how could this happen? Oh, give me time. That doesn't work. Give me more time. No. As if that's going to help. First of all, that takes it outside the realm of science. You don't observe it. You don't test it. You can't experiment with it. It's a religion. You believe in that, which is fine. Believe what you want. But stop calling it science and stop making all the kids learn that nonsense in school. Let's see. Religions also attempt to understand and explain the world. I agree. But religion is not considered as science. This is somebody's definition on EBC. Okay, well, evolution's a religion. It's not a science. We never observe any of this. You imagine everything has a common ancestor. Oh, how would you define science? Science is knowledge. Knowledge attained through study or practice. A system of acquiring knowledge. System uses observation, experimentation to describe and explain natural phenomena. I think it's natural phenomena that cows always produce cows and birds always produce birds, and there are simply no exceptions to that. The term science refers to the organized body of knowledge people have gained using that system. So, questions. Do you agree with this standard definition of science, James, that knowledge man has accumulated by observation, experimentation, and testing? You can Google it for yourself. This is the standard definition of science, thousands and thousands of places on the internet. That's science. How would you define the word evolution? How do you define the word species? You're claiming that X number million years ago something happened, one changed into another kind. That's not science. That's my point. What's the best evidence you know of for any plant or animal turning into a different kind? Not a fossil you found in the dirt. Why can't they do it today? Why don't we see some apes today halfway toward human? This is not happening. Evolution, the process by which different kinds of living organisms are thought to have developed and diversified from earlier forms during the history of the Earth. Well, that's how they think it happened. See, it's not observable. It's how they are thought to have developed. Okay. The gradual development of something, especially, this is more like languages evolving, etc. Okay. What's the best definition of evolution? A process of gradual change that takes place over many generations, during which species of animals, plants, or insects slowly change some of their physical characteristics. Well, now, I think probably the horses have changed to where we now have a couple hundred different varieties of horses. Some can run faster, some can jump higher, some are shorter, some are taller, some can stand the heat better. They're still horses. Maybe zebras are in there too. Could be. Still got hooves, 4 hooves, tail on the back, nose on the front, looks like a horse, 4-wheel drive, okay? What is the modern definition of evolution? From nature. We define evolution as understood into modern biology as it applies to ecology. Evolution is defined as the change in the inherited traits of a population of organisms through successive generations. I think they change, but I think the changes are limited. I use the illustration on my tours I give here. They have rodeos in Texas where they ride cows and teach them to jump. And they see who can jump their cow the highest. Jump. So they have a high jump or pole vault, okay? I predict there is a limit to how high cows can jump. Have they reached that limit? I don't know. I don't know what the record is. Let's say 4 foot. You got your cow to jump 4 foot. Maybe next year somebody will go 4.5 feet. Okay. The record may be broken, but there is a limit. The cow will never jump over the moon. There's a limit. Have they reached it? I don't know. Have we reached the speed limit for humans to run the 100-yard dash? if somebody breaks the record, it'll be by 100th of a second. I think it's like 9 seconds for the 100-yard dash or something like that. Okay. Well, why don't somebody run it in 1 second? There's a limit. You guys refuse to understand real science. Evolution, the theory of evolution, violates the obvious observation. There are limits to the changes. You want to turn an amoeba to a whale or a human over billions and billions of years. That's not observable. Definition of evolution. Stephen Gould. Descent with modification from pre-existing species. I agree, they're modified, but they're limited how far they can modify. 167 species of ducks now. Might have had a common ancestor called a duck. Cumulative inherited change in a population of organisms through time, leading to the appearance of new forms. Yeah, new varieties of the same thing. Evolution, a process of continuous branching and diversification of common trunks. This pattern of irreversible separation, why would it be reversible, Stephen? Gives life's history as basic directionality. This is imagination. Evolution, I do this all the time. We got 4 minutes left. There are 6 different meanings to the word. Cosmic evolution, the origin of time, space, matter. You guys want to claim it came from a big bang where a dot of near nothing exploded. This is not only not science, it's real stupid. You couldn't squeeze a glass of water into a dot smaller than a period on a page. You certainly couldn't squeeze the whole Pacific Ocean in there. It's moronic to believe the whole universe was squeezed into a dot. Not only the matter, but the energy was all in that dot. All the heat from all the stars in the history of the universe was in that dot. That's a pretty high temperature dot. Yeah. Let's see. Big Bang Theory. That's what they teach. It violates all the laws of thermodynamics. We'll cover that some other time. The second meaning of the word evolution is chemical evolution. You have to have the Big Bang supposedly produced hydrogen and maybe helium and some lithium. Well, how do you get all these elements? Helium and maybe some lithium? Okay. You can't fuse past iron. How do you get uranium, platinum, lead? How do you get that from Big Bang? It can't be done. And I cover in my seminar the impossibility of chemical evolution. Then we have what's called, let's see. Sorry, I should have put a hyperlink in here to pass up through all this. But you can watch my videotape number 1. I'm sure you've watched it before and probably loved it, didn't you, James? Let's see. Chemical evolution. It is a thing. You can Google it on the internet. Chemical evolution, chemical evolution. It doesn't happen. Number 3 is stars have to evolve. Nobody's ever seen a star form. We've never seen one star form. They see a couple spots get brighter and assume a star's forming. That's not science. It's a religion. You believe that. Organic evolution. Where did life come from? You want to start with a monkey and turn it to a human, which I think is also impossible. Well, you think the monkey came from an amoeba over millions of years? That's number 4 is, number 4, organic evolution, getting life started. Macro is changing from one kind to another. Nobody's ever seen that. No farmer in the history of the world, in the laboratory or not, has ever seen any cow produce a non-cow or a monkey produce a non-monkey. Ask the folks at any zoo where they raise them. Do they ever produce anything other than their same kind? And you're going to say, well, it takes millions of years. Then it's not science. It's outside the realm of science. You can't observe it. Macroevolution is dreaming, okay? Micro, variations within the kind. Now, that one I agree with. But shouldn't call it microevolution. It's just a variation. God said they'll bring forth after their kind. That's all they've done. And you want to keep talking about transitional fossils. James, no fossil counts as evidence. No fossil could be transitional. You couldn't prove it had any kids. All you could prove is it died. You couldn't prove it had kids different from itself. No animal today can produce kids other than their kind. Why should we believe the bones in the dirt can do something that no animal today can do? You want people to believe that the bones were capable of doing something we never see any animal today capable of doing, producing something other than its kind. It just is not science. Transitional fossils help scientists bridge gaps in the tree of life. All populations are organisms in transition. This is dumb. Their variations are limited. The cow will never jump over the moon. A human's never going to run the 100-yard dash in 1 second. Never. Okay, there's a limit. So I think evolution is baloney. It's not science. It's the dumbest religion ever invented. And if you want to believe in it, that's fine. But don't call it science, and don't make it mandatory teaching in all the schools. And certainly don't base your government on that dumb theory, which is what communism is based on. We'll cover that on video number 5 of my series, The Dangers of Evolution. So anyway, I'll cover your other stuff you mentioned when you get back and forth. The fossil record, the new and old world monkeys. You are apes. You said we are apes. You speak for yourself, James. I'm not. Never was. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Kent and James. Both opening statements between 12 and 13 minutes. Let me restart the timer. We've got a good amount of points to discuss. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. Again, the topic is the Hominid Fossil Record, so we'll do our best to stick to the topic. James, what we'll do is hand it to you, and we will allow you to pick the first point, question, argument, however you want to proceed. Go ahead. Oh, James, I think you have to unmute yourself.
I want to talk about a few of the things that Kent brought up. And first of all, I want to say, yes, I did get to watch videotape number 1. I did like it. I think it was unintentionally one of the greatest comedies I've ever seen. In fact, we reviewed it on the Amy Newman channel, and you're going to be having a debate with her. You debated her on Brett Keane. I believe you're going to be debating her, so do your homework and get ready for that one, Kent. But guys, remember what I told you from before. He's trying to get you not to connect the dots. He's trying to obfuscate. He doesn't want you to read the writing on the wall. He's got his talking points, but that's really all he has. He doesn't want you to pay attention to the evidence. And like I said before, definition of science. So humans thousands of years ago made observations of the information they had available to them, and they concluded that their world was round long before any human had ever been high enough off the ground to observe curvature. And that absolutely was science, what they were doing. They were making good use of the information they had available to them, and they came to the right conclusion. And when we did go up, when we did sail around the world, we confirmed it absolutely to be the truth. But we don't pretend we don't know something just because it conflicts with somebody's theology. And he loves to talk about fossils. We don't know if this particular fossil had a kid or not. Cows produce cows. Well, they do, Kent, but as you know, they produce slightly different cows. And these I know you don't like it, but these small variations over time do produce change. And that's what we see in the fossil record. We do the experiment. We look in the ground. We see things that are not like life today. The older that we look back, we see things that are less and less like life today. How's that work under his model? He doesn't know. According to his model, if the dates don't work and it was a global flood, everything should all just be mixed up and jumbled together with no rhyme or reason because the dating is unreliable. But that's not what the data shows. The data shows a gradual transition from modern humans back to apes, what we would consider apes, because we absolutely are apes. And I'm calling you an ape, Kent, because you are. I'm not trying to insult you, but you are. It is what it is. I think a lot of YEC wouldn't object to that. They just say it's a human-made classification, but we'll let Kent go ahead and respond.
Okay, thank you, sir. Evidence from fossils is what you're claiming is evidence for evolution. There could be no evidence from fossils. I covered this on video number 4, lies in the textbooks. And I'm glad you had a good laugh about my video number 1 about the age of the earth, because I know full well if you take away time, I know what happens when you pull the pacifier out of the baby's mouth. I know what happens. They scream, I want it back. If we take away time from you guys, you're going to scream. I fully understand. But there's lots of reasons why you cannot have billions of years. Article came out, was it today, Fox News. If Neptune's orbit changes 1/100%, it's going to completely upset the solar system. There are so many fine-tuned things in our solar system and on the planet. It cannot be billions of years old. You can't have billions of years. Pacifier gone. Go ahead and cry about it in a minute. I know you will. Okay. Let's see. You said, I'm trying to get people to not connect the dots and obfuscating. James, this is what you guys do. The dots are obvious. There is no such thing as a fossil record. There are lots of fossils. Well, that's evidence of a flood. How many fossils are forming today? Animals die by the millions every day. None that we know of fossilize. It doesn't happen. It gets scattered by the coyotes and the buzzards and the ants, and it's gone. So the fact that there are fossils at all is indication of rapid burial, like the petrified clams I've got here. We have hundreds of them. Petrified clams in the closed position. You guys never address this. These things are found on top of Mount Everest, tallest mountain in the world, covered in petrified closed clams, indicating it was buried quickly and buried alive. Noah's flood is the obvious explanation for having fossils at all. The fact that there's any sorting to the fossils has lots of other obvious explanations. Evidence for evolution. Fossil record provides some of the strongest evidence that species evolved over time. This is silly. This is propaganda. You don't look back in the fossil record. Fossils only exist in the present. We put our interpretation on them. When we went down to Grand Canyon in the helicopter, the guide said, we just went back 300 million years. I looked at my watch. It was the same date as it was when I was at the top. I didn't go back in time at all. This is pure baloney, okay? The fossils are not well sorted like the textbook says. Even David Ropp, Science Magazine, said, one of the ironies of the creation-evolution debate, creationists have accepted the mistaken notion the fossil record shows a detailed, orderly progression. It does not. Name and age of the layer is determined by the fossils it contains. This poses something of a problem. We date the rocks by the fossils. How can we then date the fossils by the rocks? Niles Eldridge. There's ample evidence that the layers formed rapidly. All over the world, petrified trees are found standing up. You guys claim the top layer is younger. Stop and think. Where's this material coming from? We flip this little thing over, and it makes 20 or 30 layers in minutes. Is the top layer younger? There is no such thing as a geologic column, James. There is no such thing. There are layers, no question. I taught earth science 15 years. I've been to, a bunch of 37 countries, all 50 states. I've studied the canyons of the world, many of the big ones. There's no question there's canyons. There's no question there's layers. They're not different ages, and they all form from runoff from the flood or the lakes draining 50 years after the flood. Petrified trees standing up are proof running through all these layers. And Alabama's got a bunch of them up here at the coal mine north of me, running through all the different layers. The layers are not different ages. The fossils all formed in probably 1 year, Noah's flood. They're sorted based upon mobility, body density, intelligence, etc. That's not sorted based upon one turning to another. Plenty of time. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead, James.
All right. Thank you. So, so like I said, he can't really argue with the fossil record. He can't really refute what it shows. He just has to get you to try to hand wave, not consider it. Don't consider it because we don't know which particular fossil had kids. Well, we don't need to know which particular fossil had kids or not because we have many examples and we have a very good progression in terms of human evolution from humans today to animals that look similar to humans, going back in time to where they look less like modern humans and more like what you would consider an ape to look like. And so he went through a lot of his talking points, and he's got this magical flood he believes in that accounts for like all of geology. And I mean, we know the flood didn't happen. We know it couldn't have happened. There's so many problems with the flood, but it's all they have. So I understand why they use it because they just don't have anything else. But I know Ken, he likes that. He has a good time poking fun at us about the time thing and the pacifier, and it's all in good fun. But I mean, we do have the time. We do have it. We've got it. I'm sorry. He wants to think he's only got 6,000 years. We don't. We've got 4.5 billion years on Earth. That's the reality of it. He went through like the fine-tuning argument and silly things like that really don't have anything to do with evolution. Of course, he went through all his 6 types of evolution, which is not what we're here to debate. I would be happy to debate that some other time, but we're here today focusing on biological evolution, human evolution in particular. We do have a fossil record. We do. We have lots of bones in the dirt, Kent. I don't know if you're aware of that. We have lots of bones in the dirt. And when we look at these bones and we make measurements and we look at the information we get from that, we see a story. And it's not the story that your book tells. Your book tells a very different story about all the animals poofing into their modern forms all at once. That's not what we see in the fossil record. But you have to understand that the people who wrote that book, they didn't know about any of this. They lived 4,000, 2,500 years ago. when humans knew almost nothing about anything. So it's, of course, they would make mythology that get things very wrong, but we're not limited by that today. We can do better than what our ancestors did. We have information available to us. We have the internet. We have libraries. You don't have to be ignorant anymore.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you, James. You keep mentioning fossil record over and over, and you say, we have a fossil record. You're determined to keep making this dogmatic statement. Listen to me. None of the fossils talk. None of them. They all represent something that died, okay? You cannot prove any of them had children. You cannot prove any of them are related to anything else today. You can believe that if you'd like. There is no fossil record. There are fossils. Trillions of them. I know a lot about it. We have hundreds, maybe thousands in our museum here. Come visit Dinosaur Adventureland. There's no question there are fossils. And there might be a little bit of sorting to them, which is obvious would happen in a flood. During high tide, there's more pressure put on the material at the bottom. If there was a worldwide flood that drowned all this stuff, all the animals are buried in this mud. The lifting and squeezing of the sediment layers, just based on what's called liquefaction, as the pressure is relieved, the particles fly up. It's going to automatically sort the fossils: bird, mammal, reptile, amphibian. They're not always found like this, but there is sort of a general rule that birds are found in the similar layer to other birds. Well, during the flood lasting a year, the liquefaction, which can sink a building, would do that. I think the fossils, if there's any sorting at all, is explained by habitat. The reason clams are found at the bottom is because clams are already at the bottom. That's where they live. Of course, they're the first ones buried. Nothing to do with evolution. Birds are found on top because birds are the last ones to drown in a flood. They got hollow feathers and hollow bones. When they do drown, they float. Maybe they're based on intelligence. Clams aren't too smart. Maybe any sorting is based upon mobility. Clams can't run very fast, or based upon body density. I'm telling you, there is no such thing as a fossil record. There are trillions of fossils, no question. But they don't talk. There's no record. You're making this up. This is imagination. You and SpongeBob ought to get a job together, imagining all this wonderful stuff that happened. It's not science. You said about the Earth round, like that's got something to do with this. I agree. The Earth's always been round. I never said anything other than that. It's got nothing to do with evolution. Don't try to tie that in, because that is science. That is nothing to do with finding a bone in the dirt and claiming it's the ancestor of somebody today. Why don't we see any animals today doing what you claim happened? There are a lot of animals that have a very short generation time. Amoebas, 8 hours. Grow up, get married, have kids, 8 hours. You can get tens of thousands of generations of amoebas in a couple of human lifespans. Well, they're still producing amoebas, never anything else. You guys imagine evolution, you don't see it. We got 20 points on the table here, Donnie. And you said, I'm trying to make it as confusing as possible. Absolutely not. Ask anybody who watches my material. I try to make things as simple as possible. There is no geologic column. It doesn't exist. These layers form rapidly. And you say the top layer, I've never had an evolutionist answer that. James, this is one question. You guys say the top layer is younger. Where did it come from? How can it possibly be younger? Please answer just that one.
And before you do, James, let me just jump in real quick. So far, we've had 13-minute opening statements, and we've now had about 2 rounds where you each had 4 minutes of uninterrupted time. So why don't we now, which I think we're about to do, is go one topic, one point, and have more of a free-flowing dialogue. So, James, you can answer that. We can go back and forth on that a bit. Then, James, I know you brought up some specifics in your opening, like
Sure.
Stralopithecines, Sediba. So, why don't we go with that? James, go ahead.
So Kent wants to know. He wants to know where the layers come from, and I think he has a pretty good. He taught high schools. He has his doctorate in education. He taught high school science for 15 years. I think he understands how sedimentation happens. I don't really think we need to go into that. We know that layers form, and we know this happens over time. You see, years ago, when all these Christian geologists like Charles Lyell, when they went out into the world, Bible in hand, and they thought they were going to prove the Bible based on geology, but they found something very different. And when they found that, they took the opposite route that Kent takes. Kent tries to make reality fit his theology. They went the other route. They said, well, if there's a conflict, we throw out the man-made theology. We don't try to make reality fit that theology. And that's what he's doing. He's got these incongruent facts. He just wants to explain them away or pretend they don't count, like the fossil record. And, we figured out that the Earth had to be very old. It had to be very old. We knew that 100, 200 years ago. And we see animals today reproducing with variation. We know that's what happens today. Animals produce slightly different animals, still the same kind, but slightly different. And when we extrapolate that over the time that we know we have, we're going to have macroscopic changes. And that's what we see in the fossils. Call it a record, don't call it a record. That's what we have to contend with.
Okay, for the listening audience and for James, you did not answer my question. You said, oh, Hovind taught geology, he knows where the, no, where is the top layer coming from? You're claiming the top layer's younger. Did it get moved from here to here and now became younger because it got reshuffled? How can any layer be a different age than any other layer? All the layers are either 6,000 or 6 trillion years old, whatever number you want to pick, but they're all the same. Did the top layer come from outer space? If I shuffle a deck of cards, is the top card younger? No. Okay? So don't just bypass the question saying, well, Hovind knows this kind of stuff. No, I want an answer. How can the layer be younger, James? One question. So answer it.
So when we talk about the age of a layer, we're talking about when it was deposited. We're not talking about when the molecules were created. We're talking about when that layer was deposited, when something in that layer was last exposed to the atmosphere to pick up free carbon from the atmosphere. That's what we're talking about, Kent. We're not talking about when the molecules were created. They were created probably in a supernova of a star 10 billion years ago or something like that. That's when they were created. They've changed form since then, though.
Go ahead. Oh, Kent, I'm sorry. You're on mute. Go ahead if you want to restart.
By your logic, if I shuffle this deck of cards, this one is now younger.
Because we're not talking about absolute age. We're talking about when a layer was deposited. That's all. We don't care when it was created. We care when it was deposited so that we know if a layer was deposited and there's an organism buried in that layer, we know that organism lived at the time the layer was deposited, right? It makes sense. Even you understand that.
Well, you're saying I understand it. I'm asking you a very simple question. Where's this layer coming from? Does moving it from here to here, redepositing it, change the age of it? Is that what you're saying? Because it got moved from here to here, it's now a different age. Am I understanding you right?
We're not talking again about absolute age. We're talking about when a layer was deposited. So that's how we don't care. We care about when it was deposited. So we know if this was deposited at a certain time, organisms in that layer were around that time, right? It makes sense, Ken. You understand it. You're just trying to make it sound a lot more complicated than it needs to be.
No, you're avoiding my question completely. Where did it come from? If it came from Earth to Earth, it's still the same age. You're saying you don't know that depositing it doesn't change the age of it. Shuffling my cards doesn't change the age of the top one. Moving the dirt from one section to another doesn't. It has to be coming from outer space to be a different age, to be on top. And all these trees that are standing up, connecting all these layers, proves your geologic column is stupid. It doesn't happen. There is no geologic column. All the layers are the same age. Petrified trees standing up are found all over the world. Hundreds and thousands probably have been found petrified standing up. The layers aren't different ages, James. I'm sorry to pull the pacifier out, but you can't have billions of years. The layers form quickly.
Well, I mean, we've gone through your polystrate trees before, and we've talked about that, and we know that they're there, but that's really not what we're here to talk about today. We're really here to talk about human evolution and the fossil record. And I don't think you really have any objection to it. I don't think you really have any response to what it shows. You just think that we can't consider it because the bones don't talk. I mean, Australopithecus afarensis, this is a hominid-like ancestor that nobody has ever seen before. We don't have any descriptions of these animals in ancient culture, or literature. Nobody's ever written about them. They look radically different from anything today, yet we find them in the fossil record. What do you think? Where's Lucy come from, Kent? What is Lucy?
Lucy is a collection of bones put together by Donald Johanson, and he admitted it was at least 2 separate species that he mingled together, and now we know it's maybe more than that. Lucy is a fraud, a forgery, okay? But again, Lucy is about 3 feet tall when they got it fully assembled. It's a type of monkey or ape. It's got nothing to do with humans, though there are humans today that are 3 feet tall. You don't know Lucy had any children. You certainly don't know you're related to Lucy or descended from Lucy. You imagine this stuff. It's imagination.
Lucy is a type of ape, Kent. Lucy is a type of ape, but so are we, Kent. We are apes. So, of course, Lucy is a type of ape, Kent. And, yeah, we know at the time that there was a mistake made with, I believe it was a baboon bone that got mixed into Lucy. But who do you think solved that, Kent? The scientific community over the time found that mistake. They fixed it. They took it out of the textbooks. Just like they took Piltdown Man and Nebraska Man out of the textbook. We have no problem taking things that are wrong out of the textbook. You just think the whole thing is wrong. And that's not what we have. But we don't have just Lucy. We have numerous other examples of Australopithecus afarensis. You have to deal with it and tell us what it is. You can't just pretend it's a collection, because we have much more complete fossils than Lucy. We have 80-90% complete fossils of Australopithecus afarensis.
Okay, I think we would probably both agree that there have been lots of different creatures in the history of humanity have gone extinct.
Sure.
There don't seem to be any more of them alive around. Okay, they're gone. Somebody killed the last one or died. Okay, could it be because there are like 40 different types of apes, baboons, chimpanzees, monkeys? I forget how many different kinds of monkeys there are. A lot. Okay.
Humans.
Okay. Could it be that something has gone extinct and they found the bones of one? And now you want to say it's the ancestor of us today. Well, we don't see any monkeys today producing humans or even coming close. The reason there's similarities, there's similarities between us and humans, between us and apes, because the same guy designed them. God designed us to do similar things, to walk, to talk, to carry things, to pick up things, to see, to hear. Of course, we got some similarities. I bet Chevy and Ford got some similarities, like 4 round tires and a steering wheel and an engine. Doesn't prove any relationship. It's a design. I think we are designed by an all-wise designer. And somebody decided to draw these lines on paper, this way, and it's baloney. It's imagination. You don't know any of those are connected. None. You believe it. The caveman, you think that's your grandpa? Okay. There's the world's most wanted caveman. All of the ones that you mentioned, Nebraska Man, finally taken out of the book after a long time of being in there. All they find for Nebraska Man was one tooth. One tooth. Here's what they found. Early hominids had a partially opposable big toes. All they found are the red bones. They made up the rest of it with the footprints. They made up the footprints and put a toe separation in there to look more like an ape's foot. The form of the foot was exactly the same as ours. And National Geographic said 42 years ago, people who go barefoot all the time, their foot widens out. Okay? We know if the footprints weren't known to be so old, we would conclude they were a member of our own genus, Homo, from National History magazine 30 years ago. They've known this. But when they made Lucy, they added a toe separation in there. They lied. They want you to believe you came from an ape. You didn't. I didn't. You might be an ape. I am not. Okay?
We didn't come from an ape. We are apes. But
speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. I am not, for the record.
You talked about Lucy being an extinct pride, and absolutely, yeah. The Australopithecines went extinct. Okay, but at some point they diverged, and humans, the Homo sapiens, Homo erectus, Homo ergaster, linked off of them, and it was a very, very gradual transition. I know you're incredulous to it. You don't think it can happen, but there's a lot of people that have been studying this for a really, really, really long time, and they know, and we have the fossil record, we have the dates of these fossils. Like, if what you're saying is true, right, there would be no rhyme or reason to any of these dates. You would just have random dates. You wouldn't have a linear progression. You wouldn't have this trend from more human-like to less human-like. And by the way, we see these trends also in the tools that they use, going from less advanced tools going to more advanced tools. We see that in line with animal intelligence, with the ability to construct language, the ability to pass on information from one generation to the next. I mean, why, based on your theology, these guys are all had IQs of like 700 and they're living to be 800 or 900 years old. Why are they using stone tools? Why aren't they building rocket ships to go to the moon? Why are they banging flint rocks together and trying to figure out how to make fire? Why aren't they making computers and flying into space if your version of history is true? Because your version of history is not consistent with what we see. It's what we like to call a fable. It's a fairy tale written by people who didn't know anything about anything. It's certainly not what we see in the fossil record. It's not what we know to be true. And I get it. You're clinging on to your faith, but you can still cling on to your faith, and you can also accept reality. It is a matter of accepting it. I know you don't like that word, but it's a matter of accepting it, dealing with reality on its own terms. I invite you, Kent. You can still believe in God. You can still believe in Jesus, but you don't have to deny reality.
All right. Thank you very much. I don't deny reality at all. The reality is cows produce cows, apes produce apes, monkeys produce monkeys. That's the reality. That's science. It is imagination to think we're related if you go back in time. You mentioned people living to be 900. The Bible says they did live to be over 900 before the flood came. Oh, get this over where you can read it. Okay. This is my chart I've got, and I'll send you one if you'd like. After the flood, lifespans dropped off. There are lots of legends from other countries, cultures of the world talking about a golden age. They say, wow, man used to live to be 1,000. As far as why didn't they go to the moon, they were smart enough to know there's nothing up there. Why on earth do you want to go to the moon? Well, there's nothing there. It costs a whole lot of money to get what? Some rocks? Come to Atlantic, Alabama. We got a whole gravel pit full of rocks. We'll give you a truckload of them. That was one of the dumbest things we did. We gained a lot of cool science, but learning about rocketry and stuff like that. But it was a really expensive trip to get some rocks. I think it was dumb. I think anybody living to be 900 would be smart enough to know that's dumb. Why you want to do that? Okay, so we can talk about that. As far as the tools that they made, maybe they had other things we don't even know about, but that's a different story. Now, as far as you're claiming that you keep mentioning the fossil record, I'm going to keep mentioning there is no fossil record. There is no geologic column. You never answered the question, how can the top layer be younger? You say the fossils found in that layer would be the same age as the layer. That maybe makes a little sense, but all the layers are the same age. All the fossils are the same age, all of them. All the fossils were deposited in one big flood. There's no such thing as a fossil record. You mentioned it about 18 times now. So we've got so many topics going here. Lucy, diversity. Sure, diversity happens. You said Lucy went extinct. I agree. You said Lucy probably had diversity of children or something. You don't know she had any children, and you don't know that they were diverse. Why don't the chimpanzees today make another human? Let's watch it. There are millions and millions of chimpanzees and monkeys and apes in the world, millions of them. None of them can do what you claim happened. None of them. You can't even make it happen in the laboratory. So there have been so many lies over all these so-called cavemen, Australopithecines and everything. Australopithecines are more different from African apes and humans in most features than these latter are from each other. Charles Oxnard at, let's see, in the book he wrote on that, let's see. All they do is draw lines on paper, connecting them, saying, oh, wow, look at this. We are related to this one. How do you know? Well, because Professor so-and-so said so. Oh, I don't believe him. Nobody's ever seen a human produce a non-human. Never. There's a whole variety of humans. I agree. There's humans that are 7 feet tall. There's humans that are 3 feet tall. Do you think they'll ever get a human that is 2 inches tall, James? Will there ever be a human being 2 inches tall?
I don't know, Kent. Maybe there will be, but I mean, you make like these ridiculous examples that have nothing to do with anything. It's funny, but it's not really germane to the topic that we're having. And I get it that maybe you're not curious about the natural world. You're content to just read the Bible and think God just did it all, and that's the end of your curiosity. But I think humans today are curious. We want to know what's on the moon. We want to know what those rocks are. We want to know what's going on up there. And I think humans with an IQ like 5 or 700, like you say they would have been curious about the natural world too. I don't think they would have been content to just look up there and say, oh, look at that nice light in the sky that God put up. Too bad we can't go up there because there's an ice dome up there and our rockets will crash into the ice dome that never existed. But, you know, I get it that you're incredulous, or, well, I think you understand what I'm saying about the deposition of layers. And you said it kind of makes sense that if a layer is deposited at a certain time and we find an organism in that layer that, yeah, it probably was alive at the time the layer was deposited. It makes sense. You get it. But again, if what you're saying is true, it's all this global flood, then we should be able to radiometrically date all these layers. They would all be the same. They would all date the same because they would have all been deposited at the same event. We know what flood deposits look like. We've seen them. There have been lots of floods over the course of human history. And like I said before, your friend Charles Lyell, when he went out and started looking at the rocks, and he didn't find flood deposits all over the world in one spot the way you would find if Noah's flood were true. He found, and he had to admit, that uniformitarianism was probably the biggest explanation for most of the geological features we see, that long, slow processes with occasional catastrophes are the norm. We get occasional cataclysmic events, but most of the history of life on Earth is just gradual, slow processes. And that's what produced the fossil record. That's how evolution works, slow, gradual process. And Lucy at her time was doing exactly the same thing that apes today are doing. Exactly the same thing. Reproducing with variation. As I said, we get it. You're incredulous. You don't think it can happen. You don't think a slow progression could add up to large changes. But as unintuitive as it is, that is the most reasonable, logical explanation that we have for what we see in the fossil record. And it is a record.
All right. You are still stuck saying the word fossil record, Ford's fossil record, over and over and over again. You're trying to convince yourself. Okay. Let me point out my points I mentioned earlier. These have never been answered. Number one, no fossil could count as being transitional because you could not prove it had any children. Would you agree you cannot prove that particular fossil had offspring? Would you agree with that?
We prove a particular fossil had offspring. In the overwhelming majority of cases, no.
Good. Majority of cases. In every case, you could not prove any fossil had children. None. Would you admit that?
In the majority of cases, I think sometimes you could see. I think so. You've seen fish that were fossilized while giving birth. You could assume that some fish at that point were giving birth, right? If we see one doing it, it's rational to assume others were doing it, right?
Well, that particular one, died in the process of giving birth. You can't prove it had any kids that lived. Now, you could never prove it had kids different from itself. Does any animal today produce offspring that are different enough to raise questions like, whoa, that's changing to something? What animals today are changing, do you think, to something else?
All animals. All animals are transitional, Kent. And yes, you don't see how the small changes can add up over time. You don't see it, but that's why it took so long for this reality to become apparent. That's why it took so long. We didn't come up with evolution right away. It took a long time and a very smart individual named Charles Darwin to see these small variations in offspring and realize that the environment was selecting from the mutations that, oh my gosh, Kent.
That's it. That's your time.
You've lost it, Kent.
Because it's dumb. It's easy to mock. No animal today can produce kids other than their kind. I agree there's variations. There's variations, but would you agree the variations are limited?
From one generation to the next, yes, sure, yeah. You're not going to have. You only have a certain number of mutations from one generation to the next.
Can you name some good mutations that would change it to something else?
It's not that it changes it to something else. It is something else. If your son has mutations that you don't have, he is a different person than you, Kent. So that's something else. You guys are still in the same species. You're one generation apart. But remember what I said with Lucy, we have 128,000 generations. That's a lot of time, Kent. Each step along the way is a very, very small step. Yep.
More time.
Back out.
No,
more time. Yeah.
More time. That'll help.
And that's why you start with video 1, attacking the age of the Earth, because once you know that we have this time, it's all over, and it is. We do have the time. After you're done with your evolution series, I'd love to debate you on age of the Earth because, like I said, we've gone through it. And so many people have gone through it. The Earth is about 4.5 billion years old. Deep time works. Humans are about 250,000 years old. That's what all the evidence shows. But I realize you have a book that says something different. So,
well, you think you have deep time. We have deep time. We have millions of generations can be produced in a few hundred years of amoeba. Why don't we see there are 20,000 species at least of single-celled creatures, amoeba, paramecium, etc. Are any of those in the observable lifetime of a human being, which is hundreds of their generations, do any of those ever produce something other than what they were? Do amoeba always stay amoeba? Do you know of any examples where they changed?
Well, Kent, like Atheist Junior pointed out to you in the one debate that you have never fully addressed the issue with the algae being observed to become multicellular. And that is a very rare event that would happen. You would only expect that to happen a few times over the course of Earth history, but yet we witnessed it in the laboratory. And if it can happen in the laboratory, we can make the logical inference that it can happen in the wild too. And billions of years ago, it did happen. And, you know, you're talking about these amoeba that have all these generation time, but you have to understand, these amoeba have been evolving for billions of years, okay? That's at their state. You're talking about, well, why don't they change in what is to them like the blink of an eye, 100 years, when they've been producing this way for all these years, and they are already very well suited for the environment. They don't need to change into anything else. They're doing just fine, can't be in amoebas. And that's all evolution cares about. It doesn't care about intelligence. It doesn't care about size. It just cares about you being able to eat enough food so you don't die for another day until you can reproduce. That's what evolution cares about. The amoebas are doing just fine. They don't need to change into anything else. Any mutation would probably be deleterious. But before I go back to you, you asked about mutations. And like I told you in our last debate, we've got mutations of people who have been found to have higher bone density, and therefore in car crashes, they're less likely to break bones. We've got the family in Italy whose body naturally produces less cholesterol. Therefore, they have much lower risk of heart disease. We do have these mutations that pop up. Like most of them are neutral, but occasionally, once in a rare while, there is a beneficial mutation that natural selection can select, and it does.
Wouldn't it be much more likely then for the negative mutations to wipe out the species? If the good mutations happen once in a while, but the large percentage of them are neutral or bad, it's much more likely to wipe out that species than to create a new species. But yet your whole religion is hanging on that thin thread that, well, maybe with enough time it could happen. I think we could do a debate on time. First of all, time won't help. It's not going to help. Time makes things worse. Everything's running down. We get bigger and bigger genetic load with every type of creature. It's more and more problems. Everything's falling apart. Nothing gets better with time. But in your imagination, wow, give me that pacifier. So would you agree, let me finish my list here, no animal today can produce kids that would be considered a different kind? Would they all be classed by any scientist as the same genus. The word species is kind of nebulous, but
absolutely.
Okay, you think they would, right?
No. No animal is going to have offspring that are a different species than the parent. That's not going to happen.
Bingo. Then you got it. Evolution doesn't happen.
No.
So we don't see it happen in a generation, but we can imagine it happened over millions of generations.
Yeah, that's that thing about inductive reasoning, Kent. That's that thing about making logical inferences that when we see very small variation, by that explanation, we should be clueless as to how Italian language, how did you go from Latin to Italian? I mean, how did it happen? Well, we know how it happened. It happened very slowly over a long period of time by people speaking and the language very gradually changing. At no point, Kent, in that transition, did Latin-speaking parents give birth to an Italian-speaking child. That never happened. If you took one person, their language, and you looked 100 years in the future or 100 years in the past, you would see changes, but it would be fairly similar. Just like with English, Ken. If you look at English 100 years ago, you'd be able to understand almost everything, right? You'd be able to read it. 200 years ago, it would gradually get less and less able for you to understand it. If you looked at it 1,000 years ago, you'd barely be able to make anything out. It might as well be Chinese. That's how it happens, very gradually over long periods of time. And you get that. I know you get that. You're just you understand it, Kent. You've got your doctorate. You taught science. You understand these things. Help me, Kent.
I understand completely that languages change because a lot of intelligent people are changing the words. This is not the same as biological changes that you think are going to turn an amoeba to a human. This is very different than language. That's a lousy example. And as far as the changes accumulating, okay, get your cow, go to the rodeos in Texas where they jump cows over fences, find out what the world's record is. Say it's 3'6", okay? Could you give your cow vitamins and could you make it work out at the gym and make it eventually jump over the moon? Do you think there's a limit less than the moon?
Well, I mean, Kent, my example about languages is actually much better than the example you like to give, which is about cars, about lining up cars from Ford to Chevy, which cars don't reproduce themselves. It's a completely useless analogy. But languages, it's intelligent people speaking the languages, but the changes are not intelligently done. It's not necessarily a committee of people saying, okay, we're going to use these words now, we're not going to use these. It's individual people just talking and using the words that they choose to use. And over time, the language naturally evolves. What was the last question you asked, Ken? I want to make sure I address it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. What
was the last question you asked? I want to make sure I address it.
Could you eventually get your cow to jump over the moon?
Oh, right. Probably not. Like you would never get a Texas-sized pig, but there's reasons for that. And there's,
right. Good. At least we're getting somewhere. So there are limits. Now, whether we agree on what the limit is, we can argue all night, but there is a limit. Okay. This chart shows humans and birds going back to a common ancestor with the dinosaurs and the ladybugs and the pine trees and the worms. Do you believe you have a distant ancestor that is the same ancestor as a ladybug? Are you related to a ladybug?
Of course, Kent. You know that. You know we're going to say yes to that. But
yes.
I can't take your fun away from you. You have fun with it, so I'll let you have your fun. But yes, Kent, we're related to ladybugs, mosquitoes, pine trees, aardvarks, amoebas. Have your pick of it. We are related, yeah.
Good. I'm glad you admitted that, because that is what they're teaching the kids. So this is more your chart you want to talk about tonight. All the different creatures, the lemurs, the apes, the chimpanzees, the orangutans, the baboons have a common ancestor. What?
All of them. All the homos.
All of them are related.
Yes, all the homos are related. How many Homo erectus did Noah take on the ark?
How many what now?
How many Homo erectus did Noah take on the ark?
Was
Homo erectus clean or unclean?
Oh, I don't know. I have to do some study on that.
Did you eat a Homo erectus under the Jewish dietary laws? Were they considered clean?
Well, Mary Leakey, who believed in evolution very strongly, said those trees of life with the branches of our ancestors are a lot of nonsense. Huh. She didn't believe it. She believed you are a primate, this textbook says. Okay,
We are.
you can believe that if you want. I am not. Family portrait. All the monkeys, all the apes, baboons, chimpanzees, gibbons, having a common ancestor. This is nothing but lines on paper. Family trees are baloney. I have a family tree that goes back to Norway, and I don't know how far back it goes. Probably they didn't move around much back then, but they were all human, every one of them. To claim that you're related to a ladybug is, I think, obviously funny to laugh at, and I will be continuing to laugh at that, okay? But I think you really believe it. There's no question. I believe you are sincere. This is what you were taught. You believe you're related to a ladybug, okay? Maybe you are. I am not, okay? I don't think we've ever seen a human produce a non-human or a ladybug produce a non-ladybug. It's never been observed. You can imagine going back to a common ancestor. How are you going to change? You said this algae. I'll do a whole series. Matt, write that down. We can do, because the guy said about the algae becoming multicellular. I asked him, and he never answered the question. Huh?
Your debate with Atheist Junior.
Yeah. Who did this multicellular algae marry? How did it reproduce? They made it in the laboratory. Where is it today? Is it still around? Did it go extinct?
I don't think they reproduce like that, Kent.
Okay.
And I haven't followed. I'd have to look at the scientific literature on that to see what they're still doing with it.
That's a fair question. Good. Okay. All right. So the topic for the debate tonight is, where's the evidence for evolution? You're claiming you are claiming that you are related to these ape-like creature, and your evidence so far has been we find fossils. I pointed out you can't prove any of the fossils had children that lived. You don't know you're related to an ape. You believe that very strongly, and I'm sure you'll state it again right now. We are apes. Okay, I heard you.
We are.
Yeah, right. Thank you. But that's a religious belief. It's not observable.
Prediction.
Are there any
testable prediction?
Okay. Are there any differences between you and a baboon?
Of course, Kent. But like I said, we have the test. You just did a testable prediction. You predicted that I would say that we're apes, and I did. That's a testable prediction. Science does that all the time. I predict that when we keep digging around in that dirt, we're going to keep finding more hominid ancestors that fill these gaps between the ones that we have now. I bet that's what we've been doing, and that's what we'll continue to be doing. And you guys are going to keep grasping for straws to try to make it seem like these are not our ancestors, that either they all lived at the same time or they're all misidentified conglomerations of bones. But is that really reasonable, Ken? Is that really reasonable that's almost as unreasonable as when you say that, every time you're asked about, well, how did we get all these cats from two cats getting off a Noah's Ark? And you never have an answer for that. You just pivot to saying, oh, well, how do you know about a dot of nothing? So if you can't tell me a dot of nothing, how can I tell you about two cats? And then in 100 years, we have lions, tigers, cheetahs, jaguars. You don't have an answer for that. So you pivot to dot of nothing. But yeah, we don't need to prove which ones had kids. We know that some of them did. We know they had parents. We know each animal was close to a breeding population of its organisms. And for you to just say, well, we don't know, that's not a serious, you're not being serious. You're just trying to find a way to dismiss what's right in front of you. And I get it. You don't want to read the writing on the wall, but I'm suggesting that you should.
Okay, let me jump in, gentlemen. James, since you started the discussion, Kent, take as much time as you need to respond. And then, James, your next response is going to be your 5-minute concluding statement, because we do have audience questions, and I want to have some time for that. So, Kent, go ahead, respond to that, and then we're jumping into closing statements. Go ahead.
Okay, I predict they will keep digging in the dirt. I predict they will keep finding more fossils. I predict they will try to put them in a sequence in some kind of order. That is not science, okay? That is predetermined. They've already decided we evolved from an ape. Now let's find the missing link. There are no missing links. The whole chain is missing. The chain does not exist. Humans make humans, gibbons make gibbons, lemurs make lemurs, no exceptions. I predict they will find fossil graveyards where there are thousands and thousands of animals all buried together and all fossilized. How does that happen without some kind of flood and rapid burial? Fossils don't form today. I predict you will not be able to show me any place on the planet where there are large numbers of fossils forming, even though millions of animals die every day. They don't fossilize. I predict you will find skeletons today of animals that die get scattered within the first couple days. The coyotes, the buzzards, the ants, they drag them around. I predict we'll find fossils of fully articulated skeletons. All the bones are laid there together. This thing wasn't scavenged. It was buried before it could be scavenged. I predict you will find millions and millions of fully articulated skeletons. I think that's evidence for a flood, a rapid burial. I predict you'll find skeletons of animals that died in Antarctica. I predict you'll find skeletons of animals that died in Greenland. I predict you'll find them in the middle of whale. I predict there'll be whale fossils found in the middle of the Sahara Desert. I think there was a flood. The Bible says in the last days there'll be scoffers who are ignorant, willingly ignorant of that flood. That's you, James. All those layers are the same age. There is no fossil record. There is no geologic column. All the layers form in 1 year. The top layer is the same age as the bottom layer. It was positioned there later, within a year. Shuffling my cards does not make the top card younger. I can change the position, but it came in the same deck, okay? The 4 of spades is the same age as the 2 of clubs. And there is no such thing as a fossil record. There's no such thing as a geologic column. It's baloney. That wasn't taught until 1830. All the scientists before that believed all the layers were formed by the flood. You think that one guy, James Hutton, proved them all wrong? Well, it's time for Kent Hovind to prove all the ones today. They're all wrong. There's no fossil record. Doesn't exist. And time is not going to help, James. More time is not going to help. Maybe we should get another pacifier with infinite time on it. Matt, what do you think? You got pacifiers, you got a baby? Yep. Put one that says infinite time. It's not going to help. Cows produce cows, James. No exceptions. Over time, cows are still going to produce cows. So I think evolution's dumb. I've said it many times. It's the most dangerous religion in the history of the world. And you swallowed it. I want to try to get you out of that cult. Oh, got a hair in my eye here. Okay, I'm done. Donnie.
Okay, thank you, Kent. That ends the discussion period. James W. and Kent, fantastic discussion. We've had over 300 people in the chat. This has been a much anticipated round 3, chapter 3 endgame debate between James W. and Kent. So James W., you get 5-minute response or a 5-minute concluding statement. Kent gets 5 minutes, then we'll get through a few audience questions and we're going to wrap it up. So James, whenever you're ready, 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Well, Kent, I wasn't expecting you to use the word cult. I didn't think you would use that word, but anyway, it's nice that you have Matt Powell there, so you have an infinite number of pacifiers. Anytime you need some, you can just slap whatever words you need to put on it and have yourself a good time. But yeah, humans make humans, but the fossil record tells us that humans have changed over time. That modern humans, when we date them, have only been around for about 250, at the most 300,000 years. And when we date the fossils that we find older than that, we find things that are not quite modern humans, but not quite what you would consider to be an ape, because we're all apes, but monkeys or other primates. And we have this sequence, and it goes in order. And we see humans, less human-like, less human-like, less human-like. We see the tools that humans make, less advanced tools, less advanced tools, less advanced tools. And this history is recorded in the... I get that he doesn't like it. It doesn't line up with the mythology that he's been taught to believe. It doesn't line up with what he preaches, but he's dedicated to it, so you have to give him credit for that. Fossils forming today, I mean, we've gone over this before. Kent thinks that he's got fossilized acorns and all these crazy fossilized pickles that formed in a freezer or a refrigerator. Who knows how the minerals got in there to replace the material, because as he should know, taught Earth science, fossilization is not minerals covering something, it's minerals replacing the original material. So where the minerals come from in a refrigerator to replace that of a pickle in the course of a year, I don't know. Maybe he has an explanation for that, or he could just admit that it's not an actual fossil, and that this process, while it can take markedly less, typically takes a very, 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 very long time. Animal fossils forming today would be impossible for us to tell, because it would take that long for us to see which fossils formed. But we know that we formed a lot of them in the past, and he's got an ad hoc explanation for that, a global flood that his mythology talks about, that is contradicted by virtually every area of science. Everything that we know about the natural world conflicts with this fable. But he sticks to it, and I understand why, because it's the only thing he has. It's the only thing they have to explain geology. It's a very bad explanation, by the way. It's a bad explanation, but it's all they've got. So he talked about animals in Antarctica or Greenland, whales in the Sahara Desert, and he rejects the idea of India slamming into Asia to make the Himalayan mountains, even though there's an overwhelming amount of evidence to suggest that. But what he doesn't understand is that the Earth is billions of years old, and the crust has been shuffled and recycled and formed many, many times over. There were supercontinents before Pangea. This crust has been moving around and shifting for a very, very long time. And isn't that amazing that we can tell that there were supercontinents before Pangea, that we can tell that the way the continents are moving today, eventually they will all be combined again. And when that happens, religion will long since be abandoned. Nobody will be looking up in the sky waiting for Jesus to come back, because he never came in the first place. And if that makes me a scoffer, I mean, it is what it is. I'm just saying there are more of us joining every day. The church pews are emptying out. You would say it's the great apostasy, the great falling away, whatever. People are abandoning Christianity en masse. That temple is never going to be rebuilt. He'll have to rehash his eschatology again in a few years, because the woe book that he put out, none of that's going to happen. It's interesting fiction, but none of it's going to happen. There's not going to be a temple built. There's not going to be a treaty signed. None of that is ever going to happen. And people will eventually abandon religion, as they should, and remember it only as an artifact. Humanity's first attempt at understanding the natural world before we knew enough to be able to come up with a coherent idea of what was really happening. So we have to understand religion for what it was, but we don't have to soldier on and pretend that it comports with reality, because it clearly doesn't. Science is taking the information that we have available to us, making reasonable assumptions, making logical inferences, and coming up with models that work, that make accurate predictions about reality. We predict that when we look in the ground, we will find fossils that eventually look less and less human and more ape-like. That's exactly what we find. We are apes. We evolved from other primates, and we will continue to evolve. Whatever we evolve into, we will still be apes. We will still be humans. We'll still be mammals. And I want to thank Donnie for hosting me, and thank you, Kent, for participating.
All right, that's 5 minutes. 5-minute concluding statement. Thank you, James.
You're having too much fun there, Kent.
Hey, love it.
Hey, that's what it's all about, having some fun while debating these important topics, right? So, Kent, over to you. 5 minutes, whenever you're ready, brother.
All right. Well, thank you so much for doing this again, James. I guess we won't get you converted tonight. I'll keep trying, though. The textbooks continually say we have evidence for evolution, evidence from fossils, guys. No fossil is going to count. Evidence from structure, similar structure. No, that's evidence of a common designer. Evidence from molecular biology, from development. I can't believe they're still teaching that one. Evolution is based on two faulty assumptions. You covered them tonight. Mutations make something new and better. That's not observable. You can believe that. Nearly all the mutations are harmful or fatal. They say natural selection makes it survive and take over the population. That's really a stretch. If you get one new improved buffalo, therefore it's going to take over the whole world of buffalo. If you get one algae that learns how to combine with some more and make a 2-celled algae or a 3-celled algae, therefore it's got to take over the world population of algae. That's what your religion teaches. Evolution's a religion of death. All those that are not evolved have to die. The new improved version's the only one that gets to survive. The rest have to die for the good of the species. Mutations are random events and they are harmful, okay? But Darwin said, it's a wonderful fact, all animals and all plants throughout all time and space should be related to each other. This is a lie. There's no evidence any plant or animal has ever produced something different. No matter how numerous they may be, mutations do not produce any kind of evolution. They rearrange existing genes. This cow had the genetic gene pool to make a leg. It made one on the wrong spot on his back. That's no new information. It's a leg. He already had a leg. It made another one. It's a bad mutation. There's no scientific evidence to support the evolution theory except lies proven wrong many years ago. Here's a short-legged sheep. That's a mutant. It's not new information. It already had legs. They're just shorter than normal. And some sailors decided, hey, our decks on the ship are kind of close together. Let's breed these short-legged sheep and get a whole herd of them. We can carry them on the ships easier. Okay, it's a mutant. The Ancorn sheep was capitalized on, and the cow that gives more milk was capitalized on, and farmers now have dairy cows. Let loose in the woods, there wouldn't be any dairy cows. They'd still produce milk, but only enough for their baby. But they've capitalized on the change, and there's a limit. I saw the cow that gives 100 pounds of milk a day. It was in Kankakee, Illinois, when I was teaching school. Took my students there. I'd be willing to predict they'll never get a cow that'll give 1 trillion tons of milk a day. That I'll predict. There's a limit. Is 100 pounds the limit? Probably. Maybe 105. Maybe somebody broke the record. 105 pounds a day. Okay. They're never going to get 10,000 pounds a day. There's a limit. There's a two-headed turtle. That's a mutant. It's not ninja, but it's mutant. Nobody makes a double-neck turtleneck sweater. Rearranging the letters of the word Christmas will get you all kinds of words, but it won't get you Xerox, zebra, or queen. And re-examining or reshuffling the genes of an ape is not going to get you a human. There's a mutant fly. It says this normal flies have 2 wings. This mutant has 4. This rare mutation, like most mutations, is harmful. But then it goes on to say, beneficial mutations are the raw material for natural selection. Hello? Why didn't they give us an example of a beneficial mutation? This 4-winged fly can't fly. It's a crawl, it's not a fly. You talk about sickle cell anemia becoming a beneficial mutation, right? You want to get sickle cell? Anyway, my closing statement would be, nobody's ever observed what James believes in. He believes if we had enough time, the amoeba would turn to the whole family tree. He believes he's related to a ladybug, and you're welcome to believe that, James. I admire your faith. You think you're related to a dinosaur, you think you're related to a bird and a monkey, and you think you all have a common ancestor with a worm, which was a single-celled creature. You believe all these monkeys and apes and gibbons are related to you. You're welcome to believe that. That's not observable science. I started off with the definition of science. What do we observe, study, test, demonstrate? Do it in the laboratory. Get a bunch of lemurs and turn them into anything besides a lemur, or a bunch of apes or monkeys or chimpanzees, whatever you want to start with. I'd be willing to predict you will never get them to change to anything other than the obvious same kind. It doesn't happen. Those trees of life are nonsense. You can draw lines on paper and you think you're a primate, you think you're an ape. I'm beginning to believe you, James. I'm over, done, bye.
Okay, thank you, James and Kent. 5 minutes on the dot. Great job with the timing. And let's get into some audience questions because it seems like we've got 1 question per viewer, so about 300. So again, Kent and James, thank you so much. And to let the audience know, the next debate in terms of the Evolution Debate Challenge series is this Friday. I believe it is the 22nd. Double check the calendar. T-Jump and Dr. Dino, the epic rematch. This one specifically on testable predictions. So that'll be this Friday, the 22nd. Okay, let's get into some
Good
questions.
luck with that, Kent.
What?
Good luck with that debate, Kent, with Tom Jump.
No problem.
Okay, here we go, gentlemen. So let's start right at the beginning here. And okay, so super chat comes in. Mark Reed, thank you so much, Mark. Mark and Kent debated last week. That was a fantastic debate. So
amazing debate.
So Mark asks Kent, what is the specific processes and mechanisms that limits an organism from evolving past a specific point and keeps them in the same kind?
Well, I think anybody that studies biology or anatomy will tell you there's a genetic code that all life forms seem to have, and the humans have a genetic code that only allows them to produce other humans. You will never find a couple mate and produce anything other than a human. You never find a cow produce a non-cow. So I would say certainly one of the obvious limits is genetics. We have an incredibly complex gene code. The gene code of an amoeba is more complicated than the instructions to build a space shuttle. That's just one single cell. The genetic code of a lily is mind-boggling in its complexity. I think the genetic code of a lily contains more information than Microsoft Word. There's a lot of lines of code in Microsoft Word, and there's more lines of code to make a lily or an amoeba. So I think the limit would be certainly DNA or the chromosomes or the gene code is definitely a limiting factor. That's why humans only produce humans, no exceptions. Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Kent. James W., if there's anything you wanted to add, go ahead.
And this is a question I've asked Kent several times on other debates. He's been asked this multiple times. He never really has a good explanation because, yeah, DNA changes. It changes over time. It changes between one generation to the next. Kents don't produce Kents. They produce very slightly different Kents. And this change does add up over time, and it really does produce macroscopic changes. And that's the thing. DNA change. He brings up like letters. You'll never get this letter, but the DNA is only made up of those 4 letters. So constantly re-scrambling those letters will always get you a different result. Whether it produces a different feature or not depends on what specific part of the DNA is mutating. But that is why change occurs, because it does have limits in terms of a species. Species have a shelf life. This is part of the whole genetic entropy thing that they don't understand, that it's accumulating enough mutations that it cannot be the same species. It will eventually speciate once it accumulates enough of those mutations. But there's no limits arbitrarily imposed. God is not coming into the DNA once it accumulates enough mutations and saying, thou shalt not mutate. Nope, they just keep right on accumulating, and the species keeps right on changing over time.
Okay, thank you, James. And Kent, question was for you. We'll give you the last word.
Well, I should have also mentioned there are obvious physical limits. You cannot get a cow as big as Texas. You cannot get a cow to jump over the moon. There are physical limits. There are genetic limits. And rearranging the genetic code will make a lot of variations. There's, 1,100 kinds of different apples now. But they've never been able to make a non-apple. Interesting. Farmers been trying for years to selectively breed their apples, and they get big ones and little ones and sweet ones and sour ones and ones that handle hot climate and cold climate, and they're still apple. 1,100 species of bats, 4,000 species of potatoes. They're still potato. Nobody's ever seen any plant or animal produce offspring that anybody would consider a different kind. There are limits. Rearranging the letters of the word Christmas will never get you a Chinese sentence. Never. It's not available. The gene code does not make availability to produce evolution like you guys dream about, even given trillions of years. The genetic code limits it. It can't happen. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much for that final word, Kent. Next question comes in from Wade Robbins. Wade, question for you, Kent. He says, a bulldog shares a common ancestor with a wolf, and yet we've never observed a wolf produce a bulldog. How is this possible?
Well, I think we know that the dogs, wolves, and coyotes are related because they all interbreed today. There's a coyote hybrid dog. Let's see. They've been now at 339 breeds of dogs. The American Kennel Association says so. Okay. Dog, wolf, coyote probably had a common ancestor, but it doesn't mean they're related to a banana. A 4-year-old will tell you that. I had a 3-year-old tell me the other day which one's different, a banana. God said they'll bring forth after their kind. So all we've ever observed is dogs, wolves, coyotes probably had a common ancestor. They're similar. They can't interbreed. And the Bible says they bring forth after their kind. So if we see, what was the question exactly? We've never seen a bulldog come from a wolf. I think if you gave somebody a pack of wolves and gave them enough time, like maybe 500 years, they could slowly, selectively breed the puppies and end up with something that we would consider a bulldog. I had a family in one of my seminars. They said, Mr. Hovind, we've been in the dog kennel breeding business for 100 years, 3 generations. The lady said, I can tell you right now, you give us a couple of generic mutts, and within 100 years, we'll make every species of dog you can find. We'll make a Chihuahua and a Great Dane in 100 years through selective breeding. Now, neither the Chihuahua nor the Great Dane would survive in the wild on their own. Almost all the dogs man has produced have to be baby. You got to babysit them. You got to feed them. They don't survive in the woods. So here's a hybrid coy dog. Let's see, male Western wolves successfully breed with Western coyotes. Oh, okay. 40 species of wolf. Might have had a common ancestor. But see, the example he gave, a wolf and a bulldog, any 3-year-old will tell you it's the same kind of animal. It's in the dog family. So I think, would that prove in Wade's mind, does that prove that bulldogs and bananas have a common ancestor? He probably thinks they do. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. James, go ahead.
Well, what Ken mentioned before, that the DNA code for all animals is the same. All species alive today use either DNA or RNA, so the letters are there. They're there. We can get them from any animal. We have it, Ken. But what I'm saying is, just like dogs and wolves are the same kind, I'm saying humans, all the homos, Lucy, all the Australopithecines are in the same kind, the people kind, the human kind. Any 3-year-old, you could put an Australopithecine, a human, a Neanderthal, and a beach ball. They're all going to know that all the human, the Australopithecine, and the Neanderthal are in the same kind. Who plays beach ball with a conch? They're going to know that all those are in the same kind, and that's what we're here to talk about tonight. Human evolution. We are all in the same kind. We are apes. We are primates, the people kind. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, James. And Kent, if you wanted a final word, since the question was yours, go ahead.
No, that's fine. I think I proved my point. Go ahead.
Okay, appreciate it, gentlemen. Next question comes in from, make sure I didn't lose it here. Chat is flying. Okay, right here. So this one again is for you, Kent. This one comes in from SWE. Thank you so much for the support and questions. So she asks, regarding Australopithecus, so I'm guessing Australopithecus afarensis, so Lucy, what do you make of the intermediate traits? A big brain for its size, arboreal and bipedal, wide sacrum, 5 fused sacral vertebra like us, so on and so forth. So
I don't know if I have a complete answer to that one. That would be something worth looking into. If there are similarities, does therefore that prove a relationship or a common designer? The 5 fused sacral vertebrae are essential for your hips and for walking and things like that. I think if they were not fused, it'd be more difficult. Certainly the tail is very different. We have a tail bone that supports muscles that allow reproduction. The chimpanzees and apes that have a tail have muscles attaching to the first few vertebrae in their tail, so they can make baby whatever they are. Chimps make baby chimps every time. So again, I would point out, we never see these animals produce different than their kind now. Why do you think these bones could do it? That's not science. That's my whole point. It's imagination. Even if it's true, it's still not science. It's not observable. It's not testable. It's not knowledge. It's imagination. So the intermediate traits, bigger brain for its size. I'd have to do, if you talk about Lucy, I think Lucy's been discredited many years ago. I don't know why they still bring up Lucy or Australopithecines at all. But some animals might have gone extinct. Some animals might have had a bigger brain and gone extinct. So what? It's not proof that we're related. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. James, quick word if you'd like.
I would just say Lucy has only been discredited in the minds of Kent and people who adhere to the same radical views that he does. But in the scientific community, no, we have over 300 examples of Australopithecus afarensis Lucy. And I would just ask, how many Lucys were on the Ark, Kent?
Oh, go ahead, Ken, if you want a final word, you can answer that.
Yeah, I think Noah might have taken 2 apes, 2 gibbons, 2 chimpanzees, and after the flood, they produced babies of the same kind. I don't think apes and gibbons and chimpanzees are related. I think they have similarities because they got the same designer. They have to do the same things in life. They have to get around, find food, raise babies, climb trees, no problem. Why don't any humans have a prehensile foot where they can grab the tree branch and swing like an ape does? We're designed differently. There are thousands of differences between humans and chimpanzees. Tens of thousands of differences. So if you want to believe you're related to one, okay. Apparently I can't talk you out of that.
Okay, yeah. Thank you, Kent. And now a couple super chat questions for you, James, and then we'll kind of wrap it up here. Time's flying by. So this one comes in from Bubblegum Gun, $5 super chat, and we'll read it together here. So he's saying, no algae. So it looks like he's referring back to the single to multi-celled algae example. No algae did not become multicellular, only like structures. It's just cluster because it lost its mobility and divides again when it becomes mobile again. So I guess more of a comment, James. Therefore, if you wanted to respond, go ahead.
Well, no, this is true multicellularity because unlike a colonial organism, they cannot survive independently once they break apart. There are colonies where single cells group together for a common purpose for a time, and then after that purpose is over, they redivide themselves and they go back on being single-celled. That's not what happened with this algae experiment. It's true multicellularity.
Okay, Ken, did you want to respond, or you want me to move right to the next one?
Well, yeah, I have a note to myself to do more research on that, but I said the first time this came up, I said, I doubt it's a multicellular creature. It's a colony. It's a cluster of things working together. And maybe this bubblegum is right, that it cannot, it lost its mobility. Is that true? I don't know. I don't have an answer to that one yet, but I'll do some research on it. Good question. A good comment, though.
Okay, appreciate it. James, did you want a quick final word since it was directed at you?
No, you can move on.
All right, appreciate it. Next one comes in from One God Is Now Here. Thank you for the question and support. He says, James W., please refute this. Science proves apes produce apes. Science says, he says apes produce humans. I'm just going to guess that he meant to say scientists say, oh, no, wait. Okay, so scientists say apes produce humans. Science is right. Scientists are wrong. Okay, I understand it now, I think, what he's trying to say. Go ahead, James.
Apes do produce apes, and apes do produce humans because humans are apes. That he's completely missed the entire point of that. Now, I know what he's saying. Oh, other non-human apes produce other non-human apes, and that's true what we see in the short term, but I hate to break it to you, but what we observe in our one lifetime is not the subtotal of history on this planet. Things happen that take longer than a human lifetime to observe, and it is science. It absolutely is science when we look in the past and we look back and we see animals that bridge that gap that are not alive today. And we find no modern humans. We find humans that bridge the gap between humans and other primates. And it is only logical and reasonable to make the inference that we evolved from lower primates. And that's why we're here today. That's why they're no longer here, because they went extinct and they became us.
Okay, thank you, James. Kent, anything you wanted to add to that?
Well, yeah, great point. They prove apes produce apes. He believes, or he says, apes produce humans. So therefore, by that logic, he says we are apes. Are we still ladybugs? Are you still a ladybug, James?
We're not ladybugs, but we are eukaryotes. We do share a common ancestry with ladybugs.
All right, here's the next one. Boomer21, thank you so much. $10 super chat and questions for you, James. So he asked, if you're an atheist, then how do you explain the discoveries of Sodom and Gomorrah and the Red Sea crossing and so on and so forth? Any thoughts on that, James?
Yeah. Okay. So we've got one dude, Ron Wyatt, who's been dead for 20 years now, or longer than that, who made all these discoveries that virtually everybody else in archaeology does not agree with. So we have one dude, no longer alive, and we have the entire field of archaeology, ancient history, all saying different things. He found things that he thinks sort of line up with the Bible. Well, that's not how we do science. That's not how we do archaeology. That's not how we do anything. You don't begin with your conclusion and say, well, I've got a Bible and it has these stories in it. Let me go out and look and see if I can find anything that sort of lines up with that. Completely bad methodology from the start, and bad methodology leads to bad results.
Okay, thank you, Boomer, for the super chat and question. James, thanks for your response. Kent, anything you'd like to add?
Well, I think scores of things from the Bible have been proven with archaeology. I think a quick Google search would show you, forget Ron Wyatt. I knew Ron. I think he was right that these things were found. But I think there have been scores of other things. Ancient cities have been found. Lots of things have been found from that the Bible said happened, and they find, yep, it happened. So I think you're really dismissing a whole lot of hundreds of years. Actually, for several thousand years, people have been digging around and they find things and say, wow, look at this. This is the ancient city of whatever. If you found a whale in the Sahara Desert, you would believe it was a whale, but you won't believe when somebody finds Sodom and Gomorrah, sulfur balls. Thousands and thousands of sulfur balls mixed in with the clay. It doesn't happen anywhere else in the world. I think that was Sodom and Gomorrah, but no amount's going to convince James. But I think a logical, rational person would say, wow, there is archaeological evidence for the Bible being true. Go ahead.
Thank you, Kent. James, you can have a final word.
Yeah, so there's scores. There are things in the Bible, they occasionally, through happenstance or dumb luck, got some things right? Like the name of a city. If the Bible gets the name of a city wrong and we find the city, that just means the city existed. It doesn't mean the supernatural claims are true. And, we find sulfur balls. Could we possibly think there could be another explanation for that other than the God of the universe nuking a city because there were gay people that lived there and they committed the horrible act, a disgusting act of not wanting to rape Lot's daughters. Instead, they preferred the men, so God decided to nuke the city from it. It's a thoroughly disgusting story, and I'm surprised. Well, knowing that what they believe, I'm not surprised that they bring it up, but it really doesn't bode well for their God.
All right, well, I'm going to have to pick out this last question. We did hit the 2-hour mark, and we do try to keep these in 90 minutes. We can't seem to do it because we get a ton of questions, and I do thank everybody for their questions. This has been an awesome debate, very engaging, one to remember for sure. And so I do apologize to anybody whose question I didn't get to. We've got a ton more of these debates in the coming month. So just bring those same questions to future debates, and we'll make sure to get to them. So this is the last one. This was going to be for you, Kent. This one comes in again from SWE. Thank you so much. And she asks, genetically speaking, why is it hard to believe chimpanzees and humans are related? Less than 1.5% codon different when we readily accept mice and rats are related. Kent, go ahead.
Well, I don't know that those numbers are correct. I'll have to do some research on that. But who said mice and rats are related? They're similar. I don't know that rats can ever produce mice babies or mice can ever produce rat babies. I never said they're similar. Somebody might say there's 15% difference. The numbers may be correct. I don't know. I'll do some research on that. But we don't ever see chimpanzees produce anything besides baby chimpanzees. None. It's not science. You can believe that if you want, and some people want to because they don't want God telling them what to do, I believe. And they certainly don't want a book telling them what to do. But there's no evidence anywhere of a chimpanzee producing a non-chimpanzee. If there are similarities, I bet there's thousands of lines of code that are similar between Microsoft Word and Microsoft PowerPoint. Thousands and thousands of identical lines of code. I bet if I'm typing a letter in Word and I go to spell check, it takes me to the same dictionary, millions of lines of code, than when I'm doing it in PowerPoint. That's because the same guy wrote the code. Duh, same guys. Okay, I think God wrote the code for the mice and the rats and the chimpanzees and the humans, and there may be some similarities. So what? It doesn't prove ancestry, it proves common designer. Why don't they get it? Go ahead.
Appreciate it, Kent. Appreciate it as well, SWE, for your questions and super chats. James, go ahead if there's anything you wanted to add.
Well, I mean, Ken admits that lions, tigers, house cats, bobcats, he admits they're the same kind. Why he's not so sure about rats and mice being the same kind. I think any 2-year-old would look, if you put a mice, a rat, a muskrat, and a turtle, they would say, oh, the mouse and the rat are in the same kind. So by his definition, that's all we need to do is, like Nephilim Free, just bring a bunch of kids in and let them tell us what's in the same kind. But I mean, nobody doesn't believe anything because we don't want God telling us what to do. That's pretty silly. I don't know who would go driving 100 miles an hour down the street pretending that there's no speed limit sign and being surprised when you get pulled over. It's really an asinine way of looking at things. I mean, who would read laws like about withholding Social Security and just say that doesn't apply to me? I mean, I don't know who would do that, but it's certainly not the way any rational person would go about undertaking anything. If God was real and there was good reason to think he was, then we would take that into consideration. And worshiping him, whether we thought he was a good guy, that would be a separate question, and he would have some questions to answer. But wouldn't deny he's real or exists if there was good reason to think he was.
All right. Thank you, James. This was the last question. It was for you, Kent. So we'll let you have a final word there. And then we're going to wrap it up, gentlemen. Great debate. Kent, go ahead.
Yeah, I think I said all. I don't know that those numbers are correct, but even then, it wouldn't prove the relationship. It could prove a common designer.
All done.
Honda Accord and Honda Prelude and Honda Civic have a whole lot of similarities. They're all built by Honda.
All right, Kent, James, that concludes the debate. Thank you both for your time.
Thanks,
and any quick final words, thoughts from you gentlemen before we let you out for the night?
We're having an after show on the Amy Newman channel. I think it's going to get started in about an hour. So, Kent, I know you're probably going to head to bed, but anybody else can come over. Kent, you've got me. I was trying to ask you questions the other day on your channel, but I'm blocked on the Ken Hovind official. Maybe you could have one of your tech guys go in there because I'd never say anything that would warrant being blocked.
I don't know who's blocked and who's not. I can barely figure out how to set my time on my watch. So the tech stuff is a little over my head. Closing. The fool said in his heart, there's no God. James, this is you, okay? Okay? The fool says there's no God. You can believe that if you want. If you died today, where would you go? James, I make a prediction, you'll die. I make a prediction, you'll be dead for a long time. I make a prediction, you will face God that you don't believe in, and you'll wish you would have listened to Kent Hovind. I make that prediction tonight. Write that down. Okay? Thank you.
All right, Kent, James, thank you so much.
Not testable, though. You got to wait till after you're dead to find out.
All right, guys, we'll let you out. I usually stick around for a couple minutes, go over reminders, announcements. So, gentlemen, thanks again for the debate, and we will see you later. All right, it's just me and the audience. There it is, round 3 between Kent Hovind and James W. That flew by. That was 2 hours right there. Tons of fantastic questions. Doki Doki Bible Club. Thank you so much for all the super stickers. You are the super sticker master. To anybody who sent in, just super chats with just comments, showing their love, super stickers. Thank you so much as well. This is, you guys are the life and blood of this channel. So you guys are exactly why we are able to put out full-time content. It's been the summer of debates. We've already had a couple debate marathons, and I'm working on probably one more debate marathon for August. And just the last couple nights, I've spent hours and hours catching up on emails and requests, and I've now booked debates into October. So we are packed with debates until probably the rapture, as I like to tease. So Talking Trees, Donnie, who made your logo, boss? You know what? Some logos have been done by Benjamin, who's done a fantastic job. I've also gotten them done over Fiverr. I think I'm saying that correctly. So anybody who's interested in information on where I got some of my intros done, logos, just shoot me an email. Okay, well, let me go over a couple reminders then before I forget. So again, this Friday, the Evolution Debate Challenge series continues. Tom Jump versus Dr. Dino. I think we've got about 4 or 5 so far scheduled for August. And I know Dr. Dino's 300th debate is coming up. So he's setting records. So I think I've got him scheduled up to 299. So whoever wants to be debate number 300, shoot me an email and we'll try and fit that into August. Even though August is packed with debates, if it's debate number 300, we'll make it a special event. That'll be a ton of fun. So whatever evolutionist wants to, be privileged, or who wants to be that debate number 300, shoot me an email. Actually, we hosted debate number 200. I think that was between Kent and Jordan from Reason to Doubt, if I'm not mistaken. So shoot me an email if you want to be debate number 300, and we'll do our best to set that up. Okay, we've also got, I believe this is Saturday night, is the KJV, the only accurate English translation. So we've been doing a ton of debates on Bible translations as well, and they've been a ton of fun. Over the last couple of nights, I've booked a couple more on that topic that I'm probably going to fit into either late August or September. I've also been doing a lot of work setting up our Defending Genesis Conference 2022 for September. So that's going to be probably the first week of September. And I've already got, I think, about 6 or 7 speakers so far. And it's probably going to be a week-long conference. So that week, I'm probably going to do my best to not schedule any debates. And I'm just going to strictly make that the conference. And it's going to be all things Genesis. We got some great speakers, and that's going to be a heavy week. That's going to be very comprehensive. So we've also got a couple soteriology related debates coming up. Charles Jennings from the Layman Seminary and David Preston, both fantastic debaters, well-studied, well-educated on, the world of soteriology. And they're going to be debating faith alone or faith plus works in the Old Testament. So that's going to be a ton of fun. That's coming up on the 30th. Next month, we've got Matt Slick back here. He's going to be debating Stanley Terry. Interesting topic. Was Jesus fully God and fully man during his earthly ministry? So I'm definitely pumped for that one. Another Bible translation debate, CJ Cox and David Preston. And then we've also got CJ Cox next month debating Will Duffy on open theism. So we've hosted and moderated over 200 debates now on all sorts of topics. And I believe that's going to be our first one on open theism. So, I'm excited for that. From my understanding, Will Duffy is one of the more well-known proponents of that theological position. And so that's going to be a ton of fun. Both Will and CJ are seasoned debaters, put it that way. So it'll be one to remember. Talking Tree says, bro, these topics are lit. Well, I appreciate that. We want to give you guys, as many debates as possible for the debate addict in you, and on all sorts of different topics. So again, we've promoted this summer as the summer of debates, and it really has been so far. So how are whales and pine trees related? The second, Daria Bloodworth sent in, the request for that debate title and thesis. I thought definitely this is going to be awesome. So that one's coming up in a couple weeks as well. And I guess the last thing I'll mention, guys, this is just a snapshot of the overall material that and content that we do have scheduled for the channel. So if you're not yet subscribed, please do hit that subscribe button. We just hit over 10,000 subscribers on the main channel. We've got over 20,000 on our secondary channel that we re-upload a lot of content on. That channel is called Young Earth Creation. So please do make sure to subscribe to that one if you're not yet subscribed to it. I've been doing an End Times Theology series. I've done 4 episodes so far, and I'm currently working on the next several episodes that I hope to record and post over the next several days. And in a week or two, we're going to have an open mic discussion. This is going to be a ton of fun. Ken Hovind's going to be here specifically dealing with and focusing on eschatology, post-tribulation rapture versus pre-tribulation rapture. Ken's going to give a presentation. We'll have a little discussion. I'll shoot the link into the chat, and it'll be like a radio call-in show, kind of similar to what we did a couple weeks ago. Although it was probably more like a month ago. Time flies by. On the geologic column, where we had a presentation, discussion, and then about an hour of just open mic call-ins, where you guys can, either agree or disagree, and, bring in your questions, objections, agreements, so on and so forth. So we're going to do that on the topic of eschatology, which I think is going to be, really cool. So anyways, again, that's just a snapshot of the overall material that we do have, set and ready to go for the future. So if you're not yet subscribed, hit that subscribe button. If you're a new subscriber, again, we've hosted and moderated over, 200 debates on all sorts of topics. So check the playlist section titled Debates Hosted by Standing for Truth, and just go through that playlist. You've got endless content, endless debates. That's just the debates. You can also check or look into, lectures and interviews hosted by Standing for Truth Ministries. And we've done over 100 of those as well. So just looking at the chat, no final questions or anything like that. So I think we're good. Oh, Talking Trees, new subscriber, just sub, my man. I appreciate that. Again, yeah, check the website, standfortruthministries.com. I am working with my website designer on updating that, because we've had so much content over the last several months that although there's a ton of content on the website, I want to get a lot of our content over the last few months up on the website as well, update the homepage. I'm also working on, I'm working with Brother Sam Jenkins from the creation research team, and we are trying to figure out, we're in the brainstorming stages, but I want to get a podcast as well, a podcast section where weekly we upload five of our previous debates in audio podcast form. And so eventually we'll have a podcast section where we've got all of our debates on there for people to look at if they prefer the podcast style. And I think that's it. Wade Robbins says debates should be separate ancestry versus common ancestry. Well, you know what? I've engaged in about 100 formal debates, all mostly on separate ancestry, because that's the topic. You can see a couple behind me, the Independent Origins Handbook. I've literally written a book on it. So I do enjoy debating the separate ancestry topic. I don't mind taking the affirmative. And so anybody who wants to either join me on my Creation versus Evolution Conversation podcast that I've been doing, shoot me an email. We'll set that up. I've got a couple debates that I'm currently working on in the future, one specifically on endogenous retroviruses. So I'll do my best to fit in some of my own personal debates as well. So SWE, I appreciate that. Good book. Even if you disagree, it's a good intro to the topic. Well, I appreciate that feedback, even if it's from, critics, non-critics, those that agree with me, those that disagree with me. Behind me there is the orange limited edition version that is still available for people. It was originally only going to be available for a week, but people were, emailing me and letting me know that they really, really liked that cover. And so I thought, you know what, we'll keep it around for a while. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, shoot me an email if you're interested in jumping into the debate octagon. If you want to debate the separate ancestry topic, shoot me an email. I don't mind stepping in the ring as well. I'd like to, I got to keep up with Kent as well. He's going on debate number 300. I'm on about 100. So, okay, well, that's pretty much it. I'm going to go have some coffee and some food and relax for a bit. Looks like there's an after show over on Amy Newman's channel, so check that out. Amy Newman, I believe, is going to be debating Kent as well, either next month or September. So lots to look forward to, lots of fun. Suffer Me Not Radio, appreciate it. And again, to anybody whose question I didn't get to, I really do apologize. Once we hit the 2-hour mark in terms of these evolution debates, I've really got no choice. We got to wrap it up at that point. So, these debates really fly by. They're a ton of fun. I love the discussion portion. I see Mark Reed in the chat. If you haven't seen Mark Reed and Kent's debate from last week, that one was awesome. That one was a ton of fun too. So do please check it out. And again, if you're not yet subscribed, hit that subscribe button. And we will see you all. We'll have, I believe, our next soteriology panel debate or discussion. I believe we're either going to have that Wednesday or Thursday. It depends. Tomorrow night, I'm going to be having Professor David McQueen and George Bond from Standing for Truth Ministries. They're going to be here, and they're going to be going over their research on the heat problem. So they did a heat problem show, I believe, maybe 4 or 5 months ago. Professor David McQueen had a debate with Luca Medugno, who, Luca, I do want to thank you in the chat. He's got several debates coming up, one against T-Rock, one against Ken Hovind, one against myself, and then an eventual round 2 with Professor McQueen on the heat problem. And tomorrow is kind of like a preliminary show where George and David are going to be going over a lot of the research that they've done. They've been working full time on that specific topic. So Andrew Kaufman says Dwayne Gish had 700. Wow. If he had more than 700, I don't know. I don't think that's a tough one to beat. That's for sure. Andrew Kaufman, appreciate it. Thank you so much to all the channel members, new subscribers, and everybody that tuned in for tonight's important and epic debate. It was endgame, by the way. So what I'll do is, as we typically do with these debate trilogies, Matt and myself will clip all 3 together. So we'll have the James W. versus the Dr. Dino complete debate trilogy. And what we'll do is, put it up on the channel and premiere it. The last one we did was Wade the Wizard versus Kent Hovind debate trilogy. And that one's been getting a ton of views and good feedback. So, all righty, that's about it. We're actually going to wrap it up now. And thanks again for tuning in. God bless. And we'll see you this week. We've got a few shows. Stand for Truth is out.